Hi, welcome. Come have a seat. And you have your lunch. And this is Kim, We're about to go live on YouTube. Feel free to eat though. We are having our workshop first, and I'm going to announce you as our newest member. So you might be put on the spot very briefly. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to the Charlotte Historic District Commission meeting for November 18th. We are going to begin with our workshop portion of the meeting, and I have just as staff, I have a few updates to provide to the commission and all of our attendees. And the first is that everyone knows, I think, that Andrea Leslie Fite, our former city attorney, left for bigger and better things. And while we miss her, in the interim, we have Thomas Powers with us in the meeting room. And I'm also pleased to announce that the city has hired a new attorney who will be taking over shortly. And her name is Jill Sanchez Myers. And she is joining us virtually today to observe our process and get a feel for what the Historic District Commission does here with the city of Charlotte. I would also like to welcome our newest commissioner, Phil Goodwin. Phil, if you would wave to everybody. Yes, thanks. It's up over there. And well, yep. If I'd like to turn over to Kim. Kim, if there's anything you'd like to say, or Phil, if you hit the mic. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to welcome both Jill and Phil into the fold. As you all know, Phil has experience working in historic districts, and so we welcome and are so grateful for your expertise and everything that you're going to bring to the board. And Jill, we definitely welcome you and thank you preemptively for keeping us out of trouble.
Okay, and my last announcement is that on Monday, November 16th, the City Council held a public hearing for the Oaklawn Park Local Historic District, and the rezoning team gave a fantastic presentation about all the work that the commission and staff has done and the neighborhood leaders have done to get them to this point. And we are thrilled to say that there were no objections at the public hearing. So that means Oaklawn Park is going to continue through the rezoning process. And the next step will be going to the Planning Commission Zoning Committee. And then hopefully once they pass through that, it'll go back to City Council for a formal vote on Monday, December 21st. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our chair if you have anything else to add, or we can jump right into workshop items.
I just want to say thank you for those of you on the board who submitted comments in support of the rezoning for Oaklawn Park. It's really exciting to be able to now expand our field of expertise and our purview to a mid-century community. And so obviously the community, the neighborhood was very excited about joining and jumped through a number of hoops in order to make it happen. And so thanks for using a little bit of your personal time to support that.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move on to our first workshop item, and it is the Dilworth Animal Hospital. Remember, we saw them last month for a very brief presentation, but they're back with a redesign to get high-level non-binding feedback from the commission about their proposal. If you'll recall, the building suffered a devastating fire and shares a parcel with the next door neighbor. So you can see on the screen here, the dotted line is one large parcel actually, and this is the location, the vacant part of the parcel is where the house that burnt is. It is still standing, but it is under a stay of demolition. So is Robbie, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here, and
Hi.
Jill is here with me as well.
Okay, welcome. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you if you would just like to walk through your design concept and let me know when to turn the page.
Okay, so this image that's on the screen right now shows you the existing house that is currently under renovation and will be finished probably by the beginning of December. And I wanted to show you this standalone element so that you could see what we're trying to do with the second house. So if you will flip the page, Christy. So last time we had taken this and we were designing it to kind of be one larger type house or one larger building, because the other buildings on each side of us were larger buildings. So we have broken this up into a small, changed the color, changed a few elements, and made it so that it is standalone element as opposed to one large house. And currently what we would like to do, as we showed in the previous scheme, is we need to join these two houses together with an element that they can be used as one building. And then in the future, if it ends up not being one building, the middle portion can be removed so that it can be two standalone buildings again. However, this is one large lot. It's not two lots anymore. It's one large lot. And we need to keep the building, the new building, we need to keep it as close as possible to the existing building, because the porte cochere, as you can see on the existing building, was really designed for much smaller vehicles when it was built. And it presents a problem getting traffic back through there. Almost, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but with the larger cars we have in today's world, it just doesn't work very well to get cars back through there. So we're trying to keep the new proposed building closer to this one, so that we can have a smaller connection piece, and two, we can enlarge the drive so that we can use the drive on the right-hand side of the building as opposed to the one through the porte cochere. So Christy, if you flip to the final sheet, this shows a glass connection between the two properties, and it has one connection on the lower level and one connection on the upper level, so that the facility can be used as one large hospital animal clinic. The reason for this kind of wide connection piece is the existing stairs and elevator and elements that are in the existing house only allow us 2 points of intersection between the two properties. So that's why we have that kind of spread out more so than just one small connection. And that's where we are right now with our design process, and we'd love your comments.
All right, commissioners, thank you so much, Robert. Any feedback? Anyone want to speak up? It looks like the difference between the last renderings we saw and this is that the house to the right is more narrow. Is that correct, Robert?
No, ma'am, it's really the same size. We have changed the color of it, and we've added it to look more like before. We did not have the entry door and the stairs coming down. We had kind of looked at it as one large building, and now we've kind of made it look like two separate houses. Mm-hmm. And that may give you the image that it is narrow, but it is the same size we were looking at before.
Okay. I know some of the feedback we had yesterday was about the rhythm of the street and whether or not that looked like a wall. Anyone want to speak up and give some feedback to Robert and his client? Why don't we do a round robin on this one? Jill, let's start with you. Jill Walker.
Okay. with the fact that it looks like one building, given the fact that the front surface of the is so forward of both structures. It's unfortunate there's not the possibility of it being in the back and not as visible as it is. But that, yeah, that just yellow and one is green, but I'm still seeing one large building. I'm not sure I'm thinking the street in any way that I can feel.
Okay. All right. What are your thoughts, Damon?
I agree with Jill. I feel the connection is just not not congruent with, I think that's said correctly, with the historic guidelines. I think connecting the two buildings is just out of character with what the neighborhood, what our guidelines are trying to preserve.
Okay. So it's not in, you're breaking up a little, Damon. It's not in keeping with what the guidelines are trying to preserve. What about you, Chris Meehan?
I don't believe Chris Meehan has joined us at this time.
Okay, we'll move on to Krista Lineberger. Okay.
Krista Lineberger is having technical difficulties and
Okay.
staff is working to get her on. And Nichelle Bonaparte is also joining us a little later.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Why don't we go to?
Hi,
Okay.
Nichelle.
Hi, Nichelle. Nichelle, any thoughts on this that you want to share?
I just thought that the connection looked like it, I think to Damon's point, it just looked to me like it didn't fit the character of the neighborhood. So maybe if the connector looked more like, if there was a way to reflect the character of the homes in that neighborhood through that a walkway or a connection, it might be better. But this looks more like a modern. It reflects more like a modern building to me, or a modern connector to me. So
Okay, so far we have, if it was at the rear, if it was more comparable to the architectural style found in the neighborhood. What are your thoughts, PJ?
Yeah, no, yeah, and absolutely agree. The connector is incongruous with the neighborhood. And having that two-story connector there, I mean, I appreciate that the glass is trying to open it up and make it more airy so it doesn't appear like it's, one structure and it's really just two connected, but it's still, that connector still changes the expression from something more vertical based to horizontal. It still makes it more of a larger mass, right? So yeah, I agree with everyone.
Okay, and then Jessica, we'll end it with you.
Personally, I like the contemporary stylistic expression of the connector. I think the challenge for me is the depth of it and how close it is to the front thermal wall of the two houses. If it was pushed further back and, I think it would just disappear from the character of East Boulevard perspective. But it feels like, I'm assuming that the yellow house that we're looking at has a porch that's approximately 8 feet. So it looks like the connector is set, maybe 6 feet back. And runs almost the full depth of the buildings, which from a programmatic perspective, I understand. But I think we don't have a long tradition of linking commercial buildings along this commercial historic district. And if we were to consider the connector, it probably would need to be a little further back. The contemporary stylistic expression, I think, is very much in keeping with the federal guidelines of it being of a different time and a different place, and very easy to imagine it being removed.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. And we have Chris Barth. Chris?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Okay. I just want to go back to one thing that the presenter said, and I see what they're trying to do by putting the parking on the right-hand side, and I think this is part of the reason for the slenderness of the addition. The one thing that they mentioned is the possibility of removing the connector piece and these being two freestanding things. I think even if you do that, these buildings are so close together, I'm not even sure that would, fly with the county. Some way to separate these buildings a little bit, or like some of the other commissioners have mentioned, pushing the addition back, I think would help this and providing a little more separation there. Obviously, that kills your parking on the right-hand side. So looking at this from a site plan perspective as well as a massing perspective, I think is going to be essential.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Barth. All right, anyone want to say, add additional comments or share things that have not already been shared?
This is Jessica. At the risk of backtracking a little bit, because I was dealing with a medical issue and didn't see the first workshop on this. Can someone just bring me up to speed on the proposed building, on the width, spacing, the porch depth, and the front yard parking?
Why don't we let Robert do that? Robert, you want to answer that question?
Jessica, what are you asking? The width of the building?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I would have loved to have been here for the other workshop. We had one of my daughters was in surgery. I'm wondering, I mean, I think I understand from some experience and, the complexities of commercial site planning, what's driving the width of the building, but seeing the whole block on East Boulevard, and how this width of the proposed building relates to the widths of all of the buildings, and how the spacing on these buildings relates to the spacing on all of the buildings, I think would be a really helpful exhibit in evaluating the project. And I think there is a variety along the street. It's just hard to respond to it without seeing that. And you may have shown that in the last workshop that I missed.
I think in the last workshop, we did talk about, there's 3 buildings in this block. And the building to the left is like a 2-lot larger building, and the building to the right is a 2-story larger building, 2-lot building. And our initial thoughts were, let's just make this one large building as opposed to two small buildings like it is now. And the comments we got were that if you go across the street, you see more smaller buildings, and we would like to keep this as 2 structures as opposed to 1. So, and before we had everything looking kind of the same material, same colors, everything. So it did appear to be one larger building, even with the connector. And so we went back, we changed the colors, changed a few elements, put the front door porch, and created the 2 building scheme. Now we are trying to push it as close as we can to the existing building. Like I said, because we need more room on the right, we would like more room on the right for it to create entrances, as opposed to sending everyone through the porte cochere, which doesn't really work on the left side of the existing building. And we were using the glass connector kind of because I think the glass connector, when it's built in place and the rendering doesn't do it justice, I think it will go away. It will reflect the trees around it. It should just go away. And I think it's pushed further back than, I mean, it's further back than I think it really looks like in this drawing, because the porch is pulled way out with the overhang of the porch somewhat hides the connector piece. And the width of the connector is simply because we only have 2 points that we connect into the proposed house. One there in the front is from the lower level, and the one in the back is from the upper level. That's the only 2 points we can connect into the proposed house. None of the other, because of the existing stair, elevator, wall elements, there's just no other place to do it. So that's why we really need that width of the connector to make it work.
Thank you. I think my other question was really aimed at from the perspective of East Boulevard, the width of what I would refer to as the greenhouse, the proposed building, the width of that mass, and the depth of the porch on that mass, the width relative to the rest of the block, and the depth of the porch. Typically, the minimum depth we see in Dilworth is about 8 feet, and it just feels a little bit shallower than that.
Okay, well that's something that we could easily fix.
Great.
And we could work on the width a little bit, I think.
Okay, thanks. And then my other question has to do with, there's various interpretations in, I think it's chapter 8 of our guidelines of what may or may not appear to be a front yard parking spot. And I understand the complexities of parking regulations in commercial building, but these first 2 parking spots I think are going to end up being challenging for the commission based on the guidelines.
Yeah, we can work on that. That's easy. Moving
Okay.
this back and
Great.
whatever we have, that's not a problem.
Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry for the extra questions. I appreciate it.
That's helpful, Jessica. So now we have Jill. Jill Walker has a question or a comment. Jill?
Yeah, Jessica, thanks for bringing that up because that's a concern, the whole hardscape of that driveway on one whole side of it. But also, I don't think I understand what is the distance between those 2 structures?
That right there is probably about, as shown, right around 12 feet, 10, 12 feet.
Yeah, I think seeing how that streetscape is important to the rhythm that we're trying to maintain with this board. That's all. Thank you.
So it sounds like what we're saying, Robert, is that maybe a 3D model of what the structures will look like with the connector would be beneficial and helpful for us. Because right now, some of the feedback that you're getting over and over again is about the rhythm of the street, the massing of the structures with the connector, the spacing. So those are probably going to keep coming up. They came up in our last workshop. And so again, presenting it in a way so that it gives us an idea of how it will really look in a 3-dimensional way might be helpful.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay. Any other feedback before we let Mr. Johnson and his client go? Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next workshop item is 624 East Kingston Avenue. And the commission has seen this project before. It was presented by a different architect and it has some challenging issues based on established setbacks because of lot lines and the fact that there are some nonconformities on the lot. And this project didn't move forward earlier because ultimately the homeowner didn't go through and get a variance, but I believe they have restarted that variance process. And I will let Jessica talk a little bit more about that variance process and what the current status of the house is and how this project is conceptualized to come back to the commission. Jessica?
Sure. Thank you guys so much for seeing this today. As Christy mentioned, you guys have seen this project before. It received a COA in 2015 for reconfiguring the flat roof over the side additions to the front of the house. The project is particularly complicated from some building science perspectives, but also because it falls under multiple jurisdictions. And so in the spirit of, our recent, efforts at partnership with the ZBA's motivations, SHPO's motivations, the HGC's motivations, Christy has made this workshop available to us to talk about all of those jurisdictions in the hope that we can establish a path forward for the homeowners with some consistency amongst the jurisdictions. So before I go on, the homeowners, Amy and Daniel, are on the line, and I'd love to give them just a second to introduce themselves.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, I did just want to take a second to introduce myself. I'm Daniel Fain, and here with me is Amy, and I really appreciate you all taking the time and allowing us the opportunity to participate in this workshop today. So we have been in this home in the Dilworth community for almost 10 years now, and we have really loved it here and appreciated the community feel and just all of the characteristics that make Dilworth special, and definitely value the Historic District Commission for their work in supporting and maintaining that feel in our community.
Yeah, and just to that, I would add that we've really loved being part of the community over the past almost 10 years now. We've brought 3 kids home to this house and truly love being a part of it. And we're just so excited to see what the potential in this home can continue to be. So thanks for having us today.
Thanks for joining us, Amy and Daniel. Jessica?
Thanks. Okay, so to orient you guys quickly to the house, this is the front elevation. It faces Kingston Avenue. It's at the intersection of Kingston and Springdale. And while it's technically a mid-block lot, it really presents as a corner lot. If you can go to the next slide, Christy, because the church, the Dilworth United Methodist Church, has purchased the residential lots around it to use as parking. And so this blue house that you see on the right side behind the parked cars is the Springdale elevation of this house for all intents and purposes. And when you turn off of East Boulevard, you can see the massing of it pretty readily. There is on the other behind the blue house a non-historic, non-conforming large addition on a house, and you can see that beyond the massing of the blue house. Christy, can you go to the next slide? We can come back to this if there are questions. Really, this is the typical exhibit we would put in an application, but for the purposes of our discussion today, I will say that along the even side of Kingston Avenue, that's the side that's closer to East Boulevard, there is a consistency in the expression and massing of the houses. Most of them are still historic houses. There are 2 that are non-historic, including the house directly next to this one. And on the opposite side of Kingston, backing up to Lotta Park, there are a variety of massing and expressions of historic homes, which are actually much taller. But on our side of East Kingston Avenue, there is a consistency among the heights, and they tend to stay a little lower and more horizontal in their expression. Christy, can you run to the next slide? These are the existing conditions of the house. Again, this is our typical exhibit, and we can come back to it if there are questions. But as you can see on the front, there are 2 additions on each side of the porch that are flat roofs, and on the back, there's a 2-story addition that's a flat roof. Christy, can you go to the next slide? You can see from the Sanborn maps in this area, the top left, that the lot was originally conceived, the block was originally conceived as all residential lots. These 2 are flipped, 1953 and 1929. So the one that's labeled 1953 is 1929. You can see that the church was established, but it was surrounded by single-family homes. And then the one that's labeled 1929 is actually 1953. And that's the church in its present configuration. It's still in 1953, had the single-family homes that have now been purchased as parking. It is called out on the National Registry, and these are the 2 photos from the National Registry designation for Dilworth. The house was a triplex at the time. 2 of the units were entered from the front porch, and the 3rd unit was entered from a stair on the side elevation. And Christy, if you can run to the next slide. The house has several encroachments that are fairly significant, and Amy and Daniel have already gone through the extensive process with the ZBA to obtain a variance. The variance was required simply to improve the roofs of the house. There's some pretty serious drainage problems on those flat roofs, and they could not, maintain or repair those roofs without the variance. So they have received the variance. The ZBA granted it on September 9th. And the ZBA cites the variance as being granted in order to visually integrate with the character of the neighborhood. And then I've also, in this same exhibit, because it's a great place to see it, shown you the 3 significant canopy trees. Our hopes for a path forward for this project that we'd love to discuss today have no impact on the 3 canopy trees. One of them is technically in the church parking lot. One is along the side elevation, and it's very close to both houses and the encroachment, but it does appear to be in quite good health, and we are not making changes that would impact it. as far as we can say. And then the other is at the back of the lot. And again, we would not be getting anywhere near that one either. So it is along the alley and there is a lot of car traffic along it, but it appears to be in good health and there's nothing that we're proposing to change the conditions. Christy, if you can go to the next one. Okay, so this is the 2015 COA, and our hope today is that we can, you know, in a non-binding way, but that we can look at a path forward that reinstates the gable roofs over the two flat roof sides at the front elevation. The proposal in 2015 that was not built provided gable roofs, I'm looking at the bottom corner image, gable roofs over the two flat additions that SHPO is referring to as the boxcars. And then it proposes an extra gable at the porch that's defined by the porch width. So you can see the current configuration of the house has these two flat boxcars on the side. Where you're seeing an octagon window there, that's where the second entrance of the triplex was on the porch. And in the 2015 COA, it's gable roofs over the two boxcars and a larger gable over the porch. The right images are the Springdale Avenue elevation showing the flat roof on the boxcar versus the gable roof on the boxcar. I've met with Brett Sturm about this project in various ways to talk about, you know, potential paths forward with the project. And SHPO at this point is indicating strong support for the gable roof forms over the boxcars. So we're hoping to reinstate that aspect of the 2015 COA. SHPO is citing the Secretary of the Interior Standard number 9, suggesting that the gable protects the integrity of the historic property and its environment by shedding stormwater effectively and blending with the architectural character of the neighborhood. I'll note in this one, in the bottom left image, that the larger gable facing forward in the 2015 COA is at the plane of the porch beam, which comes into play in my next slide. If you can go to that slide, Christy. This is a view down East Kingston Avenue from the opposite end of the block. So if you looked to the far left side of this image and a couple houses down, that would be our subject property. The circled house here is 600 East Kingston Avenue. Personally, I find this to be one of the more charming houses in Dilworth. It has a variety to its massing that is just really, really gorgeous on both the front and the side elevation. And what we are using here is you can see the consistency in the heights and the breakdown of the massing along this side of East Kingston Avenue. Again, it's really consistent. The opposite side is not as consistent, but the even side of East Kingston Avenue is very consistent. And I'd like to use 600 as a precedent because the gable that's over the porch is coplanar with the thermal wall inside the porch. Christy, can you go back one slide? So if you can see this gable in the circled image that has the triple window, it is coplanar with the interior wall of the porch, and it's set further back. So what we're proposing is that in order to capture some space that's usable in this house, we'd love to have that second gable set further back so that the small original historic gable and the receding roof line tend to have the presence on the street. So Christy, if you can go to the next slide. These are the Zout wells of both sides of East Kingston Avenue. The bottom one is that opposite odd side of East Kingston, and you can see that the historic homes are really much larger in scale on that side. But the top image is our side of East Kingston. You can see the consistency in the horizontal expression and the ridge lines along this side of the street. So we only actually have about 6 foot 8 inches clearance in the attic, the third unit of the triplex upstairs, which is not usable. And we're not in a position to increase the footprint because of the coverage rules. And so what we're hoping is that we can retain the historic elevations on the front and on the parking lot / Springdale Avenue side, but on the right side, increase the ridge by just 3 feet. We can do it in 3 feet in order to get the code required clearances to be able to use that space up there. In doing that on the right side of the house, we'd be preserving the historic massing again on the front and Springdale side, aside from that 2-story box with the flat roof in the back. And we would still be among the shortest houses on the street. We would be the second smallest along this side of East Kingston Avenue. And again, the other side is actually just much taller. Christy, could you go to the next slide? We have not designed the back of this project. Really, the goal today is to try to establish a viable path forward for the project. But the idea would be to retain the historic massing with the, the SHPO supported change to the flat roof box cars, and then to, ride up the existing pitch of the roof on the right side only. So it would be on the far side of Springdale Avenue, but also bring a roof around so that this roof remains secondary to the original massing, and to keep the addition set back 12 inches from the original corner of the house so that the original historic house is highly recognizable. And again, the length hasn't been designed. We haven't gotten that far. So the preliminary direction that we're hoping to discuss today, I've tried to make clear in these two photos. The first thing is we would love to reinstate the 2015 gables over the box cars. This is the piece that SHPO supports. Number two is where the 2015 COA had that second gable much farther forward of this in line with the porch beam. We would like to push it all the way back to to line up with the thermal wall at the back of the porch so that it's secondary in nature. And then you can see back here at the top on the right side of the house, we'd like to increase the ridge line by about 3 feet. What we've done in this image is taken the photograph from the beginning of our presentation and superimposed with a little bit of transparency, a 3D model of what we're doing here. And Christy, you can go to the next slide. This is our final slide. This is the parking lot elevation. Again, the length of the addition is not designed at this point, but the idea is that instead of seeing a 2-story mass, you would see a 1-story mass with a receding roof plane that would mediate the size and scale of the addition next door, but that we would have a highly recognizable massing of the historic house with an addition set 12 inches back. Ride the roof line up. Sorry, there's a little bit of, it's hard to superimpose these models on the old houses, but it would be no more than 3 feet with a rear roof wrapping around it like a pent eave, so it's secondary to the original roof. And there would be far more accuracy in our technical drawings for this, but this is really an effort for the discussion. And I think that pretty much covers it. The gables over the box cars. Oh, the last piece is, it's the number 2 on this image. We would like to restore the windows in this gable. There's some more contemporary slider windows in this gable. This is the one where we have the 6'8" clearance inside. We would like to restore it to the windows from the historic photos from the HDC and SHPO, which show a traditional double hung window. We'd like to go back to that.
Okay.
That's the entire presentation. And again, our goals are today are to have a viable path forward in partnership with SHPO and ZBA on this project that would have to do with how to handle the 2 front flat roofs, and if we could do the gables from the 2015 COA, if we can increase the ridge height on the far side of the house to obtain code compliant space, and to reduce the massing along Springdale Avenue by showing 1 story along Springdale Avenue instead of 2. We have no impact to the trees.
Jessica, I think, Jessica, we're running out of time. I think we're going to switch, and lots of great information. Thank you so much. I think everyone understands it.
Yes.
And we'd like to open it up to commissioners that want to speak.
So commissioners, there are
Thank
3
you so
points
much.
that we'll be addressing with this particular project. Who wants to speak up first? Okay, Jill Walker, your hand's up. So is it about this one or the last one? Well, we'll just start with Jill.
Okay, yeah, could we get that just for 1 sec, the side, yeah. I'm seeing 5 gabled roofs there, right? Yeah, I'm just trying to visualize what is the top, what's going on the top left. It looks like, yeah, I couldn't see it as well before, but for some reason they're now 2 gables, those 2, yeah. Just trying to understand.
So the 2 farthest to the left, we have not designed that. That's up for grabs, sort of a to be determined situation. We didn't feel comfortable proceeding with the design without the workshop. The difference between the gable labeled 3 and the gable labeled 2 is about 3 feet at this point. The gable labeled 1 is the 2015 COA.
Yeah, mostly I just couldn't know what's going on those top 2 left gables.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So let's move on to Damon.
I think this is a great improvement to these two flat addition roofs and the cable cars or whatever they were called. But I think everything looks really great. The additional 3 feet on the gable, I think, is a nice improvement to and balance to the house itself.
Okay. Chris Barth.
Jessica, when was that two-story addition placed on the back? I may have missed that.
You know, Chris, I've not been able to find the answer to that. It was present in 1987 when the district was established on the National Registry. But I have not been able to find any information between 1953 and 1987 to know the answer to that.
Okay. I think that would be good, just so we know how to respond to that addition. I think your solution here is a very nicely composed solution to fixing a terrible addition that was done in the past. Everything else I think works beautifully. It's going to be a great project.
Thanks, Chris. All right. Any additional comments? We're looking at 112 right now. So if you have some, speak now or hold your peace or send them to staff. Okay. Well, wait, PJ has something. PJ sliding into home. What are your comments?
No, I mean, just a comment. Very thoughtful addition. Very thoughtful in how, the addition, the graphics, the addition was overlaid with the house. And, Jessica, really appreciate the additional effort and consideration to make sure that the Secretary of Interior standards are taken into account with the gable versus the gable over the boxcar. So well done.
All right. Thanks, PJ.
Thanks very much.
Jessica, I think you have what you need. Yes?
I do. Thank you so much. I'm sure Amy and Danielle are ready to see some work from me. This is going to allow me to do that. Thank you so much.
Good luck, Amy and Danielle.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Okay. Thank you. All right. You ready to call it to order? Call it to order. Okay. Let's get this bad boy going. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the November 18th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call the meeting to order at 1:13 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Jim Hayden and Phil Goodwin, all of whom are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Chris Barth, Michelle Bonaparte, PJ Henningsen, Jessica Heineman, Krista Lineberger, Chris Muirn, Damon Rumsch, and Jill Walker. Also present are Christy Harps, Cindy Kohanic, Candace Leidy, Thomas Powers, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other materials that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be followed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. And please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete recording of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? Thomas?
Madam Chair, I think based on the protocol of the HDC, I would recommend going forward that as you ask everyone to be sworn in a unanimous fashion, that before each actual application, you would ask each applicant to reaffirm that they have previously been sworn in and did say as such. That way we do not have a presumption that the person has been sworn in when they may not have, which would then cause an issue for the validity of this case. Okay. So I just want to make sure that, again, staff is in here so I can visually see that. The court reporter can also acknowledge that as well. But for purpose of the record, I think it would be great for each applicant to say, "I did," or "No," and then you could do it at that point so it's documented for the record.
I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's get ready.
Okay, I have a few announcements before we get started about the timing of the agenda. Case number 2 is moving to be heard after case number 5. Case number 6, there have been objections from interested parties to this case being heard as a remote online meeting item. So that case is deferred and will not be heard today. Case number 11 and case number 12, the applicants have deferred their own cases. So with that being said, if there is anyone interested in any of those cases, we will keep you updated as to when they will be heard. So I'm going to launch right in. The first agenda item is a consent agenda item. It is 1711 Merriman Avenue. The commission has seen this particular house many times in the past for a number of projects, and they are coming forward today to request a small addition. Slide number 27, I believe, shows it very well. It's set back behind the front room of the house. It does not run the width or length of the house itself. It is inset from the thermal wall on the first floor, and it is for these 2 dormer additions. You can see it on slide 26 in the flattened elevation. Staff has reviewed and given the location. Staff is unable to approve these because they are visible from the street, but staff is recommending approval for compliance with the standards, the reversibility, and you can very clearly distinguish where the original house is. So if there is anyone who objects to this being heard as a consent agenda item, either a commissioner or a member of the public, please let us know. And Candace, if you would just let me know if there's anyone from the public. Okay, I don't believe we have, yes?
I do have one unknown caller on the line.
Okay, if you would ask them to identify themselves and make sure that they are not here for this case. Thank you.
Sure. Caller, you're unmuted at this time. Can you please identify yourself?
Hi, you may be referring to me. This is Justin Poovey, owner of 1711 Merriman Avenue, and I was sworn in earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Cindy, do we have any commissioners wishing to speak? Okay, turning it back over to you.
Okay, so since we don't have anyone from Commissioner Bonaparte.
I just had one quick question, and this is probably for the architects. I was just curious if there's any kind of proportional relationship to dormer windows to the rest of the windows on a home. I was just curious if there's anything to that effect. These seem, I know they're supposed to be small, they just seemed really small to me, but that just could be my own.
Okay, good question. Why don't we let staff answer it and see if that suffices, okay, Commissioner Bonaparte?
Okay.
It's my understanding, given they're proportionally related to the windows on the rest of the house. And the windows were approved for replacement and will match the replacement windows in terms of material. And that is staff's understanding of the project. But if you have further questions and we want to open this up to the architect and for a full hearing, we can absolutely do that.
No, that was my only question.
Okay, any other questions? All right, so it sounds like this is going to remain on the consent agenda. So that means we need a motion. Nichelle, you want to make a motion on this one since you were the lead?
Sure.
Okay.
Am I approving this to the consent agenda, or am I just approving this?
Yeah, so you can make a motion to approve it because it is a consent agenda item unless you feel otherwise.
Okay. I move that we approve this for the consent agenda item, for the consent agenda.
That will work. Do we have a second?
This is David.
You have a lot of seconds. So we will choose Commissioner Rumps as the second to Commissioner Bonaparte's motion, and then we'll do a round robin. Okay, so Commissioner, oh, sorry, Christy?
If I may just make a request that we cite that it meets addition 7.2 and is not incongruous with the district.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you okay with accepting that friendly amendment, Commissioner Bonaparte?
I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you're okay with seconding that, Commissioner Rump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. So, Chris Barth.
Yes.
Nichelle Bonaparte.
Yes.
PJ Henningsen.
Yes.
Jessica Heineman.
Yes.
Krista Lineberger.
Yes.
Chris Murin.
Yes.
Damon Rumsch.
Yes.
Jill Walker. Jim Hayden.
Yes.
Bill Goodwin. Kim Parati, yes. 11-0, the motion passes. Thank you. Thanks, Justin.
Thank you, Justin and Angie. As announced earlier, we are skipping number 2, and we are moving directly into agenda item number 3, which is 821 Walnut Avenue. And I would just like to remind the commission that this was continued from February due to the pandemic and the session of meetings not happening in April, May, and June. This is actually our last month to hear this case. So a decision will need to be made either to continue or to deny, or not to continue, to either approve or deny. We cannot continue it any further.
Okay. All right.
And the case is a replanting plan for tree removal. The addition was approved. You can see on slide 53 with the rear addition, this tree right here was to remain. Through miscommunication, it actually came out during the construction, and so the applicant is back with a full replanting plan. And on slide 52, the chart is blown up so you can read it. At this point, I would like to ask the applicant to confirm that he's been sworn in. Ryan, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I have not been sworn in.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Brian, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ryan, is there anything else you wish to add about the presentation or about the plants and trees you've selected? I know you were coordinating with the neighboring property that is not within the district.
Yep.
Okay.
No additional comments, but well, other than working with the neighbor who is not in the historic district is still in progress, because really the back right, I guess back center to right portion of the lot has eroded due to some water damage from pipes from that town brewery. So that doesn't necessarily impact this, but that's ultimately, part of the reason for the delay in presenting this plan.
Okay. All right. So do we have anyone on the line who wants to speak for or against this application?
No.
Nope. Okay, commissioners, questions of the applicant? Questions of Ryan? All right, no questions? Well, let's close for deliberation. Comments, queries, thoughts? Why don't we kick it off with you, Commissioner Hayton?
Based upon my recollection of where we were before, I think we've gotten what we asked for. The selection of the plant materials appears appropriate. The trees are being replaced appropriately. So I'm okay with where this is. I think it's good to go.
Okay. Anyone have a different opinion? If not, it sounds like a motion. Yep, sounds like a motion.
It does. I don't have any motion forms. So I would move to approve based upon the compliance and the deliverance of the specified requirements that we asked for at the time of continuance.
Okay. Anyone want to second that?
Second.
Is that Krista? All right, Commissioner Lineberger. Any questions of the motion? Any discussions of the motion? All right, why don't we vote on this then? Where's my list? All right, Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
PJ.
Yes.
Jessica.
Yes.
Krista,
Yes.
Chris, Muir,
Yes.
Damon Rump,
Yes.
Jill Walker,
Yes.
Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Bill Goodwin, Kim Parati, yes. Motion passes 11-0. Congratulations, Ryan. All right, let's move on. To 2010 The Plaza.
Okay, our next application is for 2010 The Plaza, and these are for the townhomes surrounding the Van Landingham estate. Your memo details the project in full. I am not going to spend time going over it, but rather kick it right over to the applicants, given the size and scale of this application. Do we have everyone who is going to be presenting on this? Rusty, Charlie, Paul?
Yes.
Who said yes? Paul?
No, that's Paul.
Hi, Paul. Okay, Paul, have you been sworn in?
I have.
Okay. Paul, I'm going to turn it over to you. You let me know how quickly to move and where you would like to start.
Yeah, so in the essence of time, we'd like to try and move along as quickly as we can. But good afternoon. Thanks for everyone's time. We appreciate all the feedback so far. This is obviously a story project that has been through historic review, landmarks, an approved rezoning. So there's a lot of background on it. We tried to address everything we could as far as really keeping within the neighborhood, keeping within the scope, size, massing, all those kind of good things. So as we go through this presentation, hopefully that'll show, and we'll wait for commentary and response. So Krista, if you could go to the next page. This is looking at the title. There's actually a quote that we found in an old article about Susie Harwood. So it was kind of an interesting thing, but this is what we're looking at for a title for the community. If you go to the next page, please. Just showing existing conditions of what's currently around there. Some of the things that will be changing are, the demo of those couple older homes. We are going to look to restore the pond that is currently there. And we are looking to keep the bulk of that hedgerow. I know in the previous petitions it was to tear it down, but we are going to do a private drive on the other side to keep that hedgerow on the Thurman side, the Belvedere side, which will be a nice piece to keeping that a little more isolated and insulated to the Van Landingham. Next slide, please. Here you see some of the surrounding conditions, similar scale, massing, and design. We understand some of these things are sometimes viewed as non-contributory, but from the previous workshop, it was referenced that if we didn't see what was here to kind of glean off things that were in other historic districts that could be, that were multifamily. And I think a couple of things that you'll see through this presentation are some references to one over on Kingston and one on East Boulevard, but this is the current surrounding, with the Van Landingham being on one side, the church being on the other, the Kilgo House being across the street, and then the other known multifamily in the area of the Riviera. And then 1501 The Plaza is just where we took a lot of the design, the roof lines, the gables, the pitch, and everything like that will be referenced throughout the design of our project. Next slide, please. Coming through on the schematic plan, I know there were some staff comments and just kind of typed them on the bottom in reference to sizing, design, and format. Nothing was changed as far as what was approved in the original rezoning plan for the unit count. As you see along the lower part of this map right now, you'll see sets of 5 units looking towards the church. There'll be access from the garage and a private drive. Only one unit will face the plaza, and you'll see further in the design how it's been, the orientation, the design has been to keep it really single family looking to the plaza. On the top right side, you'll see the same kind of design. This will be headed out towards Belvedere. Same type of design and are facing to the road. So when you drive by the property, you really just get the feel of one unit, despite the fact that there'll be multifamily behind them. Next slide. Just walk through the compatibility criteria. I'm sure you're pretty darn familiar with it. but this is just kind of walking through what we'll do next. So the first one is going to be on the setback. Sorry, we like a little bit of math over here, but in reference to staff analysis, it was asked about the setbacks that we're doing. So we did a GIS analysis of where the averages are. And on our Belvedere setback, we're roughly 35 feet. On Belvedere, west of the plaza and the east side of Thomas, we took two main roads and got their averages. You'll see one was 34 and one was 36. We fall right in between that. There was also a reference to our plaza setback for our main unit. We're measuring that at right about 55 feet, and we did a GIS analysis of the plaza across the street and have about 50 feet. We also took a little analysis of the church and the Riviera just to show that we're in line with the overall setbacks for the historic district and specifically to our surroundings. This is just setback continue, just showing a couple other measurements, where you can see, so you can kind of see how it's sitting our front setback. And this was our previous submission with the proposed 35 and 55 2 and then our rear and proposed setback. So nothing too much there, just showing a little more detail of the schematic for the map. Next slide. Spacing, there were questions on spacing and how that works. We did some measurements again. You'll see to the right of the slide, showing our property line to the church is roughly 60 feet. Our property line to the Van Landingham is roughly 165 feet. Our back property line to Van Landingham along Belvedere is 70 feet. And in comparison to the rest of the neighborhood, you see the west side of the plaza averaging up to 15 feet. So we took that in reference to our building spacing. So you'll see our building spacing has roughly 19 feet between two sets of the unit and 22 feet between the other two. So we've exceeded what would be across on the west side of the plaza and as well is well smaller than what our distance would be to the church or Van Landingham, which is our immediate surroundings. Next slide. Massing. There was a question in staff analysis, as far as what is available. And, as my note says, historically multifamily commercial have a different presence in single family. So it was suggested that we could use some other areas. So we went out to the two most recent buildings that were done, which is 525 East and 601 Kingston. We're trying to draw from the design of Plaza Midwood, but then relate to, just the presence of those other buildings. And you'll see things as far as what we want to do in our design, which is the lower left-hand side would be a facing to the plaza is what that elevation is. So you'll see, spreading roofs, dormers, bracketed soffits, a little bit of asymmetrical exterior appearance, low roof canopies. And then, we're going to work on our screening to make sure that we keep that as natural as we can, because it's a lovely piece of land and we want people to have the benefit of that once they move in, and we want to keep that just as pretty as it's always been. So we want to pay homage to the Van Landingham site, not just build new homes. Next slide, please. Massing. I know there were some questions on staff analysis about how some things reference to it. So again, we kind of went back to math and taking the sizing of what our units would be. There were some questions of the 5-unit versus 7-unit buildings and their overall sizing and their space that they take up on the site. So we went back and did some sizing of the other buildings, 525 East, 601 Kingston, 1812 The Plaza, things like that, and showed how much space their actual building takes up and their overall lot square footage. I even referenced it to a couple single family homes just to show the scale of how much even single family homes in the neighborhood take up of a lot. And you'll see that ranges anywhere from 33% all the way up to 56% of the lot are taken up by their structure. You'll see we're averaging about 30%. So though we may have a longer run of buildings, the overall sizing, massing, and scale to the actual proportion of land that we have is a lower percentage than both single family and multifamily, both in the area and other districts. Next slide, please. Height and width. We know there's some reference to height. Van Landingham measuring about 35 feet, 7 inches. Our vertical is going to be at 35.6. is our measurement there. So we know it's right there and close, but it's under. The church next to us measures about 40. And then our average unit is really right around 43, 44 feet. So that will be what will face both Belvedere and the plaza, is what you'd see is roughly a 44 width, which is really, really average for a lot of single family homes that you'll see throughout some of the bigger homes on the plaza. You'll measure right in there. And then Van Landingham as itself is about 60 feet. And then if you add the Porte-Cochere drive through on the left-hand side, I think it measures out at like 82. So, as far as our facings of what will be to both Belvedere and the plaza, we run under in width, and our height will be under the Van Landingham. Next slide, please. Scale, relationship to those around in the human form, as you folks know. So remaining consistent with what we're doing in our design, we weren't trying to buck the trend. We like the design of what's in the area, so we really kind of took it to heart with everything we used from the Van Landingham to the Kilville House of 1501, and really took in things like the steps, the cornices, the brackets, the porch elements to really kind of create something that was really it'll create its own neighborhood, but it's very in rhythm with everything that's happening in the neighborhood and the kind of look and design. So it doesn't copy it, because we know that that's not what we want to do. It's a modern take on a very solid design. So our scale and relationship to those buildings, you'll see our heights, widths, our roof lines and everything measure up to exactly what's in the neighborhood right now. Next slide. Sizing. This goes back to, I think, just kind of a refresh of the same math that we talked about in the other one, in sizing and what we're looking at as far as how we look compared to the church, the future topiary building that they're potentially working on, and then the existing state house. Those measurements, as far as widths and depths and overall square footage for how much of the lot and land we're taking up, you just come across to this size. It's a bit redundant, but it speaks to the same point. Next slide. Context, overall relationship to the projects and to its surroundings. So certainly our immediate surroundings are commercial. It's the Van Landingham, it's the church. Our most immediate multifamily would be the Riviera. So, those are contextual pieces. What we try to do is keep our widths to the plaza and Belvedere as tight as we can. So when if you're driving down the plaza, or if you're taking that right on Belvedere, you don't feel the presence of new construction. You just see something that fits and looks like it could always be there. Unless you go back into that private drive, you won't have the experience of seeing the multifamily. You'll just get that single family look coming up to the main road. Any comments or questions so far? Or should I just keep rolling through? Orientation of the plaza, pretty self-explanatory. That porch will load to the right there, and that'll be the view of it. Just like everything on the plaza, you can see porches coming out to the main road. So that's the design there. Next slide. Belvedere, we had previously used some non-historic across the street. So we went to the other side, the west side of Belvedere, just to get the same reference point of all the porches facing the main road. So our orientation will be to Belvedere, just like the other side of the plaza. Next slide. Directional expression, vertical or horizontal expression. A lot of variety out there, obviously, in its proportions and in between horizontal, vertical, and square. Our design incorporates these styles into a singular design, as is consistent with its surroundings. So we're seeing comparable properties to show the vertical expression. We have matched to the front of Belvedere and then the plaza, matching up with Riviera and 525 East. So we have a little bit of vertical and we have a little bit of horizontal, and we're using things on the plaza and then those other the reference points of multifamily to show the depth, which will be set back into the site, not visible from the main road. Next slide. Materials, brick veneer, proof substitutes, of course, the Nichiha Savannah smooth siding, Miratech trim brackets, brick columns with simple trim cap. You'll see some examples there. Again, we're using a lot of the plaza presence of the house down in the lower right hand as a really great reference point for a lot of what we're looking to do. Next slide. Foundations. The height is in line with the Van Landingham, the church, and the adjacent single-family homes, while also being composed of brick. The townhome buildings' finished floor levels are set to create accessible pedestrian entrances. You'll see just a little bit of a step up there. We'll have a brick water table there, and the full porch that you'll see from the side of both the plaza and Belvedere. Next slide. Porches. These ones will be a little bit of mirror image. So when you see them, same kind of look, 44 feet in depth. So when you see those porches coming across, nice big full porches, looking to be a minimum of 8 feet in depth, which I think is kind of the main goal there. We want to create a view of walkability when you're walking down that side and coming across in a very welcoming, piece of the puzzle. Keeping the hedgerow down along the back end will help again keep it really tucked in and really beautiful sight versus those driveways coming back out there. So we're happy to be doing that, and the private roads will just be dropped back in on site. But these porches viewable from the main road will once again use 1501 and the plaza as a mainstay example. We feel these are kind of mirrored after that. Next slide. Doors and windows. Reference points here. We went a little outside on some multifamily. You'll see 1700 Camden over in 4th Ward, 1408 the Plaza, right there across the street, and 501 East, where you see that one transom over the 1/2 with that transom kind of matching there. Van Landingham for the eyebrow. We love that on the orangery, so we're looking to carry that over. But double hung aluminum clad windows, clear transom above the brick molding on brick elevations, cement fiber trim on siding, and full white wood doors. Next slide, please. Cornices and trim. The detailing is traditional in its overall design. Craftsman bungalow features, squared off proportions, decorative entrances, and flat trim profiles. That little bit of design you see in that middle bottom picture is actually from the old carriage house. So we're looking to carry a little bit of that design with, that kind of angular view and take that across and some of the trim work onto the windows. And then you'll see a 1501 of the plaza again, as far as the gables is designed, the roof line matches up with that pretty darn well. Next slide. Roof form and materials. In reference to staff analysis, I know a big item was HVAC units. So those are looking to be located on the roof with a parapet wall designed for screening. And as it relates to other buildings surrounding projects, simple lines, hip roofs and spreading roof lines, dormers, low canopies, architectural shingles to differentiate the units and break up the elevations a little bit. Next slide. As far as materials, our visible roofing material mimics the visible roofing material of the estate and will also be slate-like architectural shingles similar to the Van Landingham. Next slide. Rhythm. We feel the rhythm of the project is consistent with the ratio and placement throughout the district, along with our traditional stylings typical to the district. The design is appropriately scaled to its overall surroundings. So again, as you come down the plaza, come down Belvedere, you'll just get that one singular look. And then when we talk about the scale of 5 and 7 unit buildings, measurements have shown just proportionality to the site, the sizing of it, and other recent multifamily done in historic district. Our percentage of use for building versus land is within the scale. Next slide. Landscaping, the preservation and replanting of trees, as well as the restoration of the pond, are all focal points. Additional plantings are planned to screen Belvedere, the plaza, and along the church. The project is designed to tie into the surroundings, continuing the presence created by the current landscaping. You'll see some of that herringbone design in the walkways that'll be coming across for the porch detail, kind of an overhead, the walkout back detail where we'll look to have kind of private, areas for the homeowners. And then the driveway detail will be broken up with some of that herringbone design coming off the Van Landingham porch area. We're going to carry that along to just kind of mimic that and play with that design. Next slide. Landscaping continued, just kind of showing a little bit of a view of what it's looking like from existing state house for the future topiary our proposed townhomes, as much as we can leave trees, we'll leave trees. And then we do have a good focus on replanting and that pond is kind of our little bit of a jewel there where we're accentuating some units along that side to really kind of make that another focal point and usable point of the estate moving forward. Next slide. And this is just the view down the other end. So just giving a little bit of a different view and where we talked about what you can and can't see, the focal point is going to be the one building and the one main porch is really going to be kind of your major viewpoint when you're coming down either Belvedere or the plaza. Next slide, maybe, we'll take a break. So obviously questions, we ran through a lot. There's a lot of material, but we know there's a lot of questions. So we kind of want to get to that piece.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Why don't we see if there's anyone who'd like to speak from the public? Okay, perfect. Adam Zwicky. Adam, are you with us?
Christy, I believe Adam's wife is here.
Oh, okay.
Dana, are you here?
Okay. Is a member of the Zwicky family here? You may speak.
Hello. I don't know if you're trying to speak and you're muted, but try that.
Are you?
There she is.
You're not able to hear me?
There you are. Yes,
now
we see you and hear you.
Now we can.
Okay.
Have you been sworn in, sir?
No, I have not.
Okay. Well, will you raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question? Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may go on.
So as you can see, I'm Adam Zwicky. I live at 1800 Belvedere. This is a property that is on the corner of Belvedere and Thurmond. So while in general I'm favorable to a plan that improves the property, I do have some concerns that I'd like to speak against with the plan as it's presented today and has been sent out. Three main areas of concern. One actually has been addressed a little bit. From my perspective, it wasn't clear what was going to happen to the hedgerow. I think that was illustrated on slide 72 on image 5. From a lot of the other elevations and depictions of the property, that was not indicated that would be preserved. So if that is kept there and maintained by the property owners, that certainly would be a favorable thing and takes away that concern. But in addition to the hedgerow, I am concerned about the mature trees that are on the property, given the mass and size of the units. There are a number of large trees along that area. The gentleman, Mr. Sagadin, talked about trying to replant as many as possible. But my concern is if the units are 7, 5, the mass and the width of them, if that really would be possible, or how much would really be able to be replanted. Also with the massing and size, the reality of this project, I heard a lot of comments about it's facing Belvedere and the plaza, but most units will actually be facing Thurmond and then a small amount of Nassau. And while the hedgerow might protect 10 feet of it, you will still be able to see a pretty massive structure that might be comparable to the church or the Riviera, but the rest of the neighborhood, the massing doesn't align very well. So I'd like to see it more reflective of or comparable to the type of structures that you compared it with, such as the house that's adjacent on Belvedere, which is a single family. And then lastly is the item that I'm concerned with is the porches. I think it's a very good rendition of what the end units look like, but the reality is if this is 5 to 7 units that are strung together, those nice porches are only going to be on the end, and you're going to have either 5 or 3 units that have very little porch that do not fit in with the rest of the surrounding area. So I would envision smaller structures would make it easier to relate to the stylistic expression of the other single-family residences that are in the district. So those are my main concerns and the points I want to raise from our part.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zawicki. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak for or against this application?
Tim Finan, I believe, is on the line, and I believe he is one of the architects. Paul, is that correct?
That is correct.
Tim, would you like to speak, or is he here to answer questions?
I think Tim is just here to answer questions, but I can hear and respond.
Okay, so if Tim is going to be speaking at all, we need to have him be sworn in, please.
Tim, are you there?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Okay. All right. If you would, please raise your right hand and respond to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, so we don't have any more people from the public to speak? Yes, no? All right. Commissioners, questions of the applicant? Don't be shy, commissioners. Let's jump in. Why don't we start with Commissioner Barth? Thank you.
I just have a quick question. This may be for Christy. What part of this application are we reviewing? Are we reviewing it in its entirety or just certain aspects of it?
This is an application for new construction of townhomes. You're reviewing it in its entirety. Typically, how the commission handles the review is they go from big to small. So the commission addresses setback, massing, height, width, scale before moving into details like porches and materials and those sorts of things.
So will this be a multi-review process, or is this the only review that will take place? Like, are we supposed to only be looking at this in massing and site planning for now?
You're looking, so consider this like you would any new construction project in the district. There just happens to be 22 new construction new houses rather than 1. So you are considering it the same way you would consider any new construction, and you are to consider all aspects of the project.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, hi, thank you. In the presentation that you gave, when you spoke about spacing, massing, directional, all that, I must have missed it, but I didn't quite catch and would like to know what horizontal expression, what is the linear foot run of, especially that long unit that's on Belvedere?
That longer unit along Belvedere, I have here is roughly behind the hedgerow. That one that's coming right through there is roughly 155, 160 feet. Is the rough on that? That would be the.
So then
that would be the. Sorry, go ahead.
So the others would probably be about 140.
Actually, the one just below that is about 103. The one facing the plaza, about 125, and that's with that bump out facing the plaza. And then the internal one there to the lower side, where the hand is right there, about 110.
60 feet. Do you know how that might relate to something else that we could compare that to?
Yeah, I mean, if you took the church, I mean, which is right next door, that's running about 180 feet wide. So and that's visible from the road. So when you're going by the church, you actually see that 180 feet. This obviously, Jill, you know, if we're looking at this, you would see our 44 feet, and then back into the community.
I guess I mean more in terms of in relation to maybe a residential use as opposed to an institutional use.
Yeah, so and I know context is referencing, I think the note was the immediate surrounding. So obviously the church is an immediate surrounding, but as far as a single family, I mean, if I use the Van Landingham as, you know, at one point that was a single family, that's 84 deep on one unit. So that's half the size of it for one building versus our 7 units. But as far as single family, I think you're seeing, you know, maybe some 50 wides and things like that along the plaza. But I guess we need to know which lane to run into if we're comparing our immediate surroundings of the commercial aspect of multifamily or a single family, because those are never going to really mesh up very well. So we kind of need some direction there. But even the Riviera looks like it's about 200 feet measuring to the plaza, the church about 180, and then the Van Landingham with the porte-cochere on the side about 82 feet, all visible to the plaza.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jessica Heineman.
Hi, I want to start actually by saying that some of the detailing on this project is really beautiful and thoughtful. And it has a lot of integrity and precedent in the neighborhood that breaks down the scale of the project and creates rhythm really nicely. And thank you for your attention to that. It's really nice. I think that the challenge I have with the application is twofold. When we get into properties like Van Landingham or Wadsworth that are the original estate properties in these neighborhoods, the goal of preserving the context or character of the context is for them to still be recognizable as the original estate property in the neighborhood. And so it's hard to see something 2 doors down from Van Landingham being expressed as a 3-story residential use when the Van Landingham should be the estate property in the neighborhood and it's a 2-story residential use. I totally appreciate that it's really challenging to find some precedent in like properties. And I think you guys have chosen some good ones. And Christy, I wonder if you can go to, gosh, I want to say it's slide 80, but I might have that wrong. Yeah, this is good. You know, the Van Landingham has this really strong eave line at the 2nd story. The Riviera has a really strong eave line at the 2nd story. The East Boulevard project, even though it's 3 stories, has a strong eave line at the 2nd story. And, you know, the Wilmore project on Kingston, it's a very complicated precedent to use. It's unique in that its context is a lot of institutional properties. And so it is contextual because in this format because it was surrounded by institutional properties that were in this nature. But even at the Kingston property, the original design was 3 stories all the way across, and the applicant brought the edges down to a strong 2-story eave line. It's a different massing because of the context, but the edges are 2-story pieces as they approach the residential side. So I'm struggling with the expression of 3 stories, even on the end pieces. And I know you guys have added the porches on the end units. And I think the detailing is stunning and thoughtful. I'm just really struggling with the expression of 3 stories as on the end units as it relates to Thurman, Belvedere, and the plaza.
Okay, Paul, do you want to speak to that or?
So I know in the context of the design guidelines, it referenced relation of height to being under the sizing. It doesn't reference stories. So I speaking to Jessica, I know she's got some certainly concerns and thoughts of that, but we are trying to adhere to what the guidelines say, which is a measure of height, not of story. So we're falling into that and keeping within that guideline. I mean, would we be open to some tweaks in design that would maybe help with roof lines and some of the context in how it's viewed? I don't want to speak directly on that, but I think we would be open to playing with that design a little bit and trying to figure out some things. But we do want to make sure to reference that the guideline is of height and sizing to its immediate surroundings, not of stories.
And Paul, I think what Jessica is speaking to is also included in our guidelines about breaking up massing using these techniques.
Gotcha.
Damon Romsch.
Hi, thank you. I have a question about the plaza units, or the one facing the plaza. Would you give me some information? The church, I understood you to say, was 180 feet tall. What is the height on the unit on the plaza?
I'm sorry, Damon, it's 180 feet wide. The church.
Oh, okay. How tall is the church?
That reference right there, Damon, you'll see the church at roughly 40 feet.
And how tall is the plaza unit?
35.6.
How much?
35.6.
6. Okay.
And it could be the church of people or anything like that.
So what is the height of the topiary building that's a future building and plan? Do you know?
I don't. I've spoken to the owners over there, and I mean, they've had a design that they've come out with. They don't have anything concrete as far as how that will look or be built. Or
so when you figured out in that in the streetscape above the height, you show that building is a certain height. What have you used in that building?
Tim,
to show us.
Tim, are you available? Do you have the height of that one that you used? I believe it was a tad bit below our roof line, at least what they had proposed, but they didn't have any heights on their presentation today.
So, but you're presenting us something, and so could we say maybe 30 feet if you're going to guess at it?
I would say. Go ahead, Tim. Yeah, I would say it's probably. I mean, it's a typical office building, is what that is proposed to be used for. So that 15-foot floors would probably be 12 to 15-foot floor would be correct.
Okay, so I'm asking you this because you're presenting it as evidence for us to look at in a relationship to the height that's next to it. So the next thing is, what is the height of the existing Van Landingham house?
That's on there right there if you see that graph. So 35.7.
35.7. Okay. Now, would you tell me how far back from the plaza is the Van Landingham house?
About 160 feet.
Okay, and then the topiary building that you're showing?
We don't have the overall placement of where they are looking to do it. I don't.
What in terms of your presentation for us to understand the relationship?
I would say where they're looking to do it is very similar to what we're looking to do, Damon. So we're roughly at 55 feet. So I'd probably average it right through there. They're trying to do 18,000 square feet on that building, which would be sizable.
And the church to the right, how far back?
That's set back. We have it on here. The church is 60 feet. It's on your left there.
Slide 78.
I'm sorry?
Slide 78 at the bottom corner, the church.
I'm sorry, say that again. I'm a little confused. How far back from the plaza is the church?
60 feet.
Okay. And the plaza unit that you're presenting, how far back is that?
55 feet. 55
feet? Okay. I just needed to get an understanding of the relationship because the Van Landingham estate, which is really far back, really doesn't relate to a height reference. The church, I guess you're saying, is pretty close to the height of the unit as well as the topiary building. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, let me. So I agree with Jessica about the 3-story. That is a significant. the feel of that building, standing alone is a beautiful, I mean, you've done a great design on that building. If it was just standing there as part of buildings that were very similar to it in a row, but standing in the middle of where it is, away from other things, it really feels like it towers in the neighborhood. I know you're trying to relate to the church and a building that's not there yet, but I just have a lot of concerns with that. The other piece I've got is the one facing Thurman, which one of the people that called in spoke about, is the massing of that building. I mean, it's nice that you've kind of kept the hedgerow on the facing Belvedere, but that there does very little to camouflage the massing and the size and scale of what's going on Thermidor or Thurman. The orientation of that, the front doors almost completely disappear. And all really you're looking at are garage doors. The driveway just invites front yard parking. And I don't understand the separation. There's no separation on that building to scale it down. On a streetscape that is full of small residential houses, you've done absolutely nothing to kind of accommodate the rest of the neighborhood.
Paul, you want to speak to it, or?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, certainly we can look at that. There's a lot of reference to Thurman. I mean, I know this is where I think Jill asked that question earlier, and I reference back to it is somehow we need to know what lane to run into, because it seems some buildings, when we're referencing them, we have to reference them for design, but maybe they don't work for height. And then we're referencing things on the other side of Thurman, and we appreciate the feedback, but the other side of Thurman isn't historic. So we were referenced not to use the other side of Belvedere, but now we're talking about Thurman. We certainly want to do a good job with our elevations and our parking and our streetscape. I mean, we look to do a good project because that's our name on it. So when you're looking at these backyards behind the hedgerow, those are meant to be, private courtyards for those people to use. I know the neighbor asked about porches and design, and some of this has to do with the livability and the tranquility of the estate in of itself. If you live in there, Damon, or anybody else, you want to be able to have a nice area. You want to be able to have it accented by this beautiful historic estate, and that's part of our design and part of the uses of the ground. So we want to be respectful to that, but also the future of how it's going to be designed. And breaking up the porches and garages. Again, this is a private road. I know there's reference to how it is designed and how it's looked. We've got to know, a lot of people say what is facing the main road and what is visible. And now we're talking about everything down the
Paul.
So we just want to be in.
Paul, this is Thomas Powers for the City Attorney's Office. I just want to weigh in that unfortunately on this end, as we're listening to you, you're breaking up. And the court reporter is having a very hard time actually getting each and every word that you're indicating. If you could actually probably, unfortunately, start over and probably rehash many of these statements that you indicated, I want to ensure that the entire board not only hears your information, but be able to digest it as part of their deliberations in that regard.
Sure. Let me see if I can get some headphones on here just a second.
While you're doing that, let me also.
Can I make a comment?
Hold a second. Paul?
Yes.
And there's another person. Is it Paul? Tim. Let me make sure, Tim, when you're speaking, I want to make sure if you could just please say your last name as well, so the court reporter can ensure that she's transitioning between both Paul and Tim properly for purpose of the record. Outside of that, that's the end of my comments. I'll turn it back over to Madam Chair to address, I think, the outstanding question from the board.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. And so, I'll say, Damon, before you jump back in, we have Chris Barth, but let's let Paul answer the question again, now that you have your headphones on, Paul.
Yeah, I guess I should have wrote that down. So I think it goes back to Jill's question earlier about referencing, what works, single family, multifamily, the commercial, because, we're told design matters for one thing, but then the height doesn't matter and we can't use it. We're also talking about across Thurmond, which isn't historic. So again, Damon, we're doing our best to get a good design out there and a good project. We do want to reference that we are open to working on designs. Our height is below the height of clarification, but like you said, breaking up that massing with other techniques is something we maybe need to look back into. So we want to address that and put that at the forefront and see what we can do from a look there. But we also want to make sure that everything that we're doing is within the guidelines and that we're adhering to what we need to use as an example. Because it seems sometimes it's an example and sometimes it's not. So we need some good direction there. Tim, did you have more to add?
Can I just say something for a minute since you assumed that I was referencing Thurmond, the other side of Thurmond?
Okay, sure, yes, sir.
I know that the other side of Thurmond is not part of the historic district and it's not part of our deliberation. So I understand my reference to the neighborhood was to the rest of the residences in the neighborhood. And this does not reflect any of that kind of building. There's also, we're just looking at garage doors. But anyway, that's all I have to say and I'll just listen from here.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Damon. And Paul, just for your reference, height and width are addressed in new construction 6.6. And as far as the scale reducing techniques that Jessica mentioned earlier, those are referenced in the preamble of 6.1.
Got it. Thank you.
Chris Barth.
I may be a little redundant here, but I think I'd like to echo some of the things that some of the other commissioners have said with regard to the massing and the scale, especially with respect to the Van Lanningham estate and some of the other precedents you all have mentioned, Paul and Tim. I think with regard to the height of the building and trying to compare that to other buildings in the neighborhood and adjacent. I think that, you also need to look at section 6.5 for the massing, 6.7 for scale and 6.8 for directional expression. It's not just the height aspect that we're trying to meet here. It's also the feel of the buildings, the language, how these porches are integrated and how tall these buildings feel. I think, not to design it for you, but I think a 2.5-story structure may be a little more appropriate here. I haven't seen it on any of the sheets that I have. Do you all have an elevation of some of these longer runs that's not obstructed by trees or any sort of vegetation?
We do. We can send that.
Okay. Yeah, I think, we'd want to see that because one of the things that we'd like to look at as well is I'm sure you're aware, vegetation changes, things die or get taken out. I think we need to look at how this is affected across the streetscape and the neighborhood in context without the vegetation, just so that we can ensure that, over time, this stands up to the language of the community.
Got it.
So Damon is next, but I'd just like to say before I bring Damon back in, that maybe it would be helpful to take a holistic view or approach at the design, because it's not just height and width check, scale check, it's how they all work together. Damon?
That's exactly right. I think, anyway, I think I've said what I need to. Thank you.
All right, Chris Meehan.
Yeah, I think it was in the sheet a couple pages on behind the roof forms that they get into the rhythm. And so I think it starts to talk about what we're hinting at. And for me, I think the breaking up of mass, I'm not sure which one of the buildings this is of the four, but to me that what we've been talking about where either the step ins, the step outs, or just the the signification to me is not enough to break up that mass into multiple ones. I also think with the height, we've been talking about the Van Landingham estate. I think you guys have done a great job with your team putting this packet together, but the 2100, the plaza that you guys referenced a couple of times, that is a 3-story product in close proximity, goes towards dormers to kind of make the 3rd floor. And the first floor is, I think, is definitely a bit more pronounced than the 2nd story as far as when you get into the ratio of what some of these older homes are doing and having, bigger windows on the 1st floor and all of that. So that might be another opportunity as you start to kind of look at what these facades are that, you're presenting to the plaza and the greater context of the historic district.
Thank you. I'd also like to add that we're looking at different historic districts, or you've referenced different historic districts. It's important to understand that each of these districts have their own personality, their own distinctive style. And so it's really important whenever possible to stay within the Plaza Midwood area, because that's where the property is located. Also, it talks about when you're looking at height and width, and keep in mind that's just one cog in the wheel, that it should be compared to anything that's historic of like style. So single family to single family, multifamily to multifamily, that sort of thing. And that's also included in 6.6. Any other questions or comments, commissioners, before we close for deliberation? Paul, Tim, do you all have any other questions or comments that you want to make before we close?
I had a quick question into that last statement when, using like, kind, and quality essentially as a reference point and staying within the district. In the initial workshop, it was noted that unfortunately in this district, there isn't like, kind, and quality to reference and potentially to go outside. So when we're doing that and comparing back to single family sizing, massing, scaling, everything, and there's no precedent for this size of a project, what is the best step we take there?
Will you say that, please, Christy?
I think this is a unique situation given the estate itself, and the Van Landingham estate should probably be the primary structure that you're trying to relate to, and it should remain the star of the show.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Paul. Thanks, Christy. Okay, well, if we don't have additional questions for the applicants, then we'll close for deliberation. Commissioners, we've said a lot. We've talked about height, we've talked about width, we've talked about mass, we've talked about front-facing garages. Chris Mirren?
Yeah, I think this is more of a question for Christy right now. To what extent can we comment as far as the site plan is concerned? I mean, just the fact that understanding that these are garages facing the street, and I'm more looking at what is on the angle of the plaza. As you're coming down the plaza, that one way on the right, we're having parking, surface parking, and then clear view of the garages back there on that first building. Is there anything that we can comment or put into record for that?
Sure. How the commission has handled these large projects in the past is they've limited their comments to the major items such as height, scale, and massing. And they have said, we're not commenting on landscaping at this point. It hasn't even gotten that far for review, but it is something that we will be looking at in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Chris Barth.
Sorry. I think I've made my points clear about the 3-story aspect and the massing and everything. The one thing I do want to say is, shoot, I just lost my train of thought. There are some, vertical elements that are implemented here. And I understand the applicant was trying to break up the facade and do certain architectural things to provide some interest along, such a long building. I'd like to influence them if I can to really focus on the horizontal expression on some of the other buildings in the context. I do think that as I think Jessica mentioned, this project does have a lot of great qualities with like the porches and some of the architectural details. I think it's really just a language of the architecture and its shape and form that need to be looked at here in more detail. I think that's about it for now.
I think that it would be helpful to see different views where we could see how the townhomes look that are not hidden by vegetation, and to see how they look actually, just period, even if there will be the hedgerow there. How will it look? Because as someone said earlier, those things can be removed. Those things can be are temporary, and we're left with the building. So it would be helpful to see that, maybe even in a three-dimensional type format. Right now, Jill Walker has something that she wants to say. Jill? You're muted.
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. I would said, and I would especially like to see that one long 160-foot linear run of buildings and how they actually look one after another, all connected. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jill. PJ?
Yeah, not going to repeat the stuff that was previously said. I want to talk about windows and the fenestration, right? I mean, one of the general comments we always make are, the windows are the eyes of the soul of the building, right? So my question to you is, do you all feel that the windows being used are more commercially or contemporary versus what's on the Van Landingham estate?
Yeah, you're asking the commissioners, correct?
I'm
PJ?
asking the commissioner. Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yes.
I think their response to what's on the Van Landingham, and I think, most of the windows on there are double hung single light sash units. Now they do have some variety, like in the dormers and on the orangery and the addition out back. So maybe implementing some of that might help. But I think tweaking that a little bit and providing a little bit more along the same proportion as the Van Landingham and what you see in the district, I think would be a little more helpful. I don't know that it's a huge departure that it looks overly commercial, like a storefront or something like that.
Okay. Jessica Heinman?
I'd like to piggyback on something Chris Mirren touched on a minute ago. Christy, is there any chance you could go to Google Street View and go to the plaza in front of the church and look back towards this property? I think Chris Mirren made a really interesting point about, the church parking lot. These institutional parking situations, tend to be a semi-permanent condition. And so with the site plan of the garages facing the church parking lot, we really are looking at a really visible, a far more visible situation on that first building than I think I had realized. And I think that Google Street View is really helpful. Chris Moon, thank you for mentioning that. So the edge of this yellow house is essentially the face of the garages on the first building, if I'm understanding the site plans correctly. I think it's visible in slide 30. Or sorry, the spacing slide. Sorry, my ears went out in the middle of that sentence. I think in the slide that's labeled spacing, yeah, you can start to see the edge of the church parking lot and the first building garage entrances.
It's really hard to tell from this. I'm sorry, I cannot tell you for sure which one the yellow house is. We would need to open that back up. I feel like the exhibit is truncated and it's blurry, and we don't have enough information to know exactly where the yellow house is on their exhibits.
I think that's something we would need to see, but would you like for me to open it up to ask Jessica, or would you just rely on the fact that we'll probably want to see that later?
I'm looking for the exhibit in my presentation right now. I'm curious what the other commissioners are thinking about.
This is Chris. I mean, I think the setback with relation to the yellow house is pretty comparable. I think it's probably going to be essential to look at this project in 3 dimensions and request that the presenter approach it that way, because there is so much going on here and there's so many dimensions to this project. Looking at how that structure behind the yellow house and along the side of the Van Laningham, it's going to impact that streetscape pretty significantly.
So let me jump in here. On a number of occasions, we've mentioned that we want to see X, Y, or Z. It seems like we need more information, and there's more to be done. If we start with the larger items like setback, spacing, orientation, massing, height, and width, and do what we've done in the past, saying we cannot look at some of the finer details like materials and fenestration and all of that because we're still dealing with the larger stuff. I think that might be helpful. Any feedback?
I agree.
Yeah, I don't want us to spend a whole lot of time guessing about what's not presented. That's not our job here. We're supposed to look at what has been presented to us. And so I think we've given a lot of good feedback, and Paul and Tim know what we need. I hope Paul and Tim know what we need. Damon?
I was just making an observation that if the church is the same setback as the front of that building, which was like 55, I think it was 55 feet yeah. So if you look at that house, it looks like that's a similar setback, and that may give us a relationship. I agree we shouldn't be spending time guessing, and we should definitely get something from them when they present again.
Okay. So who did we put as, okay, so we're all the leads on this one. Anyone feel like or feel inspired to start putting a motion into play? It looks like this is definitely going to be a continuation because we don't have everything we need. Come on, Credo, and I'll speak at once. 2:34, by the way, that's our time. Chris Murin.
All right, sounds good. Everybody get your friendly amendments ready.
Thanks, Chris.
I move to continue this case based on the context and the new construction guidelines on page 6.1 with the distinct character is not derived from architectural style, but also from the nature of the street created by building, setback, spacing, mass, and height, as well as the landscape quality, referring to the context. Number 2, massing and spacing based on 6.6, I believe. I'm cheating. I'm going through a little bit of staff analysis because they did such a great job with this. So if anybody's asking where I'm getting this and can help me, the dots.
We're here for you, Chris. Anyone want to jump in and help, Chris?
Well, 3 in setbacks. I guess I could get the main points across that they have because I think we've talked about setbacks and height. So I guess that would be 3 and 4 for me.
Okay. Anyone else want to help? Feel like we need to add, I feel like we should definitely put in there that we need, maybe you said it already, Chris, that we need additional information. A 3D plan would be nice without the vegetation.
Chris, this is Jessica. I think we need to specifically mention that we cannot compete with the Van Landingham estate as a landmark property in the scale and the massing, and the expression of 3 stories is problematic on the plaza. I would cite 6.5 number 2, that's forms relating to the surroundings. 6.7 number 3, scaling elements relating to the buildings around it, including roof form 6.10 and also 6.8.
The directional, what's it called? Hold on. Let me find it again, sorry.
The directional expression. Damon, 6.8
Yes, thank
is the
you.
directional expression, and it feels like the missing second story eave line is, feels like a strong element to me.
Yeah, the directional expression was exactly what I was referring to. Thank you, Jessica.
I apologize. I don't know what to read back if that is questions coming my way. So
it is coming your way. Does someone else know what to read back? I'm sure you're not alone, Chris. We're here with you. Okay. So anyone taking notes that can make a motion.
Chris, I can offer this. I think we are not in a position to evaluate anything past 6.10. Those are the finer details. So it's 6.10 and below that we're evaluating today. Everything past 6.10 we're not evaluating in my assessment of the discussion.
All right, I'll second that.
Okay, Jessica, you want to read that back as a motion for a court reporter, please, and for us?
I am not sure I'm going to have all of it because I was not taking adequate notes. I would say that I move to continue this project based on guidelines 6.2 through 6.10. Specifically, the importance of being secondary to the Van Landingham estates, the expression of 3 stories, the massing 6.5 relative to the height 6.6, the scale 6.7, the directional expression 6.8, the roof form and material 6.10, and I believe we have not discussed foundation 6.9.
Right, we haven't. 6.1 does talk about scale reducing techniques. Friendly amendment would be to add that.
Thank you. I'll accept that friendly amendment. I was looking at the summary on 6.16 and it doesn't include 6.1, but I believe you are absolutely correct.
Thank you. All right, Chris Marin, you want to second that?
Yes, please. Second. Thank you, Jessica. Sorry to pass the buck.
That's fine.
Okay, any discussion of this motion?
Are
Yeah,
we
I have-
also, oh, go ahead.
Why
I
don't
had
we
a-
go back to the hand raising tool so it makes it easier? Damon, why don't you kick it off?
Okay, I think that the applicant assumes that he's already meeting our guidelines that we've just sort of said why we're not accepting this for. Do we need to be a little more specific as to what about this design is not meeting our guidelines? Or do you think just naming them is enough?
I think it's a holistic approach. I think that they are not using, there's some confusion about buildings. I think that was the refrain from Paul, is that he doesn't know exactly what buildings he should be looking at. So maybe that would be helpful. Chris Barth, maybe you have something to add to?
What I was initially going to say was Jessica, you may want to include in your motion that we're requesting additional information, being the elevation of the project in its entirety, provided with context, as well as a potentially streetscape or three-dimensional model to show the project in context.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
And Jessica, I believe you said it, but if you didn't, please think about adding that the building that should be inspiring this design is the Van Landingham Estate. And that, as Christy said so eloquently, the Van Landingham Estate is the star. It's Gladys Knight, the townhouse, houses are the pits. You might not want to write that in
Okay,
your
should I
motion.
should I repeat the motion here?
Please.
So I have this is a continuation based on guidelines 6.1 through 6.10, that the project must remain secondary to the Van Landingham Estate. And while the Van Landingham is the building inspiration, it must remain the star of the property. That there is a need for additional information, the elevations in their entirety with the context, as well as streetscapes and potentially a 3D model showing it in its context. And that it is the interconnectedness of the guidelines 6.1 through 6.10 as they relate to each other and not one specific guideline.
Excellent.
Jessica, you had also mentioned very specifically called out 6.5, number 2, 6.7, number 3. Are those still being emphasized, or do you feel that that's
I
incorporated?
had called
in your
them out
motion?
in the discussion, but not in the motion. Those were the guidelines that were driving my interpretation in the discussion, and I can add those specifically. It was 6.5, number 2, 6.7, number 3, and 6.10.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Chris Marin, you're still good to second that?
Yeah,
Okay.
second.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, any discussion of the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
My question is, I know that we're only talking about these early on, or the big picture items. However, in the rest of the presentation, there are glaring inadequacies. If they're going to come back the next time hoping to get approved, do we make any mention about things like the landscaping, the 2 or 3 little examples of typical patios or typical entrance? That's not going to get it done. We're going to lose a lot of big trees. We need to know which trees we're going to lose, which trees are going to stay, how they're going to protect the ones that are going to stay, and we need to know what they're going to replace the ones that they're going to lose, and how they're going to keep them alive. What are we going to do? There's a whole bunch of the questions that we are asking about what's going to be visible, what's not going to be visible, what architecture we're going to see, what architecture we're not going to see, that we can't tell yet because we don't have adequate landscape and understanding of what's going to be protected and what isn't going to be protected. I think they need to know that.
That's great that you included it as part of the discussion. I think that's appropriate
and I'm sure
format.
there's other details and nitty gritty things, but the landscape it could make or break the whole project, depending on how some of that existing hedgerow and some of those other things either stay or don't make it.
Thank you.
So
That's good direction for the applicants, that they can bear in mind as they come back.
Okay, Jill Walker.
Jim,
Thank you, Jill.
Jim, I think I'd like to add to the motion then that we have not evaluated for 6.11 through 6.16 or Chapter 8, including but not limited to tree plan, the hedgerow, or the hardscaping.
Okay. Jill Walker.
Yeah, just one simple question. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Yeah, all right. So are these structures required to abide by the same material restrictions for windows that homes in the historic district are?
Yes. They're in the historic district.
And so these windows as presented would qualify?
That is up for the commission to decide and determine.
Right, and I think that's why we added, Jill, that we have not really fully addressed item 6.11 and on.
Okay, I only brought it up because you said Jim said he wanted to make sure they understood other aspects of the application. So that's all.
Yeah. Okay, Damon?
How many more applications do we have this before we run out of time?
This is
the first time we are hearing this application.
We had a workshop on it, which is what might be confusing. We're good.
Understood. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Cindy, are you reaching for a name? Okay. All right. So why don't we do a round robin? I'm hungry. Vote of this motion. Chris Barth.
Yes.
Michelle Bonaparte.
Yes.
PJ Henningsen.
Yes.
Jessica Heineman.
Yes.
Crystal Lineberger.
Yes.
Chris Murin.
Yes.
Damon Rumsch.
Yes.
Jill Walker. Jim Hayden.
Yes.
Phil Goodwin. Kim Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 11-0. Thanks, Paul and Tim. All right, why don't we take like a 7-minute break before heading to the next one? All right, so be back at 3:56, 3:54, 3:56.
You know what I mean?
We are, I think, waiting on one or two commissioners, but about ready to get started again. It looks like we're waiting for Damon. Possibly Jill, PJ.
I'm here.
PJ's here. Hi, PJ.
Yep.
Jill, are you here? Jill Walker.
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. Hi. We just need Damon. We'll give him another couple minutes and then we'll get started. Thank you. Thank you, Cindy. Oh, we'll let everyone know. Yeah.
Christy, did you want to get the other members sworn in while we're waiting for Damon?
Sure, we can swear people in. Do you want to swear in while we're waiting for Damon? Okay. Is there, so I believe Maggie is with us, and anyone else who is on the agenda and present?
All
Sure.
right.
So,
If you'll just raise your right hand and respond to the following. Do you affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to get started with our continued cases. Agenda item number 5 is 216 South Summit Avenue. It was continued from our October meeting. The information why it was continued is included on the memo. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant, who I believe, Maggie, you were just sworn in, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'm going to, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then take it away.
Sure. Margaret Pollard. I am at 1721 Layla Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208. And while we have the court reporter ready, I am joined by our architect, Peter Brooks, our certified master arborist, John Maurice, and our builder, Todd Ewer, if you would like to get their names and their addresses as well.
Yes, please. Thank you. Were all of them were sworn in as well?
Yes.
Yes, that's Peter.
Yes.
Okay, hi, Peter. Would you state your name and your address for the court reporter?
Peter Brooks, 5501 Robin Hood Road, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Thank you. And
John Maurice?
John Maurice, 177 Rickard Lane, Iron Station, North Carolina, 28080.
thanks, John. And if we have one more person.
Todd? Todd, we can't hear you. Todd just texted me. I think he's having some trouble. Todd, maybe just dial in, and then when we get to the point where you need to speak, we could address it then, if that works.
Absolutely, that works great. All right, you're up, Maggie.
All right, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to see you all again. We are excited to review the items that were suggested for continued review. I just want to give a shout out to having these on YouTube. It's very helpful to kind of go back and re-listen to be able to study the comments from the commissioners and be able to apply them to the updates. So while COVID's not great at all, the technology advancements are very helpful to applicants. All right, so we're going to go quick. We're going to talk about height, the trees, how we addressed fenestration, foundation, porch, and the accessory dwelling unit. So Christy, if you would not mind moving forward, and then I can call through how we've addressed those different items. So the tree, as we left it during the last meeting, we had agreed to study the tree further. John, who is on the line today, will be able to articulate his additional analysis and assessment as a master arborist. And so these are just some additional pictures. I know there was a discussion around accurate measurement for the tree sizing, so we have that there, and a few others for context. We move forward. Okay, and then in further studying, just the Historic Commission and precedents did some analysis on mature trees that had been approved for removal by the Historic District in the past. So just documented that for posterity if we keep moving forward. All right. I think, Christy, if you move one forward, we can show how the height has been addressed. Sorry, one more. One more. All right. So on the front elevation, you can see we have reduced the height. So it is lower than the 201 South Summit, the single family historic home within a 360-degree view. That home is at 26 feet 5 inches. So we're at 26.4. The other things to call out here are for the front elevation are around, we adjusted the size of the windows on the first level to make them larger than that on the second level. And then as Commissioner Heineman so eloquently said, you know, give a little bit more breathing room on the porch. So we did that as well for the first level. And then other items to call out. So shared jamb for clustered windows, added that. And then for the second level, aligned it with the overall height of the home. All right, and then for foundation, we related the height of the foundation to that of the historic buildings in context. I know that there was a comment from staff on the foundation height. We did include a supplement that does have the measurements of the surrounding homes, and we are within range of that. So I don't know if we wanted to flip to that now, Christy, or if it comes up in the Q&A. Yep. When I noted this, it was a little grainy, but I can pull up the file that Peter had pulled together. So it looks like the highest foundation is 3 feet 6 inches on the left side of the home, and the lowest is at 2.5. So we are at 3 feet 2 inches. So we are in the middle, and then and I can call out the more specific measurements if the commissioners would like to discuss that later. But thank you, Christy, for flipping to that. All right, and then I think I mentioned it, we did increase the width of the front porch slightly. And so I know Commissioner Hyman, you had made the comment of it may or may not need to be increased. So we did ever so slightly, and we're continuing to be sensitive to the porches in Wesley Heights. And then if we keep moving, so on the, on the previous slide, 111, you could see on the right side elevation, there was the request to make the windows towards the front of the home larger. So we did that. And then if we flip to 112, you can see that same was applied on the left side elevation. And then for the accessory dwelling unit, the commentary was around confirming that we follow guidelines 8.9. And so the outbuilding is clearly secondary to the main structure on the site. And I just wanted to call something out because I briefly listened in on the retreat. I think it was the retreat you all had, and it was talking around being sensitive to the historic districts and driveways and garages. And so one of the things that we were sensitive to in the design is there is a historic driveway at the front of the house. We have made the decision to have the rear alley access and being sensitive to Wesley Heights and the community vibe of having that rear alley access versus using that front driveway that is crumbling concrete right now, but still exists. So, all right, if we keep moving forward, that was all I wanted to cover. I am at this point going to hand it over to John to talk about the analysis that he did for the cedar at the front of the lot.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Morais. Like I said before, board certified master arborist working for Heartwood Tree Service. Been with them for almost 2 decades. I am a preservationist at heart, just to start the conversation, just to be completely upfront. However, during multiple site visits, I still am coming to the conclusion that I feel that the best option for this tree is removal. I went back, did a lot of measurements using the diagrams that we just looked at, pulled the easement, looking at the existing structures to kind of get a basic idea of where the front porch was going to go as to where the front of the structure was going to go. The diameter of the tree is 37 inches, measured 4.5 feet above grade, right at the base of the tree. That, according to industry standards, which is 3.5 times the diameter, any roots disturbed within there are meant to hold that structure up and can be reason for removal due to structural reasons. The porch, so with that 3.5 times that diameter gives us 129.5 inches. Take that to feet and you're looking about 10.8 feet. Did measure out where the footings of the porch would be, and they are about 9 feet from the base of the tree. I do understand that if we did some post and piering, we would minimize the impact in that immediate area. However, during the construction process, all the excavation would have to be done approach from the rear, which is, I know, sometimes hard to make sure that happens during the process. The other issues that I see with this is that in order to put the structure in, we're going to be removing a high percentage of the canopy on the house side. The tree already is associated with a growth habit towards the street and away from the structure, the pending structure. So when we remove a great deal of that foliage on the backside of that tree and that canopy, we are heavily weighting the tree over the sidewalk and the street, and could be setting the tree up for whole tree failure at that point. And due to pedestrian traffic, etc., there's some liability concerns there, as well as when you remove that high portion of a canopy, you can also set the tree up for decline. The other couple things that I saw going on there that, according to the plans, is that a sidewalk has to go into the front door. That will also be encroaching on the right side of the tree, as well as a water line somewhere has to be fished through there as well. So not only are we going to have disturbance on the backside of that tree where the structure is actually going to be built, but you have some infrastructure that's going in on the right side that will also be impacting the roots. The other thing to take into consideration with that is we know we're going to suffer root loss on the backside of that tree. There's very limited root space on the other side of the tree due to it being adjacent to the sidewalk and not very much rooting volume there. So those are my major concerns. Again, I'm a preservationist. From my experience, I feel that this tree is, number one, health-wise, is going to be set up to is going to decline in 3 to 5 years. And two, which is more important, is that we could be setting the tree up for whole tree failure and considerable liability.
All right, thanks, John. Margaret, do we have Todd yet?
Yes, Todd, can we hear you?
Todd, you might be on mute.
See him coming off mute. I will send him the dial-in information.
Okay.
Christy, I believe the last item is a letter that the homeowner at 220 South Summit sent in. And so I don't know if you wanted to, if you wanted to back up to reflect the photos that John had taken just briefly, and then. Thank you. All right, and then the last piece is the homeowners at 220 South Summit, which is directly next door. And they also happen to own a Turfgrass Management Company. They had written a letter to staff expressing their nervousness around the proximity of the tree to their home and its ability to sustain the construction.
And I'd just like to remind the commission that the letter is considered hearsay since the authors of the letter are not here for cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. And so I believe that those are the materials that we had provided and open to questions.
Okay, so do we have any one from the public here to speak for or against this application?
We do not.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, questions of the applicant? Jessica, you want to kick it off?
Sure. Maggie, as usual, your presentation is extremely well organized, which makes our life so much easier. Thank you so much for that. I don't know what you do for your day job, but please come prepare applications for people.
I won't tell you, Jess, but keep going.
I just want to confirm a couple of things. I'm actually looking at your slide, items continued for review, which is a great summary of the continuation. I think you covered all of the points. The reduction in height, that's a combination of bringing the foundation, the finished floor elevation of the main level down a little bit and bringing the plate height on level 2 down a little bit. Am I understanding that correctly?
I will defer to Peter to speak to that and how the height was brought down. Peter, you're on mute.
We lowered the plate height upstairs. I don't think I really moved the downstairs because we wanted to make sure that that lined up, the base lines up with the other houses.
Okay. The trees that were on the planting strip it's now 2 trees in the backyard, one close to the ADU and one close to the back of the house. That's correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Christy, can you go to the rear elevation? And can you zoom in on the triple window on the rear elevation? Sorry, slide 112.
Thank you.
So I think this would just be a staff review issue, but it's the shared jam situation is the shared jams on this triple window in the back, and that it's on the back of the house. So that's something that we have sent to staff. I think you captured the comments on the other windows. The foundation, we will just take a look at the cover sheet. That's a great exhibit. Christy, can you go to the sections on the porch? It's one of the later technical drawings.
Slide 115.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. The eave that's shedding towards the street is the 110, and the eave of the porch gable is the 26. Is that correct for the overhang?
Peter, you want to answer that one?
Yes, the drawing on the right, I can't see what the title is, but that's a section. So the one in the middle, that's looking straight at it.
Okay, and the difference is to make them align for the rake of the entry?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Just confirming that. Maggie, I think that covers my summary. I don't know if the other commissioners have comments.
Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant before we close for deliberation? Commissioner Barth?
Just one comment I want to make to the applicant and the tree expert. I think our comments regarding the existing tree at the front of the property were more to see if you all would consider saving it by either adjusting the plan ever so slightly or pushing the house back or pushing the porch back. I don't know if you all have put any thought into that or just looking at this as a new construction that's encroaching on an existing tree and in the hopes to removing it.
Thanks for your question, Commissioner Barth. There were no hopes to remove it. I understand that the comment was made around, I forget who the commissioner was that said that they would, consider pushing the setback back, but then there was no further discussion of, yes, can you explore that? It was really around evaluating construction technique to see if there would be minimal impact. I think where we tried to be as thoughtful as possible, and I recognize that it's new construction and it's complex, and I appreciate that. But we, in trying to adhere to every guideline, any switch that we would make would then impact another component of the guidelines that we had been adhering to. So I would say that we did consider it. But in the extensive analysis came to the conclusion that that with arborist, engineer, the builder, the architect, that it was not viable.
Okay, and then thank you for your response. And then Christy, can you go to perhaps the front elevation?
Slide 111.
All right, I'm waiting for it to come up on my end here. This may be a question for the architect. Peter, is it the intent that the dormers, the rake on the dormers, or the bar drafter on the dormers align with the fascia board of the slope side roof on the main roof volume? Same thing for the porch, and this comment translates around on all 4 elevations of the building. Just want to clarify that. Did my question
drew it
make sense?
exactly how I intended to be. So the rake aligns with the fascia, except in the very middle.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions? Commissioner Heineman?
Yeah, I'd love to piggyback on Chris's question for Mr. Brooks. Does the roof tip then? Because this is one roof form shedding towards the street. Does it tip so that the fascia is higher here than it is on the edges, but it all aligns?
Did you say hip?
So the fascia on the front elevation, this is one primary roof form coming down, shedding down towards the street at 7.5 and 12. And the fascia is aligned with the eave of these wall dormers here on the edges, but it's higher in the center, but it's all the same roof form. So does it have a shallower eave in the center, or does it?
It has a
does it have
shed.
a hinge?
Yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, the window in the center would be too low. You wouldn't. It would come down too low.
Okay, thanks. I think that's the clarification we needed.
Okay, Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Could you explain to me how you responded to the request to make sure that the garage is secondary to the main structure?
Sure. So in height and massing, and I'll defer to Peter to further articulate it, but
The main house is a 2-story house, and then the garage ADU is a 1.5 stories. So that's how we got it to come down lower. The site actually goes uphill in the back, but we're still lower than the house, even with the fact that the grade goes up.
So you're showing the side of that garage. Is there a front view of the garage?
Yes, on the garage sheet on
Slide 114.
So,
A7.
bottom right, yeah. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, any additional questions of the applicant? All right.
I've got one, sorry.
Okay, Jim?
I'm the guy who made the motion or made the comment about considering moving the building back to try to save the tree in the front. And I certainly understood that that might entail having to make some additional modifications to the structure and to the building and floor plan and everything else to accommodate moving it back a little bit. You may say that you studied it, but I don't see any evidence that, and I realize there's a tree in the backyard we're trying to save too. There's changes that could be made to the structure in the floor plan and everything else to accommodate pushing the building back a few feet, 10 feet, 5 feet, whatever it might be. I'm still not happy about losing that tree in the front yard because of this construction, and probably can't find a way to support the project. But I don't see evidence that, other than you said, well, yeah, we did it, but it couldn't be done. I find that an unacceptable answer.
One thing also is that we're removing that parking space and all the concrete that's there, and that's right on top of the tree roots of the tree. I don't know if the arborist could speak to that, how that's going to hurt the tree too. Regardless of where we put the house, when we remove that parking space, we have to fill it in.
I would think that would be unlikely. If it was done judiciously, it would be unlikely that it would cause additional damage. If anything, it would be beneficial.
As the arborist, I think there's a chance that there will be impact as a skid steer or whatever piece of equipment tries to remove that cement. It's not a perfectly positioned slab. It's cracked. It's been pushed down and settled into the ground a little bit. So I think in order to get it out, it's not coming out like a clean piece, and there will be damage to the roots.
And then we would want to fill it in to make it level with the land, which is not good for the tree either. But if we push the house back, then we're infringing on the tree in the back and not lining up the porches. So I don't know what to say. I'm not the arborist.
I'm the arborist, and unless you move the house back by 10 to 12 feet, I feel like you're still putting this tree at jeopardy of failing and whole tree failure.
All right. Thank you for that. Okay, any additional questions or comments, commissioners? All right, let's close for deliberation. So it sounds like, well, why don't we go through the points? And Jessica, you can take the lead on this if you'd like, since you
Sure, no
since
problem.
you're listed there, if we can go through the reasons why this application was continued and see if the applicant has met those questions we had.
Sure. The height reduction from 28 to 26.4 from the application appears to be a combination of two things: that the finished floor elevation has been lowered by 12 inches in the November application. The porch is tagged at 2 feet above grade, and in the October application, it's tagged at 3 feet above grade. And the lowering of the plate height on the second floor, which was 8 feet in October and is 7 feet in November. But as Chris Barth caught, it's 7 feet at the corners, but there does appear to be a shed condition at the front and the back in order to maintain the window head height in the center. So, Christy, if you can use your cursor to lay over that roof plane exactly where you are. It's one continuous plane of roof at the edges and the top, but in the middle, it tips higher. It has a hinge in it to create a shed. The That's for the height reduction. The window head height appears to stay the same. And Christy, if you can go to the cover sheet, the one that says A1 of 8, a new house, yeah, and zoom in on the Zoutwell as close as you can. I don't know if we have the resolution there. On my printout, it has high resolution. You can still see, even with the low resolution, where the 20-foot line is roughly in line with the second-story eaves of most of the houses, and the lowering of the height, the eave line really does come into that range, in the contextual range, but the window head heights are still above the contextual range. So that covers the height, and the fenestration. I've noticed that fenestration is number 4 on the list. The shared jam comment really was for the triple window in the back, and it still needs to be done, but it's on the rear elevation, so it could clearly go to staff. The tree is probably a bigger discussion. It is still being removed. The other replacement trees are no longer on the planting strip. The tree's just a bigger discussion. The rest of the fenestration, there are larger first floor windows on the front and the sides of the first 2 rooms. And we talked about the level 2 window head height. The foundation line, again, it's been lowered 1 foot, but in the Zoutwell survey, you really can see the relationship to grade. And so while it's lower than the house to the right of it, its relationship to grade is actually quite similar to the context. The porch has been widened a little bit. The windows have been enlarged a little bit in response to our comments. The rakes and eaves on the porch do not match, but that's in an effort to align the two. So that's something we can discuss further if people like. And the ADU, we probably just need to dive deep into this time since the applicant has been responsive on some of the main house comments. If we look at the site section, I think we can see the relationship between the two. That's my summary. Does anybody want to jump in on any of the issues that we still need to discuss?
Jill, were you the one who brought up yes, you were, the ADU? You want to speak to what you were thinking when you questioned the applicant?
Just that it seems fairly high for an ADU, and it seems almost the same height as the original structure.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Anyone else have a little heartburn about the ADU?
Yeah, it's close.
Yes.
So would you say it's too close to call it secondary, or to me it appears that way.
How many inches is it?
They had it written down.
23.5 versus 24.6. Is that what you're asking, PJ?
Yeah, it is. A foot.
Chris Muir.
Thanks. I think the thing for me too is also the proportions that, you look at the width between the house and the ADU, and then the height of what the house is on that space and then the ADU. And I think that's part of what's tricking the eye on making this thing look so massive, because I understand where the applicant's coming from, that it is smaller than the house, even though marginally it still doesn't look as a secondary massing in that section that we're seeing.
Krista?
Yeah, I was pretty much going to say the same thing Chris just said. But Christy, could you go back to the slide that shows the ADU, all the elevations, please? Here you go. It just feels like the massing of it is greater than, and the scale just seems greater than the primary residence. So.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like we're really getting hung up right now on the ADU as well as the tree. Moving the tree back I'm sorry, not the tree. Moving the house back to me seems like the worst of the two evils. I would rather have it in line with the other houses and the other porches. Even if that meant sacrificing the tree. I think that would be a better solution than to actually have the house moved back, just to keep the tree. What do you think, Jim? Because I know that that's a big deal for you.
I've made my opinion known. There's no way I'm going to support this.
Yeah. So you.
I mean, I'm one voice.
Yeah. Anyone else have comments about the trees? About the tree?
This is Jessica. I really do have a world of respect for Heartwood's assessment of these trees, and I really appreciate them being here to represent this project. You know, in the decades that I've been doing projects, we've usually been able to save trees with this proximity, and so I really respect Heartwood's assessment of these things, but this does not seem like an extraordinary situation for a tree, based on the hundreds of trees that I think we've seen saved with this proximity to a house. And so, I mean, I'm really on the fence with this one. I think we do have the expert analysis that we have requested, but you know, the diagrams to me look like the tree could be saved.
Yeah, we have someone from Heartwood here, an expert, a professional speaking to it, so it's kind of hard to not be mindful of that. Jill, what do you think?
And while I do definitely appreciate Heartwood's opinion on all this, that was based obviously on given current structure as it is, not on any mitigating changes that might allow for the saving of the trees. So while Heartwood says the tree can't be saved, that's simply under the current construction as presented.
Yeah, and usually when we ask for additional options, the architects bring them back and say, hey, so we did A, B, and C, and those didn't work. And to Jim's point, we didn't see that this time.
This is a new construction.
Peter, we're closed. All right. Any other comments about the tree or the accessory dwelling unit? Jessica?
Christy, could you just go to Google Street View so we can look at the vacant lot? Thank you. My comment was going to be that often in these situations with the vacant lots in the historic district, the pass from the street is already established, right? So it's a quantity that we're trying to preserve. And that's not really the case on this lot. You know, I understand there's a hard symmetry to the design of the house, but it does appear that the walk from the street, while it needs to be to the street by our guidelines, does not need to be a straight shot in proximity to the tree. So I think there's probably some room to give there, to Jim's point.
Okay. Any additional comments or thoughts? Right now, it seems like we're stuck on 2. And I think that we should at least make a motion to see where the board sits.
Sorry, Kim, this is Jessica again. I'm also stuck on the head heights of the second floor windows,
Okay.
and that hinge in the roof.
That's right. Okay, well, Jessica, you've written down a number of points. Do you want to take a stab at making a motion?
I'm not sure I'm really clear on where we fall in with the tree. Does someone have more of an inclination on a motion than I do at this?
I think that really, they have provided us everything. So Jim is saying that we should maybe see the other options that they've tried. That has been the case in the past when we've asked for options. Even if they aren't feasible options, we see them. So maybe that could be worked into a motion, because it sounds like this is going to be a continuation anyway. And because to Margaret's point, they did try looking at other options, it shouldn't be a difficult thing for them to provide. Jill?
Yeah, thanks. Would it be worth asking the applicant, opening it up and asking if they would be interested in actually exploring whether or not they could come up with a reasonable solution once again?
Well, Margaret did say that they tried. I'll open it up. So we're open. Jill, you want to ask the question again?
Yes, hi. I was wondering if you guys would consider exploring either stepping the house back, shortening up the house or something so that you might then be able to save the tree.
Sure. We assessed all options. I think to the point that was made previously, pushing the house back. I think it was Commissioner Parati. In pushing it back in that view, it was it looked far too incongruous to the street, right? It would look everyone is lined up equally, and so to that point, it did not work in terms of one meeting the guidelines as well as lining up to the other homes, and it would also take down the tree in the center of the lot. And then just in talking with with John, the arborist, just where he would feel comfortable in terms of pushing it back that far, it would even still be at risk. And so then we would be creating an instance where we were pushing it so far back and there was no guarantee that the tree would be saved. And if I may, just quickly on the ADU, I'd be remiss, it's in last month's package, 515 and 517. 515 and 517 Walnut have very similar ADUs. And so I would just want to make sure that we are referencing, that we have examples of other ADUs that have been approved in Wesley Heights within the current guidelines.
Thanks, Margaret. All right, we'll close again. Why don't we do a round robin to see where we're sitting? PJ, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the tree. I think the tree is a big sticking point, and just thinking out loud, I think there may be. I wonder if there's another creative solution or something we can look at to keep the tree.
Okay. We've heard from Krista. We've heard from Jill. Damon, what do you think?
I think it's worth another go round to see if we can protect the tree. They take a long time to grow, and it's our charge to protect them.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Bonaparte, you have anything you want to add to this?
Well, I'll just add my kind of amen to what's been said, which is I think we have to be a little bit more flexible. The applicant, if we could be a little bit more creative with other options, I think that will be helpful for us. So that's kind of where I stand right now.
Okay, so we've got on record. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. Commissioner Henningsen?
Yeah, just one more comment. So for those of you that remember, there were 4 houses that were built in Wilmore off of Wickford, new construction, maybe 2 years ago. And there was a big tree in the planting strip really close to one of the houses. And again, they were using, and I forget if this is the house that they were using a pier system. Anyhow, fast forward, it was really close to the house. There's some big limbs hanging over the new house. And while they followed the tree protection plan, the tree didn't survive construction, right? So I guess what I'm saying is, even with the tree, and again, there could be other circumstances, right? I just want to point out that even though we have these tree protection plans with construction really close to these trees, even if you build a house, there's still a high likelihood that that tree may die. I don't know. I would take that for what it's worth.
Okay, thanks, PJ. I think staff wants to speak to that.
PJ, I have some insight into that in particular. It was not, I really don't know how to say this diplomatically. It was not the construction of the house, but it was rather the city's fault with constructing the new sidewalk and right of way that killed the tree, and it was not the construction of the house.
Okay.
So, I hate to say that, but
okay.
that's the reality of what happened. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Lineberger.
I just wanted to weigh in on one comment about the tree and moving the house back and that compromising then the tree at the center of the lot. I just think it's a matter of rethinking the approach, and it's not, it's going back and looking at the design and looking at the how they both can be saved and altering it so they both can be adjusted, not necessarily keeping the house the same exact length. Anyway, just a comment. I just think that we need a little bit of, there needs to be maybe a rethinking on that point.
So it sounds like we have some consensus around the fact that maybe not everything has been done to save the tree and that there could be additional options. Commissioner Rumsch?
Helical piers around the roots and staying away and protecting the root system is a pretty typical way. So here again, the arborist should be able to give us the plan that needs to happen and the way the construction should go around it. But we've put foundations pretty close to trees, spanning them with helical piers and beams on grade. And I've done that years and years and years ago, and those trees are still standing, and we were within several feet of the tree.
Yeah.
Can I speak to the arborist? Any chance I can speak or no?
If we're closed, Peter, so I will open back up as soon as we get Commissioner Goodwin's feedback, okay? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, I wanted to mention I have nothing but respect for Heartwood Tree Service. I've worked with them on many jobs and very much respect their opinions. But I did do construction work several years ago, and we had a fairly large deodar cedar, and we did construction very close to that tree, approximately 6 feet away from it. We put up barriers. We did not use helical piers, but we did bring in a certified arborist, and he said that those trees have tap roots. And so he said that tree would be fine. And so here we are approximately over 4 years later, and that tree is thriving and doing very well without even doing helical piers. So I just wanted to mention that as some additional input for perhaps another opinion on saving that tree.
That's incredibly helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. All right, we're going to open it back up for Peter, our architect, to I'm sorry, was it John? Okay, sorry. Oh, is she?
Am I able to speak?
Okay, yeah, let's just, as a reminder, use your raise your hand tool. I know you want to jump in when you hear something you want to respond to, but let's try and do that to make it more efficient. Okay, John? Yeah, it's the raise your hand tool, but I see you, so John, okay. Yes.
Because I was raising my hand earlier, so. As far as as far as some of the experiences that you guys have spoken about of trees that you've had success with, there's also hundreds that haven't. And yes, Heartwood, you guys have mentioned many times that you're respectful of Heartwood. I've been with the company for a long time. I'm just trying to speak from experience. I know we specifically have done one, a deodar cedar, and have worked on it, and it is living at this point. Thriving might be another, that's completely different. But where it stands right now, I feel that long term, you're stealing the dignity of the tree by taking half of its canopy away, and then you're also looking at a chance of it failing 3 to 5 years after the project is done. And then, then you're back to square one, replacing a tree anyway. So I'm a tree preservationist. I just feel that in this situation that, odds are that it's going to turn out on the bad side.
All right. Thanks for that, John. Margaret, you had something you wanted to say?
Yes. In terms of the guidance that was given during the last meeting, it's hopefully you've seen that we've studied it very closely. I've brought in the experts on the line. We are going to we are not going to accept the liability of the tree falling on someone. It is so close to the sidewalk. It is so close to the street. We have assessed all options. I do not want to walk away from this meeting today still being asked to consider other options when I've brought all the experts to the table. I've had 6 site visits to discuss it. I want you to recognize that we've been very thoughtful about this, and the tree will need to be removed.
All right. Thanks, Margaret. I will say that when we've asked in the past for people to study other options, they bring them in and present them to us, even if there are options that have failed, especially if there are options that are not going to work, so that the commissioners know that you have, in fact, looked at additional options. And so I just want you to know that that's been our process, and that's where the commissioners are coming from. So I do hope you understand that. Okay. All right.
Commissioner Parati, just to clarify, in the last meeting, the request was not to evaluate other options. It was construction techniques, and there was a recommendation to meet with the architect, the builder, the engineer, the certified master arborist.
Okay.
So that was the action that we took.
Okay.
There was also the recommendation and the thought that we would consider an adjustment to the setback if moving the house back, and we might be willing to consider, knowing that we're going to break up some of the street rhythm to save the tree. We would allow you potentially to move the house back. Likewise, it may be that a change in your footprint, we might be willing to consider letting the house get a bit taller to accommodate some of your square footage and program requirements, again, with the expectation that by moving the house back, we can save the tree. Those are the kinds of that was mentioned in the record. So, it was another alternative to trying to figure out a way to do it. And we haven't been given the option of whether we would be willing to accept moving the house back away from the setback, raising the roof. I know we said we wanted it to be shorter, but if we could save the tree, we might consider something else. And yes, you got a tree in the back. It might require some modification to your architecture. We have not seen that as an option. And that's what Kim was talking about.
So if staff may add, the direction that the commission gives, they do not design the project for you. They just give their input into what they see the issues are and rely on you to do the work to come back. And so, they are not going to specifically say you have to move the house back 10 feet and you have to reduce the height by 5. They're going to give general guidance on how the project may or may not meet the guidelines. So I would just like to clarify that for all applicants of all projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. All right, while we are open, Margaret, John, Peter, any additional thing that you want to add before we close? I want to make sure you feel like you're being heard. Okay, we'll close. Commissioner Rumsch.
I think once we're present, are you asking me for my opinion?
Well, your hand was up. Did you know?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was from earlier.
Well, if you want, we have other people who want to speak, but if you have something you want to add, feel free. The floor is yours now.
I'm good. I'm sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Barth.
I hate to beat a dead horse on this this tree subject, but I think it's important to make the point that, you know, while Heartwood's analysis of the situation is valued, it is not the only option here to save the tree. And we realize it's a difficult situation, but we're requesting of the applicant to explore all opportunities to save it if at all possible, which is in our guidelines. So
Okay.
that includes moving the setback back, looking at a smaller, you know, linear dimension of the house, doing things like that is I think Jim mentioned. So that's just something I just wanted to emphasize.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Barth. Okay, so I think that we have gone around and around on the same points. Let's get a motion out there so that we can help the applicant direct them a little more and so that we can move on to the next application and the applicant can move on to making the house what it needs to be so they can move in. Okay, so they can start building. So who wants to make a motion? Let's see, who's the, Jessica, you were the lead on this. Any thoughts that you want to share? Or
I mean, I know
are
I'm
you-
the lead, but I don't feel like I'm in a position to make a motion at this point. I mean, I will help craft one if someone else feels that they are in a position to make a motion.
Okay. Anyone? Euler. Hey, what about you, Chris Barth?
I'd like to make a motion to continue this application per the commission's request for additional design and construction methods as a measure to save the existing tree at the front of the property. That is my only issue. I know there was some mention about the massing of the ADU in the back. Don't know if anybody has any amendment to put towards that.
Krista, you mentioned, I think you articulated some thoughts about the ADU well. Do you want to add a friendly amendment to Commissioner Barth's motion?
Sure, I would just add an amendment that per accessory building guidelines 8.9, that the ADU be more in more compatible with the primary structure with regard to massing and scale.
Okay.
And height.
All right. Is that an amendment you're willing to accept, Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say, this is Jessica. Can I make a friendly amendment to add studying the head height of the second story windows to avoid the hinge in the roof slope?
Accepted.
The hinge in the middle. Yeah. And Chris Mirren, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I think with Krista to cite 8.9 number 3, any new outbuildings must be clearly secondary to the main structure on the site.
Okay.
By a couple inches or a foot or whatnot.
Okay, thank you, Chris Mirren. So 8.9 number 3, we're going to highlight that one in particular. Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, just one friendly amendment. The language from compatible with to secondary to.
Okay, I think that goes in line with what Commissioner Mirren said. So yeah, 8.9 number 3 instead of compatible with secondary to. Thank you, Commissioner Walker. All right, and when you are ready, Commissioner Barth, if you'll restate the motion for our court reporter.
All right. I make a motion to continue this application to request that the applicant review with their architect, contractor, and/or contractor, as well as arborist, to explore alternative means to saving the tree at the front of the property, utilizing both design, construction technique, and site work measures. I would also like to, I would also request in this motion that the ADU at the rear of the property be explored in its massing as it relates to the main dwelling unit. Reference, can somebody give me a section number, please? What was that, Chris Marin?
It's 8.9, number 3.
In referencing 8.9, number 3 as their guide. I would also like to see that the window head height on the front of the building is addressed so that a hinge is not created on the main roof line.
All right. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, let's, okay, Commissioner Hyman.
I wanted to address something on the record, and that is that the applicant referenced ADUs at 515 and 517, and I want to ask staff to speak to that because if I'm understanding correctly, Christy, 515 and 517 were not considered. I'm trying to read all of my notes from last time. They were not considered precedents for the ADU for some reason. Can you remind me what that was?
How about you ask staff to bring that information back to the next meeting?
That would be fantastic.
Okay,
I
thank you.
know that the applicant specifically referenced it, and I cannot find it myself, but I know that there was information about 515 and 517, and I don't want to disregard that question.
Absolutely, I agree, and I also don't want to misspeak, and I will make sure to do that research and bring that back to you with the continuance.
All right.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Thanks for bringing that up, Commissioner Hyman. Okay, so any other discussion about the motion? All right, let's do a round robin. Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin. Commissioner Parati, yes. The motion to continue carries 11-0. I know it can be frustrating, Margaret, but in the end, I hope you remain encouraged. Thank you.
We're going to move backwards now, like I announced at the beginning of the meeting, and turn to item number 2, which was not heard in October, and that is 712 East Tremont. And I believe Frank
Christy, this is
with us.
Jessica. I have to recuse from this one because I'm a neighbor.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Any other recusals? Okay. I believe Frank has joined us and is on the call. Frank, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Great.
Hey, Frank, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do. Do you affirm that the testimony and the information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. This is an after the fact application request for a new front walkway. And Frank has compiled a ton of information. So I'm just going to turn it over to him and have him briefly describe the project to the commission. And Frank, before you launch into everything, if you would please state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Okay, my name is Franklin Hostetter, and my address is 712 East Tremont Avenue in Charlotte.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Okay.
It's all yours.
Oh, okay. So this is my front walkway. Quick background. We just completed this summer a pretty major renovation of the home. It took about 2 years. And originally the front walkway was not part of our HDC application. We had about 7 feet wide and 21 feet long running from the front porch to the sidewalk. And it was brick pavers on I'm not sure what the subbed was, but we found out during construction, it wasn't the original walkway. It appears that previously there was a concrete walkway 7 or 8 inches below this brick walkway that I believe a previous owner had filled in to improve the drainage. We had some drainage issues around the house. And we kind of found this old walkway underneath there that was partially destroyed, partially intact, while we were building a French drain around the front of the house. So what we did a lot of work around the house, and I guess one mistake we made was not getting the walkway approved before we replaced it. But if you see on the next slide, there's a photo. That's what was existing, these brick pavers. I'm not sure when it was installed. And the second photo is looking down at the front. That's where we pulled a step out. And you can see part of the old concrete underneath there. And you can kind of see the way that's framed, the way the wood goes down below the subgrade. That was where we believe was filled in to bring the grade up to help drainage around the front of the house. Again, not sure the time period this work was done. It's been like this ever since I've owned the house. The next slide kind of shows you, just tells you what we did. We just kept the same existing footprint, and we went back with some material that not the same as what was there, but there's several kind of examples around the home. There's several elements that around the house and the blocks preceding, or blocks around us, that similar type of material. Excuse me. I have, if you go to the next slide, I actually think it's 2 ahead, the material specs for what was put in. It's a blue paver in Champlain gray. The next slide shows you kind of the context of what's around us. You can see the map on the right. We are the green outlined property. That red line behind us is the boundary line of the historic district. And then the yellow homes and kind of the preceding blocks, those are all homes that have stone in some, either a site element or an elevation element of the home. Some of those are historic. Some of them, I think, have been added after the fact. But if you click through the next slide, I've got pictures, and I kind of tried to group them together by area. This is on our street, starting on the 600 block. So 612, that would be about 300 feet away from the home. You see a similar paver to what we installed. Across the street from that, you have stone walkway, stone stairs. Coming down the street at 630, you've got a stone walkway. 801 East Tremont, stone walkway with some stone elements at the front of the house. The next slide, I think, jumps to Worthington. That's 1 block up from us. 709, again, stone stairs, stone walk. 801, stone piers at the home. 804, you've got pavers, so kind of it's not stone, but it's a similar material. And that's a home, I believe, that was finished construction in 2008. They renovated that. I think that driveway is new. 809 East Worthington Avenue, stone walk. Next slide, I'll show you some more. 815 stone piers, 819 stone steps, 820 walking steps. I think there's another slide too, takes you to the end of that block. 823 again, stone steps, stone piers. 824 stone walking, stone steps. 825, I think that's stamped concrete. And then 828 is a slate or bluestone front walkway. So I think if you look in the blocks surrounding us, especially on an 800 block of Worthington, the stone is a dominant element. So it's fairly common in the homes kind of surrounding us. So that kind of gives you an idea of the context from which we made our decision to put in what we put in. And then I have the next slide. I think I have 612 East Tremont, and then behind that is the COA. And looking at the staff analysis, I see that maybe their walkway choice wasn't approved. So I don't know if I should go into that too much or not. That was something I found out after I put together the proposal, looking at the staff analysis. And that kind of comes to the end of my proposal.
All right. Thank you so much, Frank. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? All right. Commissioners, questions of the applicant? Okay. We will then close for, okay. Commissioner Walker.
I was just curious, HD squared slate.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Yeah, there.
What is it? It's a paver. It's a concrete paver material.
Okay.
And that is slide 39.
Any other questions? All right, we will close for deliberation. We just had an application last month for Bluestone pavers, and it was denied. Only one person voted for it. It's for a front porch.
I think that the
okay. Commissioner Rumsch.
Oh, I didn't even realize. I don't know how my hand raised, but I don't think I did that. I'm sorry. But I do have some. So the one that was denied, was that on a porch or was that on the sidewalk? And here we're dealing with just the front sidewalk. Is that right?
Yeah, Christy said it was the porch. It was the porch.
You're correct, Damon. It is the porch, and this is a sidewalk.
Okay, and so I think that's two different animals, and several things about this. I mean, I feel that he showed so many examples where that material is pretty widely used throughout the neighborhood. I don't know if the historic district has actually approved any of those or all of them, but the front porch is, I mean, that walk is something that is not a permanent feature. Obviously, I mean, he's redoing it easily. I think we should consider this as an acceptable material for a front for a walkway, for a front sidewalk.
You guys, one of the reasons we denied it, even though it was on a porch, is because we said Bluestone pavers were not in keeping with the historic nature of the homes or the neighborhoods. And that applicant, again, it was a porch, showed a number of examples for Bluestone pavers on the porch throughout the district. People do things that they're not necessarily supposed to do. And then they're used as precedent here in our meetings.
Okay, so just in response to that, this is not part of the building itself. This is actually a kind of a landscape piece. But anyway, I just feel that that's something that we should consider.
Okay, Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, Damon, and I don't want to overlook the research that was done by the applicant to show all these different examples, but I also don't want to overlook the research that was done by staff that shows us that most all of those examples were either in accordance with our current guidelines. They're not, they were actually original to the house, or they've been issued notice of violations. So I don't know if any one of those particular examples could be used as a defense, but that's just a note.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yeah, so just a comment. So I'm looking at the pavers. So are the pavers, the pavers are concrete pavers, right? Made to look like slate, or are they actually natural stone?
They are concrete. That's correct.
I'm so sorry. We're PJ didn't mean to ask you, Frank. We're closed.
And I think I remember when we were closed, the applicant had said that they were concrete.
Okay. So help me, because this will be my last time. Sorry.
Okay, so where I'm going is I'm looking in section 8.4, and it just talks about modern materials for landscape. Interlocking concrete blocks not allowed. Bare concrete block not allowed. No timbers, no railroad ties. I don't know. I guess I was looking for something that would say concrete pavers are not allowed. I mean, I guess if you think historically, you've either got natural rock as your walkway, or you've got concrete. And there are few examples, in some of the neighborhoods where there's brick. So I guess what I'm saying is historically, there's no precedent. There's no precedent for concrete pavers.
And well, if you look at 8.2, number 7, repair damaged areas with materials that match the original paving, which we have examples of the original, in color, size, texture, and finish.
Yeah, and I think, and that, I mean, there could be a loophole there because, I mean, the original walkway was, buried and probably, greatly damaged with the different material put over time. I don't know. I think either way we're coming to the same conclusion.
Yeah, agreed.
Get there.
Commissioner Walker? Jill?
I apologize.
Did you
hand down?
You have the same little hand raiser that Damon has. Okay. So where do we go with this? I know where I sit, but I think it might be in the minority. So where do we go with this? Let's see, who was leading this charge? You, Jill Walker.
This is a tough one because it's difficult, as we're supposed to do, which is defend a motion per a guideline. And I've struggled with finding the appropriate guideline to use to defend this application. If anybody else has an idea of a guideline that we can use, or some way to handle this, I'd appreciate some input.
I think that's a great point, Jill. For those of you who believe that this is fine, where's the guideline? Which guideline would you use? I have a guideline that says that it's not fine, but I don't want to be the fly in the ointment. And my guideline is 8.2, number 7. PJ mentioned a guideline that was in 8. I don't know, PJ, you can speak to it. 8.4. Is that it?
But again, I mean, we don't know the condition of that original concrete walkway underneath all the brick. So if this was a new house, just bear with me. This is not new construction, but for conversation's sake, if this was new construction, because there's nothing original there, would we allow concrete pavers? We would allow natural stone if there was precedence in a in that 360-degree context of that house. We would do concrete if there was precedent, and there is. So I guess what I'm saying is, if there's no walkway there and it's new construction, if we would we allow concrete brick as a material? I kind of think the answer is no.
Yeah, 8.4, number 8 says no. But the facts are pretty clear, people, so we need a motion. Chris Murin?
PJ clarified it when we were talking around in circles about what was there existing before all this.
Okay. Jill, do you feel a desire to make a motion now that you've heard some of the guidelines?
What? No.
Damon, do you want to make a motion, Damon?
Well, I'm really conflicted because because the guidelines, I mean, you got to stay with the guidelines, and I can't find anything that kind of says we can make exceptions. But our guidelines are guidelines; they're not the law. And I've always had a problem with us just taking them so literally. But we do need to have direction. So I don't think I can make a motion, but I can't help but agreeing with you that the guidelines tell us we can't.
And the guidelines, they level the playing field so that when someone comes next month and they want to do the same thing and we say no, so I think a combination of the guidelines together, yeah, there's more nuance there, but this is pretty, I think, direct, but I can't make a motion. So anyone, Bueller? All right, Jim Hayden. Jim Hayden slowly went for his motion form. His pen is out.
I make a motion to deny based on guideline 8.4, number 8, interlocking concrete blocks with beveled edges are not allowed.
Do I hear a second?
Oh, I got one thing with that. I believe that in the context of the guidelines, it is referring to the image next to it, and that's a wall assembly, and not to throw this more in the muck, but interlocking concrete block with bevel edges is being shown in the picture as the wall assembly to the left. I don't believe that is referring to a material that you walk on.
You are actually correct, Chris.
It does say certain modern materials for landscape and site features. So whereas the picture shows one thing, I think the wording speaks to a broader thing.
I'm not sure what that refers to. That's probably, I need to do research on that then. I've never heard of that in a walk, like a paver scenario. Normally they're just concrete pavers.
And for the record, I withdraw that motion.
Sorry to throw a wrench in it.
No, you did the right thing.
Commissioners, perhaps you want to look at the memo, the first page with 8.2, and I could make the argument and the motion as staff either way. And you can, so this is not one way or the other, but 8.2, number 2, 8.2, number 7, and 8.4, number 9. I think those are your most relevant guidelines. And to me, again, I can make the argument either way. So whichever way you choose, just make sure to back it up with the guidelines and your reasoning.
Can I speak?
Please.
Well, if Christy feels that there's some ambiguity in our guidelines about this, I would like to hear.
This is why she doesn't want to speak.
I am just, I say that because I am not leading you in any one direction or the other. I am just trying to point out relevant guidelines to help with your discussion.
Assume that the new paper material can't be. So number seven kind of says, it says repair damaged areas. This is damaged areas with materials that match the original paving color and texture. Ensure that the new paving material is compatible with the character of the context of the project. it specifically says asphalt paving is not allowed for sidewalks, curbs, cuts, and aprons. So that does give us a little bit of leeway, and yeah. Anyway, you know how I feel.
Just for the record, that's the one I cited at first. I just think if we don't have a guideline to help support this, and I want to be nice, and I saw it in person, it's beautiful, right? But it's not historic.
Okay. But is it in keeping with the character of the neighborhood?
Right.
And see, I mean, I would, just because it's not state, doesn't mean that it can't be acceptable. And we're trying to hang our hat on, it's right there. It's acceptable because it says it, but it might be acceptable because it doesn't go against what we're trying to protect. Anyway, I mean, this is a little thing, and it's not, maybe for a discussion in a retreat someday.
Well, just as I imagined, our attorney has something to say. Yes, Thomas?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I think that the commentary that is coming forth as to whether this is or is not in your actual guidelines, I think opens the opportunity for you to look at and evaluate this maybe as a first impression. Meaning, if the board is willing to consider this in the actual district at hand and believes this is something that needs to be evaluated longer term, then I think you could take the vote today if you wanted to approve, and simultaneously, after the vote has been completed and the case has been closed, direct staff to come back with clarifications on the actual guideline related to materials for sidewalks. So that way you could actually have this better addressed going forward. I think that if to some of the commentary from the board members that they believe that this may be appropriate, I think this will be a path forward for you in consideration of this individual situation that may be brand new. However, and I think this has also kind of come forth as well, if the board believes that this is something that should not be considered at all in your districts, then yes, you can deny that based on that without directing staff to consider this going forward. As again, Christy has indicated before, it is one of those situations where she could be on both sides of this, meaning that they do not have a strong stance. I do not believe that staff is indicating or expressing a affirmation for approval or a need to have it rejected. I think they're, as I understand from staff, they're indicating and expressing that this policy question has never been really fully addressed by the entire commission. And as such, if you wish to use this today as your vote to express maybe a policy preference, I think you would need to have as part B a direction to staff to address this situation going forward and to put forth a opportunity for this commission to adopt a revised guideline for this type of situation. So I don't want to, have you in position of a quandary where you're believing you cannot vote on this if it's not abundantly clear, as was previously expressed. But I also don't want you to vote on it because the guideline is not there, but everyone believes this is something that could be acceptable going forward. So I think there's an approach you can take. My recommendation would be, either reject it because it's not clear and then have the person to reapply when it does become abundantly clear. Or if you want to take it as option 2, approve the actual request, but direct staff to close this loophole so you do not have a situation going forward.
Okay. And to further clarify, thank you, Thomas. The reason why there is a loophole is because this is a non-original sidewalk that's in question. It's not an original concrete sidewalk that's being changed. It didn't exist anymore, and it was already a replacement sidewalk. And at this point, we are talking about streetscape context and landscape features. So the guideline, it's this gray area.
And whatever's done here can be precedent for something else.
Perhaps contextually, if you're basing your decision based on the context of the street and for the material, but it could be limited just to the street in context and not necessarily for the district as a whole or any other district.
Okay.
Christy also seems to double as an attorney in this regard, so
Is that okay, Thomas?
I am willing to support her legal opinion.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we need a motion. You guys, if you feel, Krista?
Yes, I had a quick question for Christy. Can you go back to, in the presentation, to the images of the original, once they uncovered what was there originally? Is that was the brick that was there, and then didn't they dig?
So the commission approved the replacement of steps. There was a significant water intrusion issue, and I believe that the picture on slide 36 shows what they uncovered when they were redoing the steps, and that the speculation is that that is portion of the original walkway. But I don't believe, and we might have to open it back up to ask Frank, I believe it was only in that one small portion. And I don't know that they found the concrete underneath the entire length of the walkway. I think it was just a small portion underneath the steps.
Okay.
Since we're kind of stuck, why don't we open it up to see if Frank can shed a little more light on this? Frank?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and I think I don't have a picture from when they put the French drain in, because they put it underneath right up in the front, and they said that there were portions of the walkway there that it looks like someone just took not a jackhammer, pretty much a jackhammer to it and took it out, so it was kind of ragged. And I don't have a good picture of that. This is the only picture I have really that I took to the right, and you can see they've taken what I believe happened. I think originally, if you're looking at that left picture from the sidewalk, I think you originally stepped down one step and walked up to the front, and then there was 2 steps up instead of just one, and they filled it in. That's why you have this wooden step on the right that's kind of below grade. And that was an issue ever since we've owned this house for 12 years, and we've had water. That's a water intrusion issue. The water doesn't drain very well from the front yard. And while we were remediating that, we found this walkway, and then we've dug that out, and we put a new brick step that was HDC approved in. And so I believe, and the guys that worked on the house and put the drain in believe that what they were touching was what was left of the old walkway.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Frank. Okay, we'll close. PJ?
All right. Since it is a non-original walkway, I feel like we should be guided towards guideline 8.2, number 2. Walks and walkways in front and side yards, blah, 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 should follow historic design precedents of their surrounding environment. I think the applicant has given plenty of examples of where stone is a precedent in his immediate context. So I think the question again is really, is the material, right? So I think we've got historic design precedent, for that type of walk. I'm not seeing anything in 8.2 about specific materials. I don't know. We're all on the fence. I don't want to make up policies on the fly. I mean, I almost want to make a motion to say we approve this based on 8.2 number 2. And then we can have a further discussion on materials for new construction and new walkways or non-historic things in a retreat.
Okay, that sounds good. Commissioner Lineberger? Okay.
I'm sorry, that was my hand from earlier. Sorry about that.
Okay, Commissioner Barth?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This is a concrete paver product, right? So, in my mind, this is a simulated product to reflect what would be stone. Would we approve doing simulated petroleum-based products for shingles or simulated slate? I don't think so. So to me, this is a modern product that's being used in a historic district and doesn't comply. That's just from where I stand.
All
I don't
right.
know if anybody else has an opinion or the same opinion, but
Why don't we, Jim?
My issue with it is, if we look at the examples that he has shown as contextual examples, the exact same material has been used in at least two times in these examples, and perhaps others, but at least two times. I'm pretty sure it's the exact same material. So it's in the neighborhood as context. Is it historic? No.
Yeah, painted brick
These are
is,
probably replacement walks that may have been done with or without our permission, but they're there. And just as an aside, I mean, this is a material that is used widely. I mean, you try to find a landscape contractor who can lay brick anymore, they just can't do it. They can only do this kind of stuff. And if we don't allow it, we need to start thinking about a way to modify our guidelines to where we can allow it, because we're gonna be confronted with it constantly.
yeah.
I don't deny that it's in the neighborhood, Jim. And as the staff has pointed out, the different examples that the applicant has presented, almost all of them have cases where they were installed without permission or installed before the guidelines, that sort of thing. I just think it's, I mean, that's my opinion. I think it's a synthetic looking product. I mean, I'm on the fence with it. I mean,
It doesn't sound like you're on the fence as much as you think you're. I mean, there's painted brick in our neighborhoods. There are vinyl windows in our neighborhoods. Yeah. So,
exactly.
You're
Commissioner
not on the
Rump?
fence. You're on the walkway.
Commissioner Rumsch?
It is a synthetic product, and I tend to agree with Chris. I think we should, I mean, the fact that it looks like slate, I think is in its favor. And I think that a natural material I would feel better about. But I do agree that if it's a synthetic, a man-made material in our historic neighborhood, I think we probably should draw a line there. But I think that we should have the flexibility to allow other natural materials other than concrete, brick, and maybe the broken slate, the broken red tile that was used.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Rumsch. All right. Is there a motion? We're at, let's see, 4:38. And I don't know if we can talk around this anymore. We just have to make a decision. And we have 5 more cases to get through, including additions.
I could make a motion.
Okay, Chris.
I'd like to make a motion to deny this application as it pertains to section 8.2 numbers 2, 7, and 8.4 number 9.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I second. This is Damon.
Okay, Damon, seconded by Damon. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's take a vote, shall we? Commissioner, just a moment. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson,
No.
Commissioner Heineman. That's right. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
No.
Commissioner Goodwin, Commissioner Hayden,
No.
Commissioner Parati, yes. 7-3, the motion passes to deny. Thank you. All right, I think, please,
Madam Chair, if I may,
please.
members of the board, even though you have made a determination of this application, this is policy. Even though you've made a determination of this application, I do believe that, given the robust discussion, if you believe this is something that does need to be discussed in the future, given the commentary where a policy may need to be looked at to be drafted or to be clarified as to the expectations, I think this would be a great time in this interim moment to direct staff possibly to do some research and to bring this back at a future work session for the entire board to discuss, review, and to give some feedback if necessary. That would be my recommendation to you in this regard, members of the board. But I'll leave it upon you as to how you believe this would need to move forward or to disregard that actual.
So yeah, that.
No, I agree.
Yeah, it came up a lot, and not the man-made materials, but really that led to a conversation about additional natural materials. So anyone feel like it's not worth discussing? I think it's definitely worth
I
discussing.
was just gonna say, this is so timely because we're working on new construction for commercial, new construction for multifamily, and we also are gonna take the opportunity to tweak the guidelines as needed. And this is perfect timing for us to take a look at that. And staff is glad to provide information to the commission.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sure. I don't know about you all, but I need a break. Okay, so 10 minutes. All right, 10-minute break, guys. See you back.
Hey, Christy, this is Jessica. If you can hear me, can you call me real quick or text me?
Okay, yes, we're back. We're ready for agenda number 7, 1827 Ewing Avenue. Is the applicant with us? Alan Brooks, are you with us?
I'm here.
Hi, Alan. Is Deborah joining us, or is it just you today?
It's just me. She had to be out of town for an important meeting.
Okay, wonderful. Alan, have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay.
And Angie,
Is Angie joining us too?
yes.
Okay, we will swear you both in.
Hi, Alan and Angie. If you'll raise your right hands and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so this next application is 1827 Ewing Avenue. It's a project in 2 parts. The first part is an addition to the house and changes to an existing side screen porch. And there's also a request to do an addition to an existing historic garage. At this point, I'm going to turn the application over to Angie and Alan to explain in further detail. And Angie, Alan, before you start, if you would just state your name and your address for the reporter, please.
Alan Brooks, 2021 Euclid Avenue, Charlotte.
Angie Lauer, 925 Pine Forest Road in Charlotte.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
The house in the National Register Historic Report cites it as a 1-story colonial revival modest brick cottage with garage built in 1928, and it's largely the original exterior, and the interior of the house as well is very much kept. The side porch has been screened, and there are interior modifications for the kitchen and the bath, but the goal was to have more bedroom space and to optimize expansion in the rather large attic and surprisingly largely fully excavated basement. And secondarily for the garage and garret with a rear yard development for entertainment. We tried to respect the house, and the scheme for you today, though adding square footage, tries to mitigate changes to the house as seen from Ewing and East Worthington by pushing the second floor to the remote corner of the buildable lot, expressed as roof dormers that are toward the rear and the left, and utilizing some space under for a porch that extends into the backyard. And there are basically no masonry changes to the house, except to raise if you want to go to the rear elevation, but you can tell that the basement door is in a well, that what we're going to do is to raise that up to the level of the grade. And that's the only masonry change that we would do to the house. Other changes that we're doing are on the right elevation that faces East Worthington. There's the 1 bathroom window that has glass block, and we want to remove that and restore it to the historic double hung window. All the materials of the house in details would match, but what we tried to do was to make it such that it appeared as dormers. And then the porch to the rear would be open, and that it would allow access on grade into the house, going down to the basement and going up into the first floor and then up to the attic. And we chose to use, it's probably more evident, the material use on the other elevations of the rear and the left. But we chose to use lap siding And that there is some lap siding that was used in the existing left where they enclosed I think to be a recessed porch that entered into the kitchen. And so we're using that material for the dormers of the house, but maintaining the roof pitches and the window profiles and details for the house. And I don't know how we want to proceed, whether we go into explaining the garage at this point.
Please. Yes, go ahead, Alan.
Okay, and we have the street surveys there that show the house as would be on Ewing Avenue. So there's minimal change in terms of just on the left-hand side. That's where that there would be a visible addition, basic of the second floor, and just a column supporting the porch on that side. And then on the East Worthington side, there would be the addition of the rear dormer and the porch with the chimney. You can also see that the garage is in between at the rear of the subject house, but beside other houses on that street. And if you it is of a, I think the photographs would be better to look at this point. And that is the garage, and though it's there and it has its form, but there's quite a much deterioration on the roof and the slope and the structure and the infill of the original garage opening as it faces what's called the front, facing East Worthington. So what we wanted to do was to pay homage and respect and to maintain the existing garage in form and add to it on the left side. It is non-conforming in that it sets only a couple of feet from the property line in the back. And so it takes on an irregular form to achieve an addition, but yet maintain the historic context of the original garage and restore it in the process. And I had support information of a section of identifying two other projects that I felt had relevance. Did you not have those in the presentation?
Presentation is what was, I added the streetscape that you sent me, but that was the only thing that I got from you, in addition to what was posted online on November 6th.
Oh, I thought well, I guess I can just, in that,
Want me to go to Google Street View? Do you know the addresses?
Well, okay, yes, that could work.
Okay.
I had it all graphically laid out in comparison with photographs and everything, a little bit more work, but it's basically the concept of a house on, I now don't have addresses, 224, and maybe Angie might be able to help to give the exact address, but the corner of, I'm just, I'm not, I don't have my files with me since I'm at my, not at my.
Alan, is it the one at the corner of Sarah Marks and
Ledgewood?
Ledgewood? Okay.
Yes, that's the house I'm referring to.
Okay.
I just didn't have the exact address. 2227 maybe?
It'd be
So
the red house on the
looking there
corner.
is the house, the corner of Ledgewood
Mhm.
and intersection of Sarah Mark.
There it is.
And the picture back while they're building the fence that enclosed the backyard, which isn't built yet, but all materials are there on the street. And you can see that it's definitely subordinate to the house. And it was a garage. You can see the two paired garages there of both houses that actually face the intersecting streets. So we added a conforming part, 2 stories, to the 1-story non-conforming part, and still kept the identity of the garage and used different materials to express that related back to the house. And that did get approval and built. So that's a non-conforming condition. And then a house at 6, and you can see that it's much taller than the accessory of the house subject to it. And then going to 628 East Worthington. This is an imposing 3-story house, and the side on the street, the side street, in the same aspect of having a much bigger house and a diminutive accessory structure in the back, and then an historic house that you can barely see beyond, that is lower in height than the accessory to the subject house facing the opposite street. So I'm just going to point that out, that is a sort of a context that that you would notice on the street survey. So that's what we were trying to, save the original garage, but the footprint is only 800 square feet for both floors. So there's only like 400 feet more or less for each floor. And so the dimensions, the proportionality is it looks tall, but the footprint, that's because the footprint is so narrow. And in order to get the code complying headroom height at doors and bathrooms, and we did try to maintain the roof pitch that is current on the house that matches the garage, that the additions to the garage maintained as well. But the original accessory is built in cedar shakes instead of brick, of course. So there is some continuity with the house and the windows and the roof pitch, but it isn't shingles. And what we were going to do was to have lap siding as the material of the additions to the garage, to contrast in that the same nature that the lap siding was used on the additions to the original brick house. I think that's all what I have to explain.
Can I speak?
Yes.
Is this Angie? Yes, of course.
Okay. So one of the things that I wanted to also accentuate, Christy, if you could go back to the site plan slide, which I believe is slide 194. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so based on the guidelines of Chapter 7 additions, item number 1, it says attempt to locate the addition to the rear elevation so that it is minimally visible from the street. That is the attempt of what we were trying to do. Because this is a corner lot, What we did not do was stack the addition on the East Worthington side. So most of the addition is done behind the center ridge of the rear. So Christy, if you can point to the ridge of the original rear, yes. So right there. So the addition is placed to the back left corner, as Alan indicated, from its primary front, which is Ewing Avenue. And then also the size of the addition is to not overwhelm the existing structure. And I think this was successfully done in the back. So what appears to be an addition is actually that covered porch on the back, which is open space. So if you go to the next slide, Christy, where it shows the elevation from East Worthington. Slide number
195.
Keep going.
198.
Yes, slide 198. So what appears to be roof is actually open space with a fireplace. So it is open, not an enclosed structure to the rear of the property. So if you look at the massing of the roof, if that addition of the porch was not there, you would have a simple dormer on the back of the house, which certainly meets the guidelines of addition chapter 7. So I just wanted to point that out, that, following the guidelines, no wider, no taller, stacked to the back, we do believe is in the spirit of the guidelines. So regarding the garage addition, or the garage period, one of the projects that Alan presented to you just a minute ago was on the corner of Sarah Marks and Lexington. That was actually, I believe, praised by your commission in its approval because we retained the original structure of the garage, so that if it ever had to be restored, you could identify its original form and location without demolishing that garage. So that was the same attempt that we're doing here. So in slide 200, you see the original structure. What you don't see is its severe damage to the frame, to the rafters, and to the beam above the door. The next slide, Christy, is slide 201. And if you look at the upper right-hand corner where the garage is, you can actually see the original form. Although it is a one-car garage door, it's only, I believe, only 8 feet wide at best, with a man door next to it that is going to be completely removed and put in the two style doors, the carriage doors. It is minimal. It's not, a traditional oversized garage. These, as you can see, because of its non-conforming side yard or rear yard, it is in this case, we have to step the garage to be conforming per zoning. So I think that's it on my end. Alan, I don't think there was anything else.
I don't think so. That was good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Alan and Angie. Is there anyone here to speak for or against this application? No. Okay. Commissioners, questions of the applicant. Commissioner Barth, you're up.
Yes. Christy, can you go to, let's start with the front elevation, please.
Slide 195.
Yeah. So on the front there, you have a screen porch on the right-hand side of the house. You're proposing to enclose that in some manner. What are you putting in the well, first let me ask this. Is the porch currently screened, or is it enclosed in some way with storm windows or anything?
No, it's screened.
Okay, and your proposal to infill that screening, what are you proposing to put in its place? Windows, or are those the
windows, awning type windows with wood panels below?
Okay, there's a note on your elevations that say operable shutters with wooden panels. Can you speak to the note regarding shutters versus the window comment you made? Should that be windows, operable windows? Okay.
Awning. I'm sorry.
It's all right. So just wanted to clarify that. Let's see, what else did I have? Oh, and then Alan, you also mentioned on the, let's see, what elevation was that? The right-hand side elevation, Chris, if we can go there. You mentioned replacing the glass block in what I can imagine is a bathroom with a double hung window, which relates to the rest of the windows on the house, which I appreciate you doing. On the proposed elevation does not show that. I guess
yeah, drafting. I hate to say
just graphically it needs to be shown. I got you. Okay, just wanted to clarify. Let's see, what else do I have? Apologize, let me just look through my notes. And then you were proposing Hardy Artisan for the lap siding on the addition.
For the garage.
Okay. For the garage, okay. And then what sort of lap siding for the addition on the dormers? You have a 6-inch James Hardy lap siding.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then I see on the back porch addition, the covered porch addition that you all are proposing. I understand your response to raise the door level going into the basement on that landing. Is this, let me just ask, is this the reason that that covered porch space is at the level it is, or is there did you all explore bringing that up to more of the finished floor height for that porch?
Well, it relates to the means of getting to the second floor and utilizing the connections to utilize that door area for entry into the house. So it works with the internal stair arrangement.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And raising the porch would create issues with railings and other issues that we wanted to make it more related to the grade, so it would have less effect in terms of any kind of enclosure.
Okay.
I think if you go to the photographs, I think it's more telling. Christy, if you could. So no, so on slide 191, if you look at where that basement door is, it's actually in a well. And so by raising that door actually eliminates a lot of issues, water issues from the inside as well. And without modifying the grade too much, I think it just much helps the entry into the house.
Okay. Let me, yeah.
Okay.
If I can just get into, I don't want to get into the design so much. One thing and maybe you all can comment on this. The reason I bring that up is because that back porch, the way you have the porch or terrace level down at grade and the columns sitting up on piers seems a little tall and slender to me. Typically, on bungalows and things of that nature, that might be something that we see on like a porte-cochere where you're driving in with a car or something like that, but not typically on a porch do we see that. Usually the porch is brought up to the finished floor level. and the columns rest on that, and they have a solid base to sit on. So I don't know if you all would be open to exploring, or I might even request that you explore another option to get into that basement and into that stair while providing a firm foundation for that porch to be on, both visually as well as, as it relates to construction methods.
Are you?
I was just going to comment that, this is a colonial revival house, and which has difference. If we go to the existing front that faces the Ewing, you can see how small the columns in that presentation has a very linear orientation.
Yeah, I understand your idea to mimic the slender columns on the front of the house, but even if you look at that front elevation, my comment about the bungalows was purely a reference for typical portico-shares that we see on that architectural style. But on the front elevation of the house currently, that porch going into the front sits on the firm base and the columns sit on top of it, providing, an architectural language or hierarchy. My comment is, I'd probably prefer, and we could, ask any of the other commissioners or architects on the board too, to see if that language might help a little bit. To me, it seems a little tall of a structure, and I think, that base would be preferred to have for that back porch.
I think that if the base for the column could be allow some kind of reference to the porch, but for the usage, it would be problematic in terms of the uses of the porch. And the attempt was to try to minimize the size of the porch by utilizing the grade to have the connection more to the grade.
Chris, I may ask, are you suggesting the proportions of the column and the base, not necessarily their location to grade, but just its width and proportion? Is that what you're suggesting?
I think just overall the assembly of that porch and the columns and the bases just are not something that we typically see. Usually this would be a built-up deck or a built-up terrace with columns sitting on top of it versus tall piers that extend all the way down to grade.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's bring in Commissioner Ramsch.
Yeah, and I forgot what I was thinking. That was a good conversation. My concern, would you show the site plan? I just have a question about the driveway that's existing and the one that's going in. Of course, my concern is parking on the streetscape and having that double wide driveway coming into a two-bay garage. So my question is are you changing the width of the driveway that's there now? The one that's there are you making the curb cut bigger?
No, that was one of the reasons is to that it does coordinate with the existing garage that's there now with the existing driveway. So all of that is in concert to maintain.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yeah, I had a question about the impermeability, and I saw a note. I can't see it on this presentation as much, but could you clarify what the impermeability percentage is? And I noticed on the note before as I was reviewing this prior, that I believe that the note indicated that it gave the percentage, but it said did not include the pool and the pond, and I assume maybe even the walkways. So I was just curious what that amount is, because the permeability percentage is supposed to include those things. So I was just curious what that number is.
Yeah.
Do you want me to ask you the other question too, or do you want to answer? You want to talk about that one first?
Well, the permeability should have included all of the sort of planned features for the rear yard. And so the total collective permeability would meet the requirement with the with all that is planned. But so the permeability, I think, should show that.
So, Krista, this is Christy. Slide 190 is up. In my staff memo, it said it was not including the pool and plunge pool because on slide 190, that was not included in the open space calculations.
Okay, so that's what I saw then. That was the discrepancy.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, based on the calculations, the total permeable area is 0.4 or 40%. And the open space is 68%. We have a 65% minimum, so we are under the allowable. So we're at 40 versus 50%.
Okay, Angie, but I think the issue is that if you look at slide 190, it says house addition, garage, and concrete driveway, and there's no mention of the pool in that 40%.
Doesn't have the pond, the pool, or any of the pathways that show on the plan.
Right. That's sort of a future consideration that we wanted to keep in mind. So we did meet the permeability requirement as a finished product whenever that would become. But we're, and hopefully that would be just a staff approval because we haven't formulated the details of it as yet.
My other question is on the garage. So just to clarify, the original structure, did you indicate, Angie, that the original walls, just there was nothing salvageable on the original walls? Did I hear that correctly?
No, they are going to be salvaged because if they are moved, we would not be able to build them back in its existing location.
Right.
What they said was the front wall, which is actually facing the side street, where you could see on slide 192, where the header across the front of the garage door would be replaced. Just that piece. It has to be repaired. It wouldn't be able to be built upon, but the garage stays. It remains as existing non-conforming, and any new addition to it would be conforming based on zoning requirements.
Yeah,
Okay.
What it is, the original opening for the garage doors was almost entirely the front facade. So you can see a little shingles on the edges, but then the infill is just a lap siding, that's that composite board, and the vinyl garage doors.
Correct. So Christy, if you could point to that right side on slide 192, where you indicated with your cursor, you could see the shadowing of what was filled in. Krista, if you can.
Right there.
Yeah, confirm.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I see it. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, thank you. Two questions. While we're in the garage, is that garage's setback the same as the house next door?
Would you be referring to the
house
property
on
to the
Worthington?
left on Ewing?
It's 1115 East Worthington.
Worthington. The house it's adjacent to?
Alan, I think if you look at slide 194, Jill, correct me if I'm wrong, I think what Commissioner Walker is asking, and I'm using my pointer, where next to the garage, do you know where the front thermal wall of that house that faces East Worthington, where is that in relationship to the garage?
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
So can I intersect? So Christy, if you go to the one of the initial drawings in the package shows the aerial. There you go. Slide 193, which you could see where, Jill, where the adjacent house is in relationship to the garage.
Okay, thank you.
So
And while you're, excuse me.
No, go ahead.
While you're there on that slide, if you will look at the house, I guess 1823 Ewing Avenue, this house next door, but on plan, I want to see the aerial view. That's what I'm referring to, is that the accessory structure to 1823 Ewing is non-conforming as well, but in both directions. And so fortunately, the original garage for the subject house, 1827 Ewing, is set back further away from the property line, closer to the street East Worthington. So what we factored in is the code building separation between the between the two accessories to meet fire separation, even though it leaves area that we could legally build on, meaning for the accessory.
Let me just make sure I understand. So the garage for your structure, the addition to it, will it go any closer to Worthington than?
No.
No.
It'll sit even with the house next door, but it will be taller.
So
taller in the in the added part.
The other question I have is, can you go back to that slide? I think it was 194. Yeah, it looked like you've gone over the 5-foot side yard setback in this addition for the back half of the house. Is that correct? Yeah.
No, that's just the roof line, of which is legal up to 3 feet. So the structure meets the side yard setback with the columns and the building.
The roof line goes into the side yard setback by about how much, do you think?
Maybe 1.5 feet, but it would have
from the property line.
Yeah, but that's yes, and the existing side stoop on the left-hand side would remain, and we're utilizing it, but all the structure of the addition conforms to the setback.
Jill, to answer your question, it's about a 12-inch overhang. Is approximate.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question along the same lines as Jill. So the house that she's talking about, 1115 East Worthington, the garage now that's beside that, your garage, is with the addition going to be 20 feet, 10 inches. Do you know the height of that house? The orientation of the garage and the house will be the same. So do you know the height of the house that will be beside the garage that's 20 feet, 10 inches?
It's
Yes.
listed in the street survey.
It is.
Slide 199.
What is it?
It's slide 199. And zooming in, I can't zoom in close enough to get the number, but maybe you could
So
magnifying glass.
So then maybe someone can tell me.
It shows 732.5 for the neighbor and 737.1 for the added garage.
I'm talking about the height of it. So the height of your garage is 20 feet. What's the height of the house? What's the height of 1115?
The difference is that difference between those two numbers.
5 feet or
What is it?
5 feet.
5 feet. So the garage is 5 feet taller.
Yes. Based on Damon's numbers.
Damon?
Yes.
Yeah, your hand's up. Oh, never mind. It looked like your hand was up. Okay. All right. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close for deliberation? Jill, do you mean to have your hand up? Okay.
I do have something else. So one of the comments was that in previous approved projects, like the one in Sarah Marks, the delta of the garage to its adjacent house, not on its property, but to its adjacent house, was approximately a 5-foot delta between existing structure of house and the addition of the garage on Sarah Marks.
The Sarah Marks and Lexington garages are together, right? So the one that you're referring to is when we look at the next lot, those two garages are side by side. It's not a garage and a house, correct?
That is correct. Now, the other house that Alan used as an example was the house on Worthington and Springdale, I believe. And the house that is adjacent to that was a one-story double gable Victorian. And it was next to the garage. And that was also, if I remember correctly, there was also approximately a 5-foot delta between those two as well. Christy, you could verify that with your documents from approval. So we use that as kind of a guide, as a percentage of what the, moving forward with this presentation, to use that as kind of a benchmark, but it's not an absolute.
Thanks, Angie.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments for Angie or Ellen before we close? All right, let's close. Okay, commissioners, thoughts? Maybe staff quickly could speak to what Angie was just referring to as the difference in the structure beside it. I mean, do we?
So what I can speak to is when you're looking at the Zotwall survey, it's 4.6 feet difference. It's not quite 5. In reference to the Springdale and Worthington project, that was before we were requiring Zotwalls. We do not have a Zotwall on file for that project, unfortunately. And the most relevant one would be the Sarah Marks project that was approved under current guidelines.
And that was where the two garages were side by side.
Correct. With the
that was the buffer.
It was the buffer, and then there was it's a short street. A house faces Sarah Marks, and then I'm not sure what the
Did they have the same orientation?
Hold on, let me pull up that street view, and then.
Thank you.
So this is the one that I just referenced that we do not have a Zotwall for this street. We have it for this side of the street, but not for the side in question. And with Sarah Marks and Ledgewood, I believe it was. So this is a shorter condition, whereas you have the main house with the rather large addition, the original garage with the improved addition of the garage, next to another single car garage, which are both non-conforming setback wise, and then next to the other house that fronts on Dilworth Road, it looks like.
Those are different. That's a different situation. Yeah. Commissioner Barth?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to, I mean, overall, I think the addition to the second floor of the house is sensitive to the existing structure as well as the being on a corner lot. So I'd like to commend the applicant for being sensitive to that, as well as the porch addition, I think is pretty sensitive to that. The one thing I would like to mention, and I'm curious as to if anybody else has issue with this, and I apologize because my vocabulary is not as eloquent as others, but I still think there needs to be a base or some sort of treatment for that porch. I mean, the space just seems so tall and out of proportion in human scale for what we typically see on porch additions. I know Damon's brought this up in the past, but the enclosure of the screen porch, you know, in looking back through our guidelines, there are some provisions that allow for that. I know it's discouraged, but, you know, obviously I'd like to see some notes and cosmetic things done to the elevations to reflect, you know, what those materials and things are. You know, I think, you know, if this is a glass enclosure of a screen porch, I think it's there, if not close to being in keeping with the guidelines. And then my last item is, you know, I don't know what to say about the examples. I was not involved with those reviews in the past for the garage additions where they were added on to and gone up. Perhaps staff can comment as far as how we would treat an addition to a garage versus a house. I know typically on additions, we'd like to the addition not to overpower the existing structure, which, you know, for the example we have in front of us, as well as the ones that applicant brought up, clearly, you know, those additions do overpower the secondary structure. So I don't know if Christy, you have any advice on how to deal with that.
I think you look at it similarly. If my recommendation is you look at the additions guidelines, because it is a historic structure in the district, and then you can always fall back on the Secretary of the Interior standards. You know, looking at reversibility, is the original building still visible? If this was undone, would that be able to happen? And just apply your guidelines as you would normally.
Okay. So to that point, and I don't know how the other project on Sarah Marks was approved. You know, to me, this does not conform to those guidelines with respect to directional expression, massing, and the ability to being removed, and the historic structure and form retained. Anyway, let me see what else. I think that's all I had.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, I would question if there's any precedence for a garage being so proud of an adjacent home, a residential structure. That causes me some heartburn. As does the encroachment into the setback. In our guidelines, the side yard setback is referred to as spacing, and guideline 6.3, number 1 says space new construction according to the historic precedent and the immediate surroundings of the proposed new construction. So while this is just a roof, it is an intrusion into the setback, and that just causes me some heartburn, as it has in applications in the past. So
I'm with you on the garage, Jill, because unlike the other examples we have, the garage is right there beside the adjacent house on East Worthington. And it seems like it would be overpowering that house. In fact, they're kind of around the same height now without the addition. We've talked about porches being enclosed, and I know we've gone back and forth about that, in part because our districts have a certain kind of pedestrian interest, the houses do, and just going and doing a site visit at this house is definitely one of those houses. It's right there at the corner, and the side porch is, it adds to the pedestrian interest of the house. And when we look at 4.8, number 5, to Commissioner Barth's point, it leaves us some flexibility, but it does say that enclosure of side porches and balconies is discouraged. So again, I have a little heartburn over that one too. So Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes, I have the same issue with the porch being enclosed. If you look at the front elevation, that is not only a front porch. That is the only front porch that this house has, the connection, the intermediate between the public and the private spacing. And I think that porch should be considered as part of a front porch. And I think we should think twice about letting that be enclosed. I agree a lot. Well, I didn't notice the columns being long and spindly on the back porch until Chris brought that up. And I agree 100% that patio being on grade kind of accentuates the issue of those columns. And I think that probably should be restudied, either a different way to proportion those columns or maybe raise the patio itself. I'm not sure which way is the way to go. And the last thing is the fact that the face of the garage is staying the same size and the driveway to it is not changing. The height of it does give me concern that it is higher than the house next to it, and is actually closer to that house than it is to the house that it serves. And so I think we should look closely at the height issue for that garage. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Damon. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? I see Cindy reaching. Commissioner Heineman.
Hi, I just want to speak to some of the main house comments. The first is, I do think the allowance for the enclosure of side porches in our guidelines is important, because I think the reason it's there is to allow some of these diminutive houses to stay that way. It allows for the adaptation of a house without blowing out huge additions up or out. And so the way it's written to adapt a side porch to a new use really lets us use it as a sunroom or an office or something, which is the balancing act of preserving the character of the neighborhoods. And I think that's why that guideline is there. So I do support the enclosure of the porch, provided the detailing is right. And I do agree with the slenderness of the columns in the back, but I think it is something that's probably easily mediated, because Chris, I think you articulated it really well, that it needed to, the columns fundamentally match the front columns, right? But in the front, they sit on a strong base that's proportioned to them. relative to grade. So I think if the slender brick piers were actually like a patio wall, even if it was dropped just a little bit off of the row lock on the piers, the foundation of the columns would feel stronger and they would feel more in proportion with the rest of the house. So I think there's probably a fairly straightforward way to mediate it. But at this point, the combination of the slender piers and the center columns is contributing to a slenderness on the back porch that feels like too much.
Okay. Thanks, Jessica. Any other questions or comments? We are. All right. Does anyone feel like making a motion? Anyone feel confident in putting forward a motion? We talked about the garage. Okay, thanks, Chris.
I could try to. I think we've had a lot of talking points here from other members of the commission, so I'm probably going to need some help weighing in on some amendments.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this application. Let's start first with the screen porch, work our way around the front to the back. I'd like to see additional details on the windows and the trimming out of this screen porch. And other than that, I think we're good. I'd like to see additional graphics as well as notes as far as some windows and certain other elements that are being replaced on the existing house. I think namely the glass block window that's being replaced with a double hung. We'd need to see what that looks like. Moving around to actually, let me back up a second. In reference to the screen porch, I'd like to cite section 4.8, number 5 and number 6. Okay, moving around to the back, we'd request that the applicant reanalyze the condition of the porch addition to influence more of a human scale and proportion with respect to the slenderness of the columns and the an adequate base for the structure it's supporting. Let's see, I have a section 6.7, number 1, and 6.8. I think those are right, but somebody can check on that for me. And for the garage addition, would request that the applicant reanalyze that aspect of the project as it pertains to and I don't have the section on that one, so I apologize.
In section 8, but I'm looking for it. 8.9.
8.9. Do we have a number, or is it just in general?
I'm looking. 8.9, number 3.
Okay, 8.9, number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Did I miss anything?
You mentioned something about the basement door. Do you want to?
I think that relates to the analysis of the porch.
Okay.
And how that condition is treated architecturally.
Okay. Anyone want to second this motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion, Commissioner Hyman?
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down. I'm fine.
Okay. All right. So then let's vote on this motion, shall we? Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch? Commissioner Rumsch?
Oh, sorry, I thought I was unmuted. No.
No. Commissioner Murn?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. 10-1. Motion passes to continue. Thanks, Angie and Alan. All right, we're moving on to the next one.
Next application is 1901 South Mint Street. And it is an application for a rear addition and a new accessory dwelling unit. And the applicants are David Wales and Mark Lynch. David, Mark, are both of you on the line?
Oh, sorry.
Hey,
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I was trying to find the unmute button.
Okay, welcome back.
How's everybody?
Good. Have you been sworn in yet?
I have.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Is Mark joining you or are you handling it today?
I am handling it right now. Mark was, he had a call for something else at 5:30, so he may be joining us midway through.
Okay. Well, I'm going to turn it immediately over to you if you would state your name and address and get going.
David Wales, 400 Roselawn Place, Charlotte, North Carolina. All right. Okay, so this property is at 1901 Mint Street. It's a fairly nondescript brick home, which has obviously already been painted. It's in decent shape. The sunroom on the back is something that I'll ask you to take notice of, as it is that is one part that we are looking to remove as part of the project. It was not part of the original house, and it is in very poor condition with a sloping roof structure, and the actual flooring of the sunroom has significantly deteriorated and is sinking due to some termite damage. So anyways, this is we're looking to demolish that, as well as demolish the front the little roof over the front stoop to introduce a little more of an elegant solution that provides some more character to the home. Next slide. As mentioned, it's a corner lot along West Worthington Avenue and South Mint Street. There is currently, they've recently done some site work along West Worthington Avenue and provided some sidewalks, which is kind of dressed up the corner there a little bit. Next slide. Again, you can kind of see the location there on the corner. There's a rather new home directly across the street, and a number of the homes are still kind of in more or less their original condition, while there are a couple that have been updated as well. But we're not planning on going up. We're just planning on extending back behind the house. So. Next slide. As you can see, yes, we're right there, the very lowest property, and probably the even without the slope of the street, we're one of the lowest roof lines. But again, we're not looking to extend above the existing roof line. Next slide. So I was looking at this earlier and realized that the trees had been turned off on the proposed site plan somehow. I apologize for that. The only, there's a couple trees that, of the smaller trees along West Worthington that are covered in vines and we'll be looking to remove, but none of the one large tree that would be affected would be that one in the back corner. As you can see, if you could go back real quick, we are looking, there is a 10-foot public alley on the back side of, or the back side of the property, between this property and the adjacent lot. We will be proposing adding a driveway right up against that public alleyway for the ADU, as well as adding a driveway along the right side of the Mint Street part of the lot. Next slide. In this slide, basically what we're doing, all the existing windows are going to stay the same. The only thing that's changing is that front stoop, creating a little bit more of a craftsman style columns on either side. Right now, it's just a pair of 4x4 posts with no decorative elements. And just, again, creating a little bit of a grander entrance, replacing the front door. Right now, it's just a existing 6-panel fiberglass door that was replaced at some point, and adding a new solid wood craftsman style door. And you can somewhat, let's see, the roofing on the new portico will have will be asphalt shingle to match the existing. Now this is the rear elevation, as you can see in the existing slide, are above where we are. The existing sunroom that we're planning on demolishing. The new addition with a double gabled roof will be extending out from the back side of the home with a wood deck towards the inside of the property. The siding is going to be a hardy fiber cement, just a lap siding, 6-inch lap siding with various size trim at the windows and corner boards. Again, adding the Timberline architectural shingles to match the existing, and providing a brick veneer foundation to match the existing brick that is on the existing house. All windows we're proposing as Windsor Pinnacle clad double hung windows with simulated divided light muntins. Next slide. Oh, and the top of the foundation will have a row lock top row to match the existing. Again, this is the inside elevation, and you can see the deck and a couple of windows that again are the Windsor Pinnacle clad windows. We're not planning on doing anything to the existing siding except for repairing it as needed. There's a few pieces that need to be that have kind of fallen into disrepair and will be fixed to match the existing. On the street side, we are again the same finishes as the other ones. Timberline shingles, fiber cement siding, Windsor Pinnacle clad windows, and again the brick veneer and row lock course at the top to match the existing foundation. Next slide. Now for the accessory dwelling unit, which sits to the rear of the property. All the detailing is pretty much going to match what we're doing on the addition, regarding the windows, corner boards, and even the foundation with the Roloc course at the top. Let's see. The windows, the lower windows will be double hung, while the upper windows will be casement, so that we can meet the egress requirements for those windows in the in the bedroom up above. Next slide. Yeah, there. Sorry. Again, using the same solid wood Craftsman doors. There's an entry on either side, one towards the house and one towards the driveway. And again, Hardy siding and Windsor Pinnacle clad windows. The 812 pitch of the roof for the lower portion, and a 412 for the upper, to create enough headroom while not rising above the existing house. Next slide. Just a couple, I didn't know these ones were included in there. Just a couple 3D views showing the relationship between the accessory dwelling unit and the existing home with the addition. Next slide. These are just all the drawings, and so yeah, I think that's it. There should be I know somewhere in there they had the Pinnacle clad window details, but if they're not in there, I can provide those. Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, thanks, David. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? Nope. All right, Commissioner Walker.
Hi, yeah, could you give me a little information about the tree in the back?
The tree in the back corner?
That the ADU will eviscerate.
Yeah, it's an old tree that's in, obviously we need to get the, I believe Mark, are you on? He may already, I think he may already have the letter regarding that tree is in dire straits and on its last legs, if not already. But it's not a healthy tree, and that one would be removed.
Thank you.
Upon approval, of course.
Okay, PJ Henningsen.
Sorry, eating a cracker. Yeah, a handful of questions and comments. I want to talk about the fenestration in the windows. Let's go to rear elevation, please. I don't know what slide it is. I'm sorry. Perfect.
230.
230. Slide number 230. General question with the diagram in the middle. Looking at the size of the other windows on the house, dimensionally, yeah, thank you. Dimensionally, these windows just look a little smaller than the other ones. So my recommendation would be to align those the size of those windows to the other windows in the house.
Yeah, it's funny. I knew that one would come up. It was really an effort to have enough spacing to allow for a larger bed between the windows without overlap. So I figured that one would probably come up.
Well, I'm not done yet. No, can we go to the left? Can we go to the left elevation, please? All right. So just a comment here. Again, so slide 231 diagram. Yeah, this one right here. The two smaller windows towards the rear of the house. The windows aren't aligned with the window heights on the original house. So again, my recommendation, again, all small things, would be to make sure you've got the window height aligned on that elevation. And general comment, I just saw some differences on the addition with the wood clad siding. It appeared that there may just be some variances in trim, whether it was trim width or maybe the horizontal trim board at the top extending past some of the vertical trim pieces. So my comment there would be on the addition, just make sure that you're consistent and you're aligned with your trim patterns, and make sure that your trim is historically wide enough. Other general comments. AC unit I think was missing from the site plan, and if we could go to the ADU, please. And I am almost done, I promise. Again, all small things. Generally speaking, on the rear elevation, on the second story at the ADU, again, just fenestration. Window, it seems kind of odd, tucked all the way in the corner. It seems kind of odd that there's only one window versus two on that second story, that attic, the loft, whatever we're calling it. And then in speaking with the ADU, can you help me understand what is the height of the ADU compared to the height of the house at grade?
It's actually, and I thought about that as we were, I know it's late now, but as we were doing this, that I probably should have provided an elevation showing both, because the ADU is actually, if you look at the height there, is there any way to zoom in on the, let's see, so we're at, I believe it's 20 feet above the grade there, and the existing. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I have that the ridge of the upper part of the ADU aligns exactly with the ridge of the existing, and which was the reason for changing the slope on that upper roof. And I can provide an elevation showing that.
No, that would be perfect. Thank you. Because with can we go to a picture or something that shows the elevation? Obviously, that part of Mint Street, is on a hill, right?
Yeah.
And some applicants have got the luxury that they've got a hill that they can use in their advantage. So again, when I'm looking at that middle shot, I'm just trying to get a better understanding of the primary ridge line, the height at sea level, if you will. I mean, the height of the primary ridge line at grade versus the height of the ADU, just because we want to see that ADU as a garage as subservient, right? We don't want it to. The ridge lines need to be lower than the primary house, just so it doesn't overtake the primary house.
Okay.
And I can speak to guideline language if I needed to. Those are the only, thank you. Those are the only questions or comments that I had.
Thanks, PJ. Okay, Krista?
Hey, David. I really want to reiterate I agree with all of PJ's comments. I had a lot of the same comments. I guess I would go a little bit further on the ADU as far as that being secondary to the primary structure. It just feels, I'm really struggling with the feel of it. And I guess it's the massing and the fact that the ADU appears to be a two-story structure whereas the primary is still a single story. So I'm struggling with that. Agree with all the fenestration comments. And I was going to ask also about the ridge line. I think you clarified that they're the same. One question I had on the elevation on the house on the front, you can go back to that, Christy, is the change in style from it being a classic, let's see, what is it considered, a colonial, American small colonial, to a craftsman style. I'm not sure that our guidelines really allow for a distinct style change like that. But I also wanted to clarify the shutters. They appear to be remaining on the elevation on the right side, but not on the left side. They're not shown. So I was curious about that detail. Am I correct that Is it just the drawing is faint and I can't see them, or?
No, I think it was just something got turned off, and
Okay.
yeah.
So I guess,
the shutters on the front would be replaced and would remain.
okay. So along with that same comment, changing the original door, do you have any indication of the existing 6-panel door, if that is original?
No,
or-
it's a steel or fiberglass door. It's very much a replacement door.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess I would comment on that as well, the Craftsman style door and the whole Craftsman feel. I'm not sure that.
I guess I just, just looking at the home, I don't feel like it has any particular style. It's, I mean, the front entry portico is so nondescript to even be, I mean, it's such a, I mean, it just has almost zero character at all. To even give it a style is questionable. There's a number of homes along the street, which I would say more so, more of the homes along the street, which have a more of a Craftsman feel to them, or have been converted to Craftsman. I'm not sure how many of them were originally Craftsman, but it seems to be more fitting with the neighborhood than what is currently there.
I understand. I'm trying to give it a style. Other than I did have a question about the hardy siding. Did you specify what type of hardy siding?
Just a lap siding, just a standard lap siding.
Okay, so maybe the hardy artisan.
Probably not artisan, just the artisan tends to be a little more decorative, I think, than just standard lap siding.
Okay. I think that was all of my comments, questions.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. And David, just to give you some reference points, the ADU being secondary is 8.9, number 3 in our guidelines. And what Commissioner Lineberger was saying about one architectural style not then being mixed with another architectural style, you can find that at 7.2, number 6, and the Secretary of Interior Standards, numbers 2 and 3. Commissioner Barth?
Just 2 comments, piggybacking on what Krista said. I mean, the house is very small. It does have some classical elements such as the dentils, the front entrance pediment, though I agree it's not anything spectacular. We would want to see some design elements that speak to that architectural language. The windows also support that architectural language. Christy, could you move to the ADU again? I think a side profile elevation. I don't know if any other commissioners have issue with this, but this may help you. I would probably move that the ridge line of the main roof gable up to meet the overbuilt addition for the second floor, just so those the second floor spaces read as dormers rather than an overbuilt mass on top of it. I don't know how visible this garage will be from the street, but I think that would help. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Heineman?
Krista and Chris mostly hit on the things that I had in my notes. But just to reiterate real quickly, I was zooming in on some of the existing conditions images of the house, and that dental molding that's there. It looks like it's some sort of like a fine carpentry scallop detail. Does that sound right to you, David?
Yes, that is correct. Sorry, Jessica.
So when we get into the, the stylistic expression of anything that you do to the house, that's exactly the one I was zooming in on, Christy. We do have to respond to the cues that we do get from the house. And while I 100% agree with the staff assessment and my fellow commissioners that portico is not original and doesn't need to be the cue, I think some of the other cues you're given here are a colonial revival, or even there's some hints of like picturesque cottage, not in the roof forms, but in some of the decorative elements. And in chapter 3 of the guidelines, there's some really good guidance there for the stylistic expression that's consistent with the house that you got here. So I would refer to that. PJ, I think, hit on the windows on the southwest north side and in the ADU. We would expect the proportion of the windows relative to each other and the proportions of the divided lights within the windows to relate to each other. So the sizing of some of the windows on the south elevation, west elevation, north elevation, and on the ADU need to be revisited for those relationships. Chris hit on my last note, which is the roof on the ADU. Christy, can you go back to that side elevation of the roof on the ADU? I'm 100% in agreement with Chris on this. When we get into this 4 and 12 range, it's really a dormer language, not a primary roof language in these styles. And so bringing your 8 and 12 up, or bringing your 4 and 12 down to a 3 and 12 to keep your plate height the same. Any of those movements so that the 4 and 12 is engaged with the 8 and 12 as a dormer element is going to go a long way towards getting you what you need on this. But having the 4 and 12 roof independent of the 8 and 12 roof is inconsistent with the stylistic expression of this house and of the context that we're in. That's it for me.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Hyman. Commissioner Walker?
Or retain chimney, because it says different things on different diagrams.
Yeah, where does it say something different?
It says existing chimney to remain on one of them, and then it's existing chimney to be demolished on another one.
Oh, yeah, that's no, it's the chimney is to remain.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how that one got on there.
Thank you.
That was in reference to slide 216 and 218.
Okay.
All right, any additional questions that have not already been asked? Commissioner Lineberger.
This is a really minor detail, but I wanted to ask about the gutters. I realize the house doesn't currently have existing gutters. But I know that one of our guidelines, I think it's 4.6, addresses gutters not being on to avoid them on the front elevation. So I don't know if that's just something that it's just a small detail, like I said, but if there's any way to move those to the side elevations, just a comment.
Okay.
Thank you, thanks, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Hyman.
Sorry, accidentally left my hand up.
Okay, thank you. Let's close for deliberation. Commissioners, it sounds like we have some points that we hit on. Anyone feel confident in making a motion right now? Commissioner Hyman?
Yeah, I feel like our conversation was consistent enough that I feel confident in crafting a motion.
Okay, perfect.
My motion would be, I'm going to, hold on a second, let me pull up the staff notes so I can reference them while I'm making a motion. I had them open and then I switched to a different slide. Okay, I move to continue this project for one stylistic expression revisit stylistic expression for consistency with historic structure and context. And I'm going to reference chapter 3. And Kim, what was the other reference that you had for that?
I did Secretary of Interior Standards and 7.2, number 6.
Thank you. Number 2, I am going to go with restudy window size and STDL configuration on south, west, and north sides of main structure and ADU for proportional consistency with historic windows.
Right. Accessory, the ADU is 8.9.
3.
Yeah.
For the windows, sorry. The ADU roof configuration, which I can reference, like you said, 8.9, and there's something in the roof chapter if somebody can track that down for me while I'm writing this. The 4 and 12 roofs should be a dormer language.
Hey, Jessica.
Yes.
For, I think you could be more specific and do 8.93, number 3 for the ADU.
Awesome, thank you. So the 4 and 12 roof should be a dormer language, and the ridge should be lower than the main structure.
So the roof is 4.5. I'm trying to find the number for you.
Okay. While you're finding that, I'm going to go on 4.4 is chimney to remain. And number 5 is gutter downspouts at side in lieu of front elevation.
Yeah, I think our roof 4.5, number 3.
Shouldn't it be section 610, Kim? For
That's right, because it's new. Yeah.
610, number 2, I'm thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Barth.
Sorry, that's instead of 4.5, number 3. Use 610, number 2.
610,
Yeah,
number 2, and then I guess just 610 in general. Number 2, 3.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys need me to repeat that?
Yeah, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, I move to continue this application for the following. 1, revisit the stylistic expression for consistency with the historic structure and the context per Chapter 3, the Secretary of the Interior Standards, and 7.2, number 6. Number 2, restudy the window size and STDL configuration on the south, west, and north elevations and the ADU for proportional consistency with the historic windows. Number 3, revisit the ADU roof configuration. 4 and 12 roofs should be in a dormer language, and the ridge should be lower than the main structure per 8.9, number 3, and 6.10, numbers 2 and 3. Number 4, the chimney is to remain. Number 5, gutters and downspouts. Redirect gutter downspouts to the side and not the front elevation. Krista, what was that guideline for the gutters?
It's 4.6, number 4.
Thank you.
Thank you. Beat me to it.
4.6, number 4. Okay.
Can I ask, should we also add 4.1, 0, 2, and 3 that addresses the front door, or no?
In my number 1 where it says revisit the stylistic expression, you want me to add that?
If you think we need it.
Okay, remind me which ones you just said.
4.10, 2, and 3. which is just replace historic doors that are beyond repair with a new door of the same size, design, material, and types used originally, sympathetic to building style.
Yes, I'll accept that friendly amendment. That sounds great.
All right. Do we have a second to Jessica's motion? PJ.
Hold on. Just a couple of comments. Do we want to add either wood lap siding or hardy artisan?
Oh, that's a really good point because we have never approved a standard hardy lap siding.
Right. Or comparable product.
Or we could just send that to staff. Previously approved siding material, or I mean, if you, I don't. How do you want to phrase that? We could.
The way you just phrased it, I think is good.
Submit. Okay.
And then another just general comment. You guys can say I'm wrong, but do we want to specify something about the gutters? I mean, I'm looking at the screen now and knowing that water doesn't run uphill. I don't know, and I'm not a gutter installer. I don't know. Do we want to specify move them to the sides because it may not be possible?
I think just calling it out allows them to revisit it, and if it's not possible, they'll say that in the continuance when they come back.
Thank you.
No, that's perfect. Yeah, because the guidelines.
So revisit downspouts per.
Perfect. Yeah, because the guidelines say avoid. Well, sometimes I can't avoid it.
Thank you.
And then
That's
just
a great
another
point.
Another general comment about fenestration. Obviously, they're coming back. Do we need to add in any of those fenestrations or site plan things that were previously brought up? If the answer is no, and the gentleman heard that, that's fine too. I don't want to overcomplicate a motion.
I think I wouldn't know what to add without being prescriptive. Do you? I'm not sure what to add to it.
Maybe we just make it a sentence or two. Just work with me for a second. Something to the tune of align fenestration heights and sizes, match fenestration heights and sizes to the original building, and then we'll make any adjustments later.
What if I said, instead of restudy window size and STDL configuration, restudy window size, STDL configuration, and fenestration rhythm?
That works.
Does that cover? Okay.
I'm gonna go back on mute.
Okay, accepted those friendly amendments.
Okay. Do we have a second for the motion?
I'll second it. Second.
Then go back on mute.
So I'll go back on mute.
Thank you, PJ. Seconded the motion. Any discussion of the motion? Let's do a round robin to see. Chris Barth.
Yes.
Nichelle Bonaparte.
Yes.
PJ Henningsen.
Yes.
Jessica Heineman.
Yes.
Krista Lineberger.
Yes.
Chris Murin.
Yes.
Damon Ramsch.
Yes.
Jill Walker.
Yes.
Phil Goodwin. Jim Hayden.
Yes.
Imperati, yes. Motion to continue 11-0. Thanks, David. All right, let's move on.
Our next
you, everybody.
application, Robert, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome. Yes,
All
we
right,
can
thank
hear you. Robert, were you sworn in?
I was not.
You was not. Okay.
Robert and Sonia.
Okay.
Okay, so Robert and Sonia, if you'll raise your right hands and respond, I do, to the following question.
Okay.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the next application is 628 Woodruff Place, and it is for changes to a two-story Colonial Revival building. There is an existing addition on the rear of this house that the applicants are looking to reconfigure. And they are also proposing changes to a previously enclosed front entry. So with that, Robert, if you would state your name and your address.
Okay. Robert McLean, 628 Woodruff Place in Charlotte, 28208.
Okay, great. And Robert, do you just want to explain your project to the commission?
Yes. Just first of all, I appreciate the opportunity to present this. I've been pretty impressed with the quality of the presentations and the feedback that you guys have provided. So it's given me some good insight. Overall, I just want to start that this has been a family home for the past 48 years. I moved in, well, my family, we all moved in when I was about 4 years old. And so my parents lived in it until their passing. My mother passed, the mother and father passed within 18 months of each other, but my mother passed in 2015. And so since then, basically been renting out the property. And so my wife and I, we were thinking that, you know, hey, it would be kind of neat for us to kind of go there. Basically, it's a family home. There's been in the family for nearly 50 years. And so we wanted to make it our home. So I have a lot of history with it, even in its 78 years. But basically, it's a two-story colonial brick home. We wanted to take that. There's what we call a sunroom at the back that my parents put in about in the late 80s, early 90s or so. And it's about 31 by 15. And basically, we wanted to convert that to an attached three-car garage with living space above. Wanted to make just overall modernize the living space within it while preserving the whole home. So we primarily focus on 90% of the changes to the back of the home, and at the front, the enclosed porch, what we call the vestibule that my father built a while back, that wanted to change that into an open style porch, just more in character of the home. Overall, the design, because a major portion of it is at the back, is that it's actually lower than the existing roof line by almost 3 feet or so. So we wanted to, given the guidelines that you guys provided, wanted to be able to maintain that view from the street. Until recently, in the past few years, it was really one of two-story homes that were on the street there until obviously you can see in the picture there the home to the right, and then several other homes have been added or converted throughout. All right. So you can see from the pictures here existing conditions. On this shot here on the right side, you can see the white looking structure there, basically calling that the sunroom. And you can see the portion that's bumped out part that was part of the original home is actually part of the kitchen area. And so that whole portion right there, we were demolishing, taking down and replacing it with the car garage and such. You could go back one slide and just the picture on the right shows the den portion that's also part of the original home. This portion here, we're just changing the siding on that to mimic the vertical siding here with hardy plank. Right. Next. Okay. And this is a rear view of the home showing the sunroom in the rear of the house. Right. Next. And then on the left side, try to get a clear view because the narrow, but you can see for the most part, you can see that sunroom. It basically sticks out about a foot or so from the foundation of the existing home from the street. So you can barely see it mainly because of the trees that are there. But we're looking to change. That's a part that we're looking to change. All right. And then here there's an existing rear structure there. basically that's going to be rebuilt in place and to a one-story in the same style with siding as the rest of the property. So here, just showing some just how the surrounding homes look. For the most part, I think the one at 632 has not been renovated, but the other homes have been to a certain extent. The one next door at 622 has been one that was majorly changed from a one-story to a two-story home. Right. And here showing the site plan. The existing structure actually encroaches on that setback on the side, and so in the proposed, we're looking to correct that. What you see over the line there is basically the roof line there. So we're sliding that slightly just so it's more in line, and also from the street, you see less of it from the street as well. All right. And then on the front elevation, you can see from the top to the bottom where you see the little bump out with the sunroom, and actually that's also part of the kitchen that sticks out. We're redoing that so it's more flush in line with the rest of the home. And then you see the porch there where we have a the brick wall foundation that matches the existing brick with columns and a roof on it, gable style roof. And then on the sun porch on the side, you see the vertical siding that we're going to replace it with. All right, next. Okay. And from the rear view, you can see where we, the top view where we had the sunroom, where we're replacing that with the garage. And that structure that you see on the proposed end is kind of a workroom off of the side of the garage there. And then from on this view, you can see at the top where we're extending it out a bit, and also you can see where the roof line is below the existing line. And you have the 3-car garage on the right above. There's living space there where the 2 dormers are. The windows we're keeping in the same style that's there existing. Right, basically we're currently they don't have any panes on the main part of the house, where we're recreating that. And then we have where you can see on the middle part, between the garage area and the main house, where there's a kind of a deck area with double doors out to the deck as well. And what we tried to do here, you can see where at the garage where we have brick at the base of it to try to carry on from the main house. The rest of it is hardy plank siding, and this is in a horizontal style. And then you see on the workroom, we went to a vertical to match the sunroom to kind of carry that theme over as well. All right. And then next, this is on the left side of the elevation, where we can see also where basically this side shares the driveway with the neighbor. And you can see the dormer portion up there with the windows there, again, in the same style as the existing home. And you see here a trellis in, because we did have basically a wall of the siding, we kind of wanted to visually break that up. And so looking to put some detail there, basically a trellis and maybe grow some vines on it there to kind of break up that long wall there on that side. Okay. And then here, just showing some of the detail here where we have the brick again on the front porch as the base. The front door is existing, it's the original door, so we're keeping that in place. And you can see the style of the windows there. And it is noted that the existing windows that are in do not have panes, but the den portion on the right side does have pane. They are wooden windows, but we're looking to keep that in place as well. And on the right side again, this is just another view of the same we've seen before. Yes. That there. Okay. Overall, we have a I know there have been some questions about the coverage of the lot. It's overall about 28%. The driveway itself will be permeable pavers around the front. We're not changing the driveway from the street itself. It's just on the rear end. And I would say there, this just shows the calculation for the square footage. We're really overall new space is going to be several square feet, but overall we're basically just replacing what's already there, upgrading it. Yeah, this is just more of the same. Looks like we have some repeats in here.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Do we have anyone here to speak for or against this application? Nope. All right, commissioners, questions of the applicant? Okay. Jessica, was your hand up from earlier, or did you have something that you wanted to ask or say to Mr. McLean?
I'm sorry, that was from the previous application.
Okay. Commissioner Rumsch?
No, I didn't. That was from before. Sorry.
I'm starting not to believe this. Commissioner Lineberger?
I did
Did
raise
you mean
my
to put
hand.
your hand up?
Yes,
Okay,
I did.
perfect.
Mr. McLean, what is the, and I'm sorry if I missed this number in there, but what is the square footage, the original square footage, and then how much is in the addition?
I would say, hang on, you have to give me a second. I have to bring it back up. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, on the first floor is 976 square feet, and I apologize, I don't have this added up. On the existing second floor heated is say 700. Okay, so that's 16. And then new heated on the first floor is 240. And new heated on the second floor is 940. So we adding roughly about 1,300. The garage and storage is about 965, and the porch is about 100 square feet.
Okay.
All right. And I apologize, I didn't add that up, but those are the numbers there, and it's in the sheet there on the one of the cover sheets.
Okay.
Or drawings.
Thank you.
Hmm?
All right, Commissioner Henningsen?
Yeah, and I don't know if this is necessarily a question more so than a comment. I'm hoping some other commissioners weigh in, but when I'm looking at the addition, I mean it's not taller than the original building, but it is so much deeper than the original building, to the sense that the size of the addition is visually overpowers the existing building, right? Now, with that said, I mean, and thank you for following our guidelines for additions by building out first versus trying to build up. I'm just thinking out loud. If visibility from the street, it's just there's a lot of mass in that addition, and I just have a concern that it overpowers the main house. I'm not sure if there's other commissioners that that feel otherwise. Because then there's also other questions to what can you do to to reduce that massing through other techniques, and I wonder how much you can actually do without having to reduce the size. I don't know. I just again, not really a question, kind of a just a comment, Mr. McLean, especially as we get into deliberations. I'm sure others will have some questions.
Yeah, and that was a concern when we was first drawing this up with that. And so we tried to use just a combination of different textures, I would say, on the structure itself. one with the style of the roof coming down. So you have that, with the roof itself, and then you have the siding and then the wood, without it being too busy on that side. We try to, give it some areas within the house so we can it's kind of sectioned off. But yeah, I mean, I get your point. If you look at the elevation on the 2-story side of it too, there's, you have a play of the den, being smaller, and then a larger structure, then the, porch, of course. And then, just, visually just trying to, address that, with the different textures, different finishes on the roof.
No, I'm absolutely with you. And, for conversation's sake, I mean, if the garage was detached, and I don't think, I think that would eliminate the addition overpowering the primary house. And again, it will be visible to some degree from the street. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there because I know we'll talk about it in deliberations.
Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I think what makes this one difficult is that the applicants have an addition that I'm sure happened before their neighborhood became a historic district. And now they're, working off of that footprint. So we're in an unusual place in terms of how to evaluate all this.
Okay, any other comments or questions from the commissioners? I do, Mr. McLean, I agree with my fellow commissioners in that it is visually overpowering. And I see where you've used textures and some methods for helping to break it up. I think just moving forward, we're going to have to really look at that a little further and maybe use additional techniques. Are you open to that?
I'm not sure. When PJ said other than reducing the size, I'm not sure what direction we could take with that on reducing it. Are we just talking about reducing the size? Because we went around and around just trying to just look at different ways. Of course, functionally, we wanted, the garage there. Didn't want it to see from the street because a lot of the houses don't have a garage. But we did want that, and also just utilizing the space above it, with as living space. And of course, that's all on the inside. But functionally, we wanted to be able to utilize it. And we did. We looked at a traditional roof without the dormers and such, but that did bring it up. And so we went with this style roof where it's pitched on the inside, where just so we can lower the roof line there, and then to bring that size down. And again, we kind of went and settled in on the different textures there, and it started to come along. Because at first, some of the first iterations of this was pretty much siding straight on, and then we started to see the massing that you guys are referring to here, and then the placement of the windows and such that we look at to just try to break that up a bit. So I'm not sure what else to do. We spent quite a bit of time just trying to address that. And again, like I said, it's just, just trying to keep it within the guidelines, visibility from the street. If you go to the front, one of the pictures there, you can see how narrow that view is from the street. Let's see, go up. I can have a front elevation a little more. You can see to the right side, it's a pretty narrow driveway, up to it, and maybe maybe it's just street view on Google, you can kind of see it a little bit better. But it's actually, I mean, you actually can't see it from the street. I mean, we had the advantage there of having a 2-story house, but then the narrow driveway to the back, and from the driveway to the garage, that part is set back. So you would really have to stand a bit to try to see it.
Well, we definitely want to help. So let's see what some of the other commissioners have to say. Commissioner Marin?
I think there's an opportunity with stepping back some of these walls and not making them in the same plane. So I know between the different uses, because I think looking at the side that your neighbor is going to look at, I definitely see what you're doing with trying to break that up. I'm scrolling through trying to find the left elevation. So you've got the trellises and the dormer, I guess, on the roof, but trying to find a way to break those up into smaller components, I think might help. I mean, it's very interesting that the existing square footage, you're not even doubling when graphically what we're seeing here, you know, I could say that that's 2 to 1 from what's new to old. But definitely understand, not counting the garage, how you're getting those numbers and not questioning those at all. It's just, I'm saying visually, I think a lot of us are getting held up on this image or how it comes back, because I think looking at the street elevations, I think you're a prime candidate for this move in doing it, but the elevations on the side are not helping, unfortunately.
Yeah. And I guess just part of the functionality there, we wanted to, just a little background. We do have a special needs child that we're, trying to accommodate with the spacing. So functionally on the inside, we have to make sure that, the doorways are wide enough and everything so you can, and we'll be able to, get through. So, some of that drove there, but it drove, some of the decisions here, just being in a covered space coming into garage from the street, having a garage that is large enough to be able to accommodate, the vehicle, that we have for that. And that's just, trying to accommodate that as well. But I do recall here on a previous Zoom type, this WebEx that you had previous to this, that the emphasis there too was visibility from the street. And, that kind of echoed to me to, to make sure, it's less visible from the street. One thing, couple of things that we did, obviously, like I said, the roof line, but also on that side where it did encroach on the setback, pushing that in so it doesn't widen the house from the street. Addressing that. And the view from that side from the neighbors there, been knowing them, 30 years or so. But that trellis there to be able to break that up, where we could put vines or some flowers on that side that can make that, more appealing on that end of it. But some of that functionality, on the sizing of it, was driven, by some of the accommodations that we have to make as a, for my family.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Barrett?
Mr. McLean, I appreciate your sensitivity to pushing everything towards the back. I think what some of the commissioners are trying to state is that the overall, what we like to do in these districts is try to keep the overall massing and how you connect to these historic buildings to a minimum so that the historic structure is maintained. And, additions can be done in such a way. I think, this is a time when you go back to your designer and have them really look at some of the guidelines for additions and get into the scale and massing and what is appropriate. And that would certainly help them. And they'll have to design that for you. Now, you may be able to separate some of these elements out, such as the garage, into an accessory structure. I think may help you just to, if I were to give you some advice. That's all I have.
Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, my only additional thought is the surrounding neighborhood and precedents before you, I'm trying to struggle about where there might be a 3-car garage, which I think might be helpful if you at least were to reduce it to a 1 or 2 car garage. That might think to consider as well.
Okay. Any other comments, questions of Mr. McLean before we close for deliberation?
At the end of the street, there's a home down there has a 3-car garage. You may be able to see that on Google Streets as well.
I'm sorry, Mr. McLean, which street, where is that?
On Woodruff, on the Freedom Drive in. So that would be.
Is that new construction though?
No.
Okay.
Freedom.
On that end of, on the Freedom Drive end of the street.
It's the bookend to the house that you're thinking about, PJ, I think.
Right.
Got it.
It's so the one that we approved last year, it's further down that way.
Yeah.
In the
right one. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Got it.
I think this is 820 Woodruff.
Okay.
Okay.
When I was little, that was the apple lady. She used to have a good apple tree. And a fig tree.
Okay. It looks like we have Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes, I had one other quick question. Just wanted to clarify the structure that is at the rear of the property. Mr. McLean, did you say that is to remain?
No, basically we're gonna just rebuild it basically as it is, but put put siding around it.
Okay. So was there a site plan that showed that existing with the new?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think that was included.
Okay, I didn't think I had seen a new site plan. I guess I just would like to see that in relationship to the addition.
Yeah, it's not shown there. So this iteration is not. So I mean, as far as approval, we can go without it, and that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So we're looking for clarification on what we can go without it means, Mr. McLean.
Yes, because it's not shown.
Uh-huh.
So it's not shown, so it's not included in part of the proposal.
The application, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, why don't we close for deliberation and just discuss. PJ, you want to kick this off?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm just still struggling with how deep the whole, the addition with the garage is. I mean,
is it because it speaks to the guideline that says that additions are not supposed to be visually overpowering, or is it that it speaks to the guideline Secretary of Interior standards that talks about additions being compatible but different? Where are you getting stuck?
No, thank you. I know I'm stuck on guideline 7.2, number 2, limiting the size of the addition so it doesn't visually overpower, right? And I get that some of that is when you build out the back with the addition, you're building at the back. It's some of that is the impact is minimized from the street, but then again, because it goes back so deep, it's still present. So that's where I am.
Okay. All right, let's do a round robin on this one because it sounds like we're saying a lot of the same things, but I just want to hear from some more peeps. Let's Let's see, Commissioner Bonaparte, do you have any thoughts on this?
I don't think anything new to add. The addition definitely is quite large in comparison to the original structure. So I think that has me hung up as well.
Okay. Commissioner Heineman.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything new to add either. I think the rest of the commissioners have articulated it well. I'm just struggling with the length of it. I'm trying to find in the guidelines about attached versus detached parking, and I can't really seem to find it. I know it was recently approved in Wesley Heights, and the reason it was is because it was sort of working with an existing addition on a house, so not a dissimilar situation. But I can't seem to find the guideline that speaks to that.
We don't have one, Jessica.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's helpful. That's why I can't find it. But the length of it is what I'm struggling with relative to the original footprint of the house.
Yeah. What about you, Commissioner Ramsch?
I think that seems to me that if there's going to be a garage and still respect the size of the addition, that it will need to be detached. And I think that the applicant probably needs to seriously consider doing that. I think given the existing addition, there's a design that can make it work so it doesn't overpower the existing house. But I think in order to have at least a 2-bay garage, it's going to need to be detached, I believe.
Okay. Why don't we craft a motion? This definitely sounds like it's going to be a continuance that is helpful for Mr. McLean in working towards an alternative. Commissioner Mehren.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know if this is going to help or hurt us, but could we see on Google Streets 724 Woodruff, just right down the street? I was looking at the aerial of the neighborhood and trying to find where we might find precedent or something that this has happened before. And this is a 1-story house, but it looks like it's done the same thing where it is a huge footprint going back into the site. Doesn't have the parking or the garage use, but it's more of outdoor seating, or it looks like a patio from the aerial. I think that's on the right.
Is it at the corner? Is it a corner lot?
No, I think that's the one. It was on the right. It's like the third house in.
Which right?
You were in front of that van on the left now.
Okay.
Or excuse me, white car. There it is. Yeah, so if we go to the other side of it, I think we might be able to see what this is. I mean, if you see it in plan, it is close, I would think. That's not helping. Sorry. There's a tree in the way. There, you can start to see it, I guess, there, but was that the townhomes behind it? That might be it from what the plan looks like.
This is Jessica. You can see it really well on Polaris if you turn on the hybrid. Yeah.
I only bring this up because it looks massive from above, and I'm not sure if it's the same ratio. Obviously, it's 1 story versus 2, so you're going to see more. I mean, I think the fact that they're elevated off the street that we've seen helps a little bit, but to kind of mitigate the perspective of 2 stories in the back. But I think Damon and Chris have echoed about it either being detached or at least having some type of not a true breezeway, but something that would mimic that to step in the middle, so it doesn't look like one continuous mass of house, kind of stepping back.
Thank you, Chris. I am glad to do some research into 724 Woodruff and find those plans for y'all and provide them. Mhm. Commissioner Barth?
Sorry, I left my hand up.
Okay. All right, it doesn't look like we have additional commissioners ready to speak. And again, this sounds like a continuance. So anyone who can put together a motion to continue it for, to restudy this addition and help Mr. McLean would be great.
I'll start. If people want to kind of weigh in and help me through it, I mean, I was going to go just kind of simple and say I want to continue this application for guideline 7.2 number 2, limit the size of the addition so that it does not visually overpower the existing building, with recommendations on separating the garage from the main house, providing some historical context or some examples where there's additions that are that long. Waiting for people to throw in some other feedback. I mean, what else, everybody?
I don't know. Help me out. It looks like 7.2 number 6. The new addition is existing building. The new work should be differentiated from the old while being compatible with its massing, form, scale, directional expression, roof forms and materials, foundations, fenestration, and materials. The directional.
I don't know if we need.
The directional expression of
Sorry.
it is definitely very different from the house itself. So Commissioner Walker had her hand up. I don't know who started to talk, but if you put your hand up, I'll call on you. Commissioner Walker.
Well, thank you. I think it might be helpful to just kind of say most of 7.2. It'd be good to reflect on in evaluating this for the future. You could break each one down, but it seems like just about all of them in some way, shape, or form might apply to evaluate this.
PJ?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Meehan?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we feel that strongly about it being detached? I think there's ways to do it, either the stepping back of the facade or something.
No,
but I mean, that's something for 7.2 point number 2.
Yeah, we can't design it for them, so.
Yeah.
No, I don't think.
I agree. I was just sorry, everybody.
I agree, but not using the word detached.
I was just trying to find some balance between being a little prescriptive versus not.
Oh, I gotcha. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not saying that that's. I'll remove that part. I mean, I want to say that that's the only solution.
Okay.
So 7.1, 7.2, number 1, number 2. Number 6.
And that's it?
That's it.
Commissioner Hayden?
I'm concerned about the item we talked at his very last part of his presentation, the building that's not part of the request at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't show up on any of the drawings that we have. It's not showing up on the site plan or anything else. But the photographs of it, it's not a small building by any stretch of the imagination. So if it's going to stay, there's no way we're going to meet the impervious surface requirements. If it's not going to stay, we need to be able to talk about tearing it down. So we need to have some resolution of that in the continuation as well. But what's going to happen with that building? Is it going to stay? Is it going to go? If it's going to stay and be redone, we need to have some approval on it. And it clearly becomes, you know, a potential for maybe we add on to it and take some of the proposed addition away, put some garage back there, whatever. But if it's going to stay and he wants to build this addition that we're showing right now, he's not going to meet our guidelines.
So we need an accurate
We need
site
an
plan.
accurate site plan, and that building has to be resolved.
Thank you. That sounds fair. Commissioner Lineberger?
That's exactly what I was going to speak about, was just making sure the site plan was, we had a complete site plan and addressing that PJ could add.
Yep.
7.28, number 8.
Done. Yep.
And I guess should we also just recommend paying attention to 8.9, accessory buildings, if it does become an accessory building, just being cognizant of that section.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. You mean for the existing structure, or?
Well, if it does become a secondary structure, if it does become separated, just to be aware that that section is there and exists and those guidelines exist.
Can we speak to that for something that already exists? I guess that's a staff question. Can we speak to guidelines for something that already exists?
Well, it's the same thing as with 1827 Ewing. Like, we're talking about an already existing garage and making changes to it. So we just need to know what the proposal is. And
so should they make changes, then that's when.
Exactly.
Okay.
Correct.
But if they don't make changes to it.
They're not required to make any changes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right. Correct.
Yeah, I'll add that. All right, so right now I'm at continue based on guideline 7.2 numbers 1, 2, 6, and 8, and include an accurate site plan that includes the other accessory building on the property.
All right. Anyone want to second that?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? Nope. All right. Well, let's do a round robin and see where we land. Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte. Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Muirn.
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin. Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes to continue 11-0. Thank you, Mr. McLean. All right, let's move on to.
Kim, this is Damon. I've got to leave. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay, so let the record show that Commissioner Rumsch has left the meeting.
I do as well.
It's 7:25 now. Yeah. So
I'd like to note that there are 2 relatively small cases left. We are behind. We can do them now, or we can look to add meetings in January and February.
how many of us can stay? I can stay.
This is Jessica. I can stay.
Jessica. Jessica, PJ, Kim.
Yep.
I can stay.
Commissioner
I can stay.
Lineberger. Okay, Commissioner Bonaparte. That's 5. Okay. And Commissioner Goodwin. Okay. Okay, yes. So we have 6 people who can stay.
It's worth noting I have to recuse for number 13.
Right. Christy said that. So we need one more.
I'll say,
Okay, all right. Thank you, Commissioner Walker. What do we?
Jill, thank you very much.
We can do that. We got that? Oh, Jim wants to make the.
Why don't we do the minutes now before Commissioner Hayden leaves? And just FYI, we will be assigning minutes to 2 people per month because we're getting backed up and we need help. So Commissioner Hayden has his 2 for this month, or excuse me, he has his he's doing 3.
This is Jessica. I've reviewed all the minutes.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right. So do you want to make a motion for the minutes?
Yeah, individual.
Mm-hmm. You want to?
August 12th.
We'll start with August.
Case 124, 215 East Worthington. The motion, it said fall cypress trees. It's false cypress trees were the trees that we were approving. False. Yes. Okay. That's all for that one.
All right, let's vote on
I
it.
have one for that one, Jim. Jim,
Okay.
I have one for that one.
So friendly amendment.
At the title where it says the date, it says special called meeting, August 12th. It was actually our regular meeting, so we just need to take out special called.
Okay, will you accept that amendment,
Yes,
Jim?
ma'am.
All right. So the motion is to adopt the minutes with the 2 corrections. Is there any other corrections? We can do them all at once.
Yes, you can do all of them, run through all of the minutes that you're wanting to actually amend.
Okay.
And just say, so moved, and if someone seconds, you can adopt it without doing this 4 or 5 times. So
Thank you.
keep going, just keep running through all the
Okay.
minutes.
The other one that I have is on September 9th, 099, 1547 Merriman. It says the motion was made by Henningsen Indeman. So I don't know whether we have who it is. Is it Hoffman or Henningsen? Okay, that's it for me.
Okay, I have some notes on that one, Jim.
Okay.
The first project, 404 West Park Avenue, the entire project is bolded and underlined. I think it's just a formatting thing. And this is a general note, but it applies to these minutes. The Mint Street projects, the commercial projects, we need to correct the spelling of Clear Story. It's CLERESTORY. Hopefully we can do it in the search and find because it shows up in a lot of places.
Okay. And are those all of yours, Jessica?
I have reviewed July 29th and October 14th as well.
Okay, so we're putting them all together, right, Thomas? We're doing it all. One motion. I will just add that on the 29th, we didn't adjourn at 7:20. The meeting was over before 4 o'clock.
I had no other comments on the 29th.
Jessica's going through hers. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Jessica, any other edits?
Yes, October 14th, same comment for the Mint Street projects, the spelling of Clear Story windows.
Okay.
That's everything for me.
Any other comments for the motion? So moved. And now we have to vote, correct?
Second.
Who's seconding Jim's motion?
I'm seconding, Jessica. I'm seconding.
Okay, Jessica Hyman seconding the motion. Why don't we do a quick round robin? Chris Barth? Chris Barth?
Sorry, I lost my screen. Yes.
Michelle Bonaparte? PJ Henningsen?
Yes.
Jessica Hyman?
Yes.
Krista Lineberger,
Yes.
Chris Mirren,
Yes.
Damon Rumsch. That's right. Joe Walker,
Yes.
Jim Hayden, Phil Goodwin. Oh, that's right. Okay, so Kim Parati, yes. I have 8. I feel like I missed someone. I missed a few people. I guess they're gone. I just said Kim Parati. Is there anyone I did not call who's present? Huh? Okay, so Phil, 9, yeah. Okay, so motion moves the motion. What am I trying to say? The motion is accepted is 790 for our minutes. And we'll pair up moving forward. 2 people will get each month so that they can, there's checks and balances, and we'll send it when we send the agenda.
Next, okay, so our next application is 1620 Dilworth Road East. Melissa Chambliss. Melissa, are you with us?
Yes, I am here.
Hi, welcome. Have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay, give me 1 second. Jared, Jared, are you with us? Jared Brown?
I'm trying.
Hi, Jared.
Hello.
Hi, we want to swear you and Melissa in together. So if you would, please listen to Kim and
Can you
raise
guys
your
hear
right
me?
hand.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes. So Melissa and Jared, if you'll raise your right hand and answer, I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, great. Jared, we'll get to your case in just a second. Melissa, I'm going to turn it straight over to you. This is a small project for changing windows and doors on the left elevation. Melissa is going to state her name and address and then take it over.
Hi, thank you all for staying on so late. I really appreciate it. Melissa Chambliss, 1620 Dilworth Road East. We just bought this home in August and are doing a kitchen renovation. And as stated, we're hoping to make some small changes to the windows and doors on the left side of the house. So as you can see here, the main changes are in this yellow box here. There's a bay window that's right over the kitchen sink. And we're recommending changing that to a double wide casement window. And then just to the left of that and lower is the old basement door. So we are recommending covering over that old basement door with brick to match the existing exterior of the house. And are going to be hopefully making a new crawl space access where you can't see it, but basically just to the right of that old door and underneath the bay window. So just cutting out an existing window well a little bit lower to make about a 3x2 or 3x3 foot crawl space door down below grade. And then on the left-hand side of that square you see there would be, that's an existing window that would be replaced to be like a patio door to the side yard. So we can move to the next photos where you can see a little bit more what that full layout looks like. So there are photos at the front of the house, and then here's the left side where the changes would be made. You'll see the bay window and then the existing window well down into the crawl space. The old basement door to be covered over in brick matching that existing. And then on the, yes, exactly where your mouse is on the left, that window, changing that out for a door. Okay, so this just shows the existing elevation of the home on the top. Please forgive my, it is not professionally done. I did this myself, so hopefully this gives you all an idea of the layout of all the windows on the left side of the home, and then the proposed changes are on the bottom. showing the old window and new proposed door space covering over that old basement door, and the changes to the bay window and the crawl door. That's an overhead view of the side yard. And kitchen remodel plans. I don't know if that's something that you all need to see, but and then, yeah, we can go on. Yeah, so I submitted an addendum with some different specifications for the door and window. So the window is the same, the door is a different one. So I don't know, yeah, there we have the specifications for the new door and window. So the door that would be replacing it, one of the questions that Kim raised from the site visit is if we could reuse the existing historic basement door in that window space. And unfortunately, just because of the size of the door, it would create some problems with the header in that opening. So what we're proposing is to do a new wood door that's 36 by 86 that will allow us to keep that existing window header. And if we used the original door, we'd have to either lower the header or we would have to do a much larger custom frame, which might end up looking a little bit awkward. But it would be a wood door, and it would be similar in style to that existing basement door. So that's the top, and then the bottom is the proposed casement window. That would be a 2-wide. As you can tell, the bay window is not a wooden window, not original, but this would be a wooden window. We're proposing no grids on this window, which of course all the other windows in the home do have grids. So that would be a little bit different, but again, it will be a wooden window.
And just noting that this is slide 285 that's showing the accurate door and window.
And this is showing some of the samples of the brick options for infilling that old basement door and then building out that window well to make that crawl space access down below. And then the only other thing here that we're proposing is to actually add this basement door over top of the crawl space entry. We, as probably many homes in the area, have water intrusion issues in our crawl space. And we were just thinking this would be some extra protection from the elements to that crawl space, just to keep it protected from the drainage coming from the backyard of the house. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. Is there anyone here to speak for? There is no one here to speak for or against this. Commissioners, questions of Melissa? Commissioner Walker?
Yeah.
You're breaking up pretty bad, Jill.
Sorry.
Okay, that's better.
Oh, okay. Yeah, very nice drawing for a non-professional, I think. So good job there.
Thank you.
A question, the door that you have there that goes down into the basement.
Yes.
I'm just curious. So then you're going to have this cellar door right of that, which is also going to access the basement. So how does that work with the stairs lining up to either of those?
So there's that is covered over. There's stairs inside. Well, they were inside at one point, and that basement door that you see from the outside is no longer going to be used. So we've knocked out those walls. So that's covered over now. So it's not the crawl space will just be accessed from that door that's kind of below where the the old bay window would be.
There still has to be stairs there though, so there's stairs on.
Yeah, so there will be, yes, where the new crawl door would be, yeah, below the bay window. Yes, there would be stairs. It's just, it'll be a lot shorter, right? Because it's much lower down. Yeah, so there will be stairs. I don't have the height of that. Oh, you mean down into the well?
Down into the basement?
Do you mean stairs in the crawl space or outside?
Are those stairs in that Bilco door there? Is that cellar door? Are those stairs accessing your basement?
Oh, I see what you mean. There would not be stairs. It would just be, it would still just be a window well. It would just be a little bit deeper than it is today. Sorry about that. I didn't understand. Yeah, so there would be no stairs. It would just be about 2 or 3 foot, be about 2 foot drop down into a well. And that would be another reason to cover it over, just, from a safety perspective. We have little kids, so just making sure that that area is covered. So it'll still just be a window well, just a little deeper than it is right now.
Okay. The window that you're planning to replace the bay window.
Yeah.
What else is that matching on your house?
So casement window technically wouldn't match anything that's on the house except for the bay window, I suppose, in style. Because the other windows on the home are the original windows, the original wooden windows. We can note that you can see in the pictures, the original windows are covered in storm windows and then do have like an aluminum cladding around the edge of them. But there are no other casement windows on the house. It's probably most similar in style to the bay window that it would be replacing.
Okay, and then I guess the another question, that the window that you're proposing replaced with a door, the brick beneath that, is any of that going to be salvageable to reuse someplace else?
I think that it should be, yes. So if whatever we can salvage from that, I think we could certainly try to reuse it to cover over the old basement door, surely.
Yeah, a lot of this, I mean, that side of your house is very visible from the street, so it's really important that, we look at this and get it right, since it is so visible. I'm done.
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Bonaparte?
I took my hand down, but I'm not sure if Jill covered this or not, but I was curious if adding new brick to existing brick, how are you planning to match the mortar? Given the age.
I've worked with McGee Brothers has come out to look at the project, so they would be the ones doing it, and they have provided those couple of brick samples that I showed you. So we would work with them to do the best to match the existing mortar, and I believe they were one of your recommended contractors for historic structures.
Okay.
Another question. Those two windows, both the bay window that you're considering replacing, and then the window that's above it, are those original to the house?
I believe the windows above are probably not. The bay window, I believe, is not as well. The house, I don't know all of the history. Again, we just bought it in August, but we've been told over and over this actually used to be a duplex at some point in its history. So that upstairs, that upstairs right above where the bay window is, that used to be a kitchen as well. So I think that they made those changes to that window when they made it back into a bedroom, maybe. I'm not actually sure when when that was changed, but I believe that that's not original either.
This is staff. I believe the opening itself is original. You can still see the sill.
Right.
It's just they've been shortened and infilled with some siding.
Yeah, for kitchen counters.
Thank you. Thanks, Christy. Do you have additional questions, Jill?
No, not now. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Hyman?
My question has to do with the infill of the old basement door location. Typically, when we infill on brick structures like this, we like to maintain the narrative of the original house per the federal guidelines, the Secretary of the Interior's guidelines. And a common technique for doing that is for the brick infill to be set in about 1/2 inch, so it's not coplanar with the brick opening. And I wonder if you'll consider doing that to retain the original narrative of the house.
Sure. We're certainly open to options. Yeah, I mean, if there's anything else that you all do recommend in there, I'm certainly open to it. And is that something you can ask McGee Brothers about, and they would be familiar with that technique?
Yeah, or Christy, staff can review it with them or with you to make sure it's included in the COA.
Okay. Yes, we're open to that.
All right, Commissioner Marin?
Yeah, is there anything with the bay window that may be failing or kind of promoting this replacement, or is it just purely a aesthetic or functional use of those windows?
Great question. So it's a couple of things. One of the windows, so they are locking and crank to open windows. One of the cranking mechanisms is broken, so you can crank it open, but then it won't close. So that was one of the initial reasons that we started looking into this is because, yeah, one of those cranks was broken. It also is just very hard to access those because of how set back that is. I am not very tall, so I basically can't access the crank on either of those windows unless I'm standing on a stool. So that's part of the reason. Also, I'd just like to be able to open a window behind the sink, and it's hard to access.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Commissioner Lineberger?
I just had a quick question. When I see this, the image of the existing bay window, just confirm that they're planning to put back, or you're planning to put back the sill. I can see where they took the sill out and patched that in when they put the bay window in.
Yes. Yeah. So we would plan to, as closely as possible, match, put in the sill and match the framing of the other windows. We do also believe that the original brick should still be underneath where the lower and upper of the bay window are, and intact there as well. So I'll make a note of that, just the sill part of it.
Okay, any other questions before we close for deliberation? All right. Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Walker, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Where can we see what that casement window will look like? Can you show us that?
Slide 285.
So just okay. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Commissioner Marin?
Yeah, I think looking at 4.14 historic guidelines for existing windows, number one, overall historic character. I think, unfortunately, from a functionality standpoint, that this bay window falls under that for the applicant, just because it's, as mentioned during the presentation, that this is a high viewed facade from the street, and I know normally we look about halfway through or back where we start kind of being a little bit more lenient from the view from the street, but especially since this kind of sticks out from that facade and is a window type that's not something you see every day. I think that for me falls under that guideline. So I'd like to hear other commissioners' opinion on that. I think everything else we discussed with Jessica's idea with the indentation of the brick. I didn't see any samples of brick that were referenced in this presentation, but I know from being a brick salesman in high school that it is. Whoa, where'd that come from? That's not in the package. Thank you.
It was a supplemental piece, so it wasn't in your yeah.
It's extremely hard to match brick, even if you come out there with it, because of the way that kilns work over time and runs of brick and all of that. So I think that's close enough to kind of do, but the inlay will definitely set it apart and not have it need to be perfect. And also with the mortar usage. That's what I got.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chris. I thought that this bay window is very prominent. I mean, you can see it so clearly. And really, to Commissioner Bonaparte's point, I don't know how you're going to be able to, for the other openings, match the brick with old brick. But I think that's neither here nor there. 4.14 number 1 does talk about retaining and preserving windows. And even though this is clearly not historic, it's been there long enough so that it is part of the story of the house. So I'm going to lean on some other commissioners who feel differently to kind of explain to me why that guideline won't work for this house. All right. Any other comments or questions before we close? Okay, let's close for deliberation. So
I'm sorry, I thought we were in deliberation. Sorry about that.
No problem. So what are your thoughts about what Chris Meehan said about 4.14 number 1? It would be really helpful for me. I wrote down 4.14 number 6, but you know.
I don't consider that pertains to their house. I'm not so sure that window contributes to the historic character of this building. I don't know if I see that, and I'm also noticing, which I don't know if all that work underneath, that mortar work that looks like somebody drunk must have
Right, but
very late in the day.
Maybe that's water damage, right? Maybe that's water damage coming down from the window. I guess my question about the window is how old do we think it is?
It looks like it was a replacement of a roll-out course, BJ, because you can see that the first 2 rows of brick are a completely different mortar before it really gets sloppy.
Yeah, I think this slice job here makes it apparent that the roll-lock was removed, and this is a replacement window that's not original to this house.
Right, it's definitely not original, but we've also said that at some point, even things that were put on after the house was built become a part of the house and become a part of the character of the house.
I think we need to take a critical, I'm sorry, this is staff, take a critical eye at the materials used specifically for this bay window to help understand perhaps what time period this might have been added.
This was likely done
pretty 80s to me. Yeah, it looked 80s to me too. It doesn't meet the 50-year rule for me.
So with that being the case, how do you all feel about the replacement of the casement windows that are distinctly different from everything else on the house outside of this bay window?
This is Jessica. I think it's a great location for a casement window, but I would really like to see a divided light pattern that's proportioned to the original windows in the house.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
I agree.
Okay, so it sounds like we're in agreement on that one. How do we feel about replacing the door and working it in? And, you know, again, if you rode by and you saw this house, those are all pretty, I'm so sorry, my brain is shutting down. Those are all pretty, those are all pretty, you can see them really well from just the sidewalk. From the pedestrian view, it's prominent.
This is Jessica again. I think that these basement stairs that cut off the house, the utilitarian areas of the house from the other areas of the house, are something that falls very cleanly in line with our mission statement of adapting to patterns of contemporary living. So I think retaining the narrative of the house by insetting the brick does what we need to meet the federal guidelines. And I think that removing the interior stair, you know, does what our mission statement charges us with, to adapt the house to patterns of contemporary living.
Okay. Well, it sounds like, Jessica, you're making a motion.
I mean, I'm comfortable making a motion.
Okay.
I would move to approve this project with the conditions that the new casement window have STDLs to coordinate with historic windows, and that goes to staff for review. That the door infill, the inset, approximately a ½ inch per the Secretary of the Interior standards. Oh, sorry, for the new casement STDLs, what is somebody find me the guideline for that to coordinate with the historic windows.
4.1, you can,
new,
Jessica, you can cite 4.14 windows.
Excellent. Okay, for the new casement window, brick, Rolock sill, and brick soldier header to match existing brick details. And for the new door to be a custom height to fit the existing header.
All right. Who wants to second that motion?
Second.
Who was that? Krista? All right. Motion made by Jessica, seconded by Krista. Any discussion of the motion?
Staff has one point of discussion.
Okay.
And that would be to make it clear that the new brick and new mortar work should match existing, and that all efforts should be made to match existing, because if the work does not, then the commission will not entertain a request to paint the brick in order to unify disparate parts.
Okay.
Okay, I'm adding that as a friendly amendment. New brick and mortar, all efforts to match existing. Commission will not
entertain painted
brick. How do you want me
brick.
to say that?
Entertain painted brick, painting the brick to
Commission
unify
will
disparate
not
parts.
Entertain painting brick. Okay.
To unify the disparate
unify.
parts. Mm-hmm.
Got it. It's on there.
Awesome. Krista, still good with that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, and help me, because I know some of our commissioners are gone, so if I don't call on you, please jump in. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Lynn.
Yes.
Commissioner Peretti, yes. Motion passes 9-0. Thank you. Thank you, Margaret. Melissa, thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
As announced at the beginning, 11 and 12 have deferred. The last one is 1930 Lenox Avenue. Jared, I believe you're with us, and he's been sworn in. I'm going to go over the project very briefly. This is.
But before you do that, can we let the record show that Commissioner Heineman is recusing from this one?
Thank you very much. Yes. This is a minor redesign of a previous approval. So the issue is that once they got into construction documents, the approved dormer pitch was at 3 and 12, and the redesigned dormer pitch is at 2 and 12. The dormer has not changed in size or shape or form in any other way. There is also proposed a new rear covered porch, and all materials are to match existing. And the reason it's before the commission is because this is a corner lot. And I'm going to go to slide 316, which shows no changes on the front. 317 shows the existing house. The middle shows what was originally approved by the commission. And the bottom shows the minor changes with this new screened-in porch on the back and the change in roof pitch. And then slide 318 shows the original house, the change with the screened-in porch addition, or as approved in the middle, and then the change with the screened-in porch addition. And then it also shows the dormer pitch changing from a 3 and 12 to a 2 and 12. And this door, they also added a dormer on the interior of the lot. And I should note that both dormers hinge below the ridge of the original house. Jared, is there anything you wish to add about the project or that I missed or misspoke?
Not really, other than to thank you, all of you, with your volunteer status and the amount of hours you put in, making sure our neighborhood stays beautiful and livable and enjoyable. So thank you for that. We basically are trying to apply for a reinstatement. It took us longer to do the footing and foundation work than we thought. Otherwise, we would have completed this project by now. So thanks for considering the changes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jared. And if you would, just for the court reporter, could you just state your name and address?
Yeah, Jared Brown and Justine Gusto. We're at 1930 Lenox Avenue.
All right, I'm assuming there's no one here to speak for or against this application?
Actually, Commissioner Hinman is a neighbor and would like to speak on this application.
Okay, perfect. So we do have someone here to speak for this application, Jessica Heineman.
Hi, I will be quick about it. Jared is my most beloved neighbor. He's been wonderful to us for the last 16 years. And he's doing all of this in an effort to, not increase the roof line or the footprint of his house. This is the view that I see every day when I walk out my front door. The front of my house faces the side of his house. And the dormer is diminutive in nature, but he's trying to make some space that is already heated space up there more usable. And on the other side, it's to get some clearance around the furnaces up there. And this screened porch is actually on the far side of the lot. So it's technically visible in these, 2D elevations, but it's actually not visible, in reality. That's everything. It's a modest addition to a really sweet little cottage.
Thank you, Jessica. Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, I just have one odd question. Can you go to the rear photos side of the house? Yeah, on rear elevation. What happened to the wall that right? It's on the left picture and not on the right picture. Maybe that's a question, but I just couldn't figure that out.
Which Which wall are you talking?
It's like a flat, like underneath the window. It's on the left
Oh,
photo.
right here?
Yeah.
I
On
don't
the right
think,
photo.
I think it's a
There's a hot tub there.
hot tub.
Oh, okay, so it's not on the right photo. All right.
There, but you can't see it. It's out of the view.
It's just gone. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Before we close, going once, going twice. All right, commissioners. Thoughts? I mean, it's a modest change.
Looks good.
Just out of curiosity, why isn't this on the consent agenda?
Because the drawings are by a commissioner.
Oh.
And I'm trying
And
to.
we're really hard on our commissioner.
We are, and I'm trying to not give any commissioner special treatment.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
Otherwise, it would
We're
be
giving them
ideal.
some harsh treatment, actually.
Yes, it's at the end of the agenda.
Yeah.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Thomas.
Let me just make sure I clarify that once the commissioner has recused from an application, they are no longer in their actual appointed role as a commissioner.
Right.
They are in their private role as a citizen of the community, architect in that regard. So I just want to make sure we're using the proper terminology that commissioner means they're voting on the application.
Right.
And that in that instance, when they have recused, they're just a private citizen.
And
So
if you notice, I did not call her Commissioner Hyman. Yes, for that reason.
it's a little small aspect, but
Yeah.
just want to make sure for purposes of the public that we are showing them that that individual is not getting special treatment and that we're not also alluding to that applications may be approved if you were to engage members of the commission in their private capacity. So
Thank
that's why I
you.
just want to make sure we're just being very clear in that regard. So
Yes, thank you. Attorney Powers. Okay, so Commissioner Marin.
I would like to make a motion to approve. According
Okay.
as it is, it meets the guidelines of 7.2 as listed above, or as listed in our
Okay.
guidelines.
All right, anyone want to second that?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 8-0. And we got, thank you, Jarrett.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much.
We appreciate your guidance.
Thank you. We are now at the end of our agenda. I just really want to thank you all for staying. We put in a long one. I don't know about you, my brain was shutting down, so thank you for doing that. It's 8:09. And so we've reached the end of the agenda. Is there anything, any further business to discuss?
I'd like to echo, thank you so much for staying. Have a happy Thanksgiving next week, everybody. And we just really appreciate your volunteerism and your support.
Thank you. We rock, team. The meeting is adjourning at 8:10. Have a good night.
No, thank you.
Good night.
I just started to take off my.
Oh, good. Yay. That was easy. I wonder how much of it is because they were